for September 21st, 2020. We're in the Government Services Building, and it's about 5:01. To begin with, I'll stand, and I'll have Mr. Erickson lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You can be seated. We ask God to bless all the citizens of Flagler County, especially the men and women in the military around the world, standing the watch to maintain our freedom. Here at home, our brave first responders, police, fire, and medical personnel who keep us safe, away from danger, and secure in our homes. We'll continue with a moment of silence, and we want to remember one of our Supreme Court justices died this past weekend, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and that's why you see all the flags at half-mast. So with that, just a few moments of silence. All right, we'll get on with the agenda now. The next item is item 2, if you're following me on the agenda. It's additions, deletions, and modifications to the agenda. Just now is given that item 7J in the consent agenda. We're going to pull that. So go ahead and do that. 7J, and I can do that without approval. So 7J is pulled. I don't see any other notes on additions, deletions, or modifications to the agenda at this point. I have no announcements by the chair, that's me, and upcoming commission meetings, workshops, and special meetings. Our next regular meeting is Monday, October 5th at 9 a.m. here. So again, thank you all for being here. We'll get on with the agenda. Item 4, recommendations, proclamations, presentations. We're going to recognize Dr. Maria McGuire, or Maya McGuire, and is there someone who's going to speak? All right, thank you. Please introduce yourself.
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. Melanie Thomas, Director of Flagler County Extension. I'm here this evening to recognize Dr. Maya McGuire. Unfortunately, Maya could not be here this evening, although she is watching live, streaming. For over 19 years, Dr. Maya McGuire has served as the Florida Sea Grant Extension Agent for Flagler and St. Johns counties. While her appointment was a multi-county appointment, her actual home office was here in the Flagler County Extension Office. Dr. Maya McGuire has recently been promoted to, hold your breath, this is a long one, UF-IFAS Associate Program Leader for Coastal and Marine Extension and Florida Sea Grant Associate Director for Extension and Education. I have challenged the university to put that title on a regular business card. In this new role, she will dedicate 100% of her time to help facilitate the Florida Sea Grant-focused IFAS extension programming, which will reach regional, state, and national audiences, giving her the opportunity to make impacts on an even greater level. In addition to her position as Sea Grant agent, over the past year, Dr. McGuire has served in the capacity of interim horticulture agent and interim county extension director here in Flagler County, all while also serving as the interim associate program leader for Florida Sea Grant Extension at the statewide level. To say that she's not had her hands full is an understatement, yet she never wavered in her commitment to serving the residents of Flagler County. I'd like to highlight just a few of the impacts of her work here in Flagler. When Flagler County was working on its original manatee protection plan, Maya provided the input for the educational component for that plan. She coordinated a year-long effort program where volunteers were to go into the elementary schools and give presentations about manatees using the full-sized manatee costume that we often nicknamed Molly. In 2009, she co-authored a third-grade curriculum about manatees and piloted and tested it with the teachers of Bunnell and Rimfire Elementary School. For 3 years, she accompanied students from Rimfire on field trips to Blue Springs State Park as the culminating activity for this curriculum. Third-grade students from one class at Rimfire conducted research about biodegradable fishing line and built monofilament recycling bins for the Flagler Pier and Marineland Marina. Because they wanted to do more to protect the manatees based on the curriculum and the learnings that they found based on the threats that those manatees faced. The students gave a presentation before the Flagler County Board of County Commission in 2011 about this very project. During Hurricane Matthew, previous Extension Director Sharon Treen saw a need and an assistance within the EOC. Treen called upon Maya to assist, and even though not a official Flagler County employee, Maya volunteered 3 12-hour shifts in the EOC kitchen, coordinating volunteers and staff and preparing and serving food with staffers. I've been told that the Mexican lasagna was a hit. She also provided research information about the effectiveness of the different beach stabilization techniques to the county after the storm, contacted sea oats growers from both Matthew and Irma to find out about their availability of sea oats for local residents. Born and raised in a place that only some of us can dream of, Bermuda, Maya knew how to swim before she could learn how to walk and spent every moment exploring the ocean's shore with her father. It was there in Bermuda that she grew her compassion and love for all things marine life. Maya earned her bachelor's degree in marine biology from the Florida Institute of Technology in 1989, and later went on to earn her PhD in marine biology and fisheries from the University of Miami in 1997, with research focus on coral reproduction. She joined the Florida Sea Grant Department and UF-IFAS Extension in 2001. In 2005, she was awarded the Marine Science Educator of the Year Award by the Florida Marine Science Educators Association. And in 2014, she was given the Dawn Sweat Award for the Florida Sea Grant Program. In 2015, she was named Conservation Educator of the Year for Florida Wildlife Federation. And those are just a few of the accolades that go along with her wonderful leadership. In 2015, Maya was awarded the NOAA Marine Debris Outreach and Education Grant to start the Florida Microplastics Awareness Project, which she piloted right here in Flagler County. This citizen science project raises awareness of the resources and threats, the microplastics in the coastal environment, and teaches residents how to reduce their contribution to the plastics problem. The project has grown to include 27 regional coordinators around Florida and has gained over 3,000 pledges from citizens that vow to reduce their plastic waste and is one of Maya's greatest contributions to the Florida marine education to date. We're not letting Dr. McGuire go very far. She can't get away from us that easily. Her new official home office may not be within the Flagler County Extension Office. Rather, it's now located at the Whitney Lab in Marineland. I'm sure Dr. McGuire will be active in searching and training a strong candidate for her replacement. I'd like to thank Dr. McGuire for her dedicated service to the residents of Flagler County, along with her amazing leadership and mentorship within the Flagler County Extension Office. However, most importantly, I'd like to say thank you for your friendship, Maya.
Melanie, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm sorry that Maya can't be here this evening, but she's been a great asset. And did you, Commissioner?
If I could add my thanks, about 4 years ago when I was a brand new commissioner and we had this beach erosion problem, and I went to Ms. Treen and she said, "Oh, you need to talk to Maya." And she got me started and then introduced me to some very smart people in North Carolina and South Carolina that led to the 12-mile, led us to what we needed to get for the 12-mile extension of dunes.
Correct.
So she was wonderful. She got me smart very quick.
She's good at that.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank
And
you, appreciate
Please
it.
send our wishes along to her.
I
from the
certainly
board.
will. Thank you.
Mr. O'Brien?
That's right.
Thank you very much. Next item, there are no proclamations this evening. And so we'll now go on to presentations. And the first one is Jonathan Lord, come forward on emergency management update. Here he is.
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. We remain in the peak of record-setting hurricane season. And this past week, we actually fully exhausted the list of alphabetical hurricane names and made our way into the Greek alphabet, which is what the Hurricane Center does when they run out of names on the regular alphabet. And we're up to beta already, and we'll continue with the Greek alphabet if we have more storms, named storms this year. Just for a frame of reference, in 2005, we made it as far as Zeta, so only 4 more away from passing the record. And that Zeta wasn't until January of the following year, in '06. So we are unfortunately very well ahead of the game with named storms in the Atlantic Basin this year. This weekend, for those of you who may or may not have seen, we had a couple different weather phenomenon impact our community. We had some flooding off of the intercoastal in Flagler Beach and Beverly Beach. Luckily, none of it, at least as of me walking out of my office 20 minutes ago, had actually entered anybody's homes, but got pretty darn close yesterday. We're not sure. The tide should be about the same today, so hopefully it won't impact anybody's homes. But on the coastal side, we had some significant beach erosion to our dune system. It's a mixture of a couple weather systems meeting up together. On top of the fact there is Hurricane Terry, I believe it is, that's out there way out in the Atlantic. It's actually causing swells on top of the existing area. So it's not a direct impact from a hurricane, but it's indirectly related because swells on top of that have built upon the weather system we're still dealing with actually along our coast. It should be over and done with this evening, but I know our pilot went up, and Faith Alcatee from our engineer and public works director, she went out and took an initial look at it at high tide today around midday, and there was definitely significant damage to our dune system from that system. Again, that wasn't even a hurricane. So I just want to make sure you all are aware of that. It'll probably take them a few days or a week or so to actually figure out what that damage truly is once the weather system has passed. On the COVID-19 front, as of this morning, cumulatively, there have been over 685,000 cases in the state of Florida across all ages, and with over 13,000 deaths. Here in Flagler County, we have a cumulative of 1,662 positive cases. 9% of those cases have been in long-term care or correctional institutional facilities tied to Flagler County. 137 cases have been hospitalized. Unfortunately, 23 of our residents have died. Though and over the last month or so, while we've been having an unfortunate upward trend in the number of cases, as of this past weekend, that trend is starting to come back down again. So we're focusing a lot on the trend, whether it's going up or down, but like I said, like the last month when I spoke to you all a couple of weeks ago, we were starting to trend upwards to our number of cases, even though the state's trend was downwards. We've now joined the state with a downward trend, at least according to the last few days. We continue to staff the EOC call center to help with public inquiries related to COVID-19 health, as well as relief fund questions, that we have been able to significantly scale back that staffing. We continue to manage personal protective equipment, and cloth face masks remain readily available in stores and online so residents can purchase those at a variety of different outlets. Though our case rate per 100,000 remains towards the bottom of the list of Florida counties, we were at the bottom, now we're the second one up from the bottom, we're still towards the bottom. Our continued vigilance and unified messaging on the importance of social distancing and cloth face mask usage remains critical to continuing this rate and allowing our community and its business to remain open and continue our economic recovery. This past weekend, and I'm going to cover John, so John doesn't have to walk up here because it was really brief. This past weekend, the state did share with us that we'll be getting another portion, maybe another 25% of our $20 million of CARES funds. They have not given us the details of how they're going to do that per se. They told us they're going to do a follow-up email. It did not occur over the weekend. We did not get anything, official emails today. So we're waiting on that next amount. But what they have kind of told us is we'll get another 25% maybe as a cash advance, for lack of a better term. And then the balance, the remaining 50%, would be reimbursement based. Again, that was all kind of theoretical. It's based on just us interpreting a press release, and they have not given us the specific details at this point in time.
They haven't changed the deadline for getting the money out once
No,
we receive
and
it.
unfortunately, that deadline is set by the U.S. Treasury, so Congress can change that deadline, and hopefully they will extend that and give us some additional time to perform, to get the additional funds. But that's kind of where we're at now. Of the $5 million that we initially got, that is basically fully encumbered and/or spent. Half of that went towards business grant programs, and the other half was split between individual assistance, financial assistance programs, and your government costs, as well as our municipalities and constitutional officers' government costs.
Jonathan, did you say John was not going to come forward, or
Oops, I'm sorry, say that again, sir?
when you mentioned John's next, did you say?
I figured I would just, instead of him walking up, we agreed I would just cover that
Okay.
and take
I
care of
just
that.
want to make
so.
sure I had that right. Any questions? All right, good job, keep it going. We'll make that Zeta soon, I hope. We want to be,
I hope
most
not.
hurricanes in 1 year.
As long as it doesn't come here.
No, I know. No.
So, thank you,
All
gentlemen.
right, thank you. So we'll go on to item 3, which is a FEMA Safer Grant Award. It'll be presented by Fire Chief Joe King.
Good evening, Chair and Commission. I also bring with me tonight firefighter paramedic Adam Holyco, who's the current union president. I just felt it was fitting for both of us to stand up here and talk about this SAFER grant. First off, I think to speak in the entire department, we'd like to say thank you to the commission and county administration for them seeing the importance of working on staffing and increasing the fire department service. This step it's a monumental step, us getting this grant. $3.25 million over 3 years with a zero match for the county. That was something we did not expect. I think everybody's familiar and knows that that was the outcome of the grant. Normally, these grants are funded 75% first 2 years and then 35% the third year, where when we found out Wednesday the award, it was 100% all 3 years. So our match for the 3 years is very minimal. It's just the small, above usual salaries, benefits, stuff like that. So with that, you guys know that, for the last couple of years, we've been, our guys have talked staffing. That's been the biggest concern. They haven't overly came back, asking for the shiny bells and whistles and benefits. It was just staffing, and you guys recognize that. And without that, we wouldn't have had the ability to even put in for this grant, to try and obtain the grant. So looking at that, this grant alone will take our staffing from 2-person minimum per suppression truck, per fire truck, to 3 people minimum. And the standard across the nation is 3 and 4. So that puts us there with everyone in our area. We're supplying the same like services to the area around us. On top of that, this will decrease the number of apparatus we need to respond to larger incidents. So right now, with the number of staffing that we have on our trucks, we're having to send more apparatus because there's less people on them. So at this point now, we're able to meet the OSHA 2 in and 2 out that you hear so much about, 1710 FPA. But not to mention, this increases firefighter safety for our guys and gals. So like I said, when you look at this, one other thing I wanted to point out. This grant, the grant's set up to do recruitment over 180 days. So these positions don't come on till March 10th of 2021. So really that puts us mid-year, allows us time to recruit. But also on the tail end, it only affects us in that first year of half the year. So we're slowly put into in the third year or fourth year funding. So it's 24, 25 before we're really hit fully with this, the plan for the increase of staffing. But I'd like to take a minute to let Adam speak.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I want to thank you all. This is huge for our department. This is huge for our county in general. We now could do our jobs safely and more effectively than we ever did before. This is huge for morale in this department. I want to thank you all and everyone involved. Chief King, thank you for the hard work you've done on it. This is big. We're all very excited for this. Thank you again.
Thank you. Mr. O'Brien?
Yeah, just a couple things, Chief.
Good.
So the the good news about this is we knew we were going to start to work on long-term planning anyway, but this allows us to immediately put FTEs on the board for all of those reasons that you said, and then still work in an orderly manner to do our longer-term planning, correct? So that helps us a lot. The other thing I want to ask you is more of just a sense of, is it going to be a challenge for you to recruit? I mean, there's a lot of positions to fill. What's the market like in terms of trying to find recruits?
Well, the hard thing, and we've had this discussion with staff and county administration and HR, it's been hard for us, I think, to fill positions just because of the way we staff our trucks. They're so minimally staffed that people aren't willing to come here as fast. I
Okay.
think these 15 will be easier to hire than the positions we've been trying to fill for the last couple of years, because they're seeing our department progress with benefits, progress with staffing. That's one of the conversations we're having with the union and HR of how to heavily recruit and do the right things to bring good people in here.
Got it. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I had.
Mr. Mullins?
Oh, go ahead, sir.
This county has a lot to offer, and right now, I think we're gonna have a easier time filling these, knowing that people could come safely work on trucks that have 3 staffing opposed to a minimum of 2.
Roger that.
Mr. Mullins?
Guys, I want to just commend you on the hard work you've done, short-staffed and without the proper stuff that you've needed. You guys haven't missed a beat. And I do want to thank your families, too, for making the sacrifice, because short personnel, obviously, you're putting more hours in, also taking a bigger risk. But thank you, and thank your families for all that you do.
Chief, will you be able to tap into the high school program at all?
Yeah, and we actually started last year, the first group that graduated, we hired 3 out of that. So that's going to be something we'll be more able to tap into that because of the increased staff being able to take firefighter EMTs right out of high school instead of looking solely for firefighter medics.
Every time I saw some of the people over, the men and women that were getting into that program, they were highly active in wanting to get into it and do the best they could. And I think that was a real good move on our part to work with them to get that up and going at the high school.
Well, it's all good news, and I think everybody involved for getting, putting the grant in appropriately and then getting it and making sure we didn't get left behind is really important. It'll be really important for the safety and security of our citizens well into the future. So, good job, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. For those who are coming in, there are plenty of seats, so just as long as you got your mask on, come in, sit down, make it easy on yourself. Seats are cushioned. All right. At this point, this is our first community outreach period. This 30-minute period has been allocated for public comment on any consent agenda item or topic not on the agenda. Each speaker will be allowed up to 3 minutes to address the commission. Speakers should approach the podium, identify themselves, that's very important, and direct comments to the chair right here. With that, I'll open it up for public comment.
Mr. Chairman and Commission, thank you. My name is Mike Cochiola, and I am a citizen of Flagler County. And as a citizen of Flagler County, I want to issue an apology to Commissioners Hansen and Erickson for the insults you've had to endure this past week or two. That's egregious and should not have happened. You two have lived your lives and served your constituents and the citizens of Flagler with honor. And to be insulted by someone with far less honor or none is egregious. You acted with professionalism and grace. We thank you for that. So, again, our apologies, and hopefully you will never have to suffer that again. Now, Mr. Chairman, we're going through a rather difficult election, and it's going to further divide Flagler County. You're going to have to make a choice in November of your own as to who will lead this body, who will be chair. And you're going to have to make a choice between further dividing Flagler County to bring hate, fear, and chaos to Flagler County, or to try to heal the wounds of this election. It's going to be your choice what you want to do as to whether Flagler County will come together or will continue to be divided and fight as it is. And I hope you choose really, really well. The last thing I want to say is this. One of our commissioners, the vice chair, sitting there without a mask. You have asked everybody in this room to wear masks, but our own vice chair is not wearing a mask. Now, either that means the vice chair has a loyalty to something other than or someone other than the citizens of Flagler County. Now, whether the vice chair wishes to risk his life, that's fine, but not wearing a mask risks our lives, the citizens of Flagler. That should change. That you cannot allow that to happen. If we have to wear masks, everyone should wear a mask. Thank you.
The rule in this room is that everyone has to have a mask on. That's the building rule, and it applies to all of us. Thank you for pointing it out. Next speaker.
Take this off or,
You can take it off to speak,
okay.
but then put it back on if it makes it easier to understand.
All right. Rosemary Zatiro, Palm Coast. Mr. Chairman, in your rules and procedures for county commission meetings, it's stated that any person who disrupts or interrupts a board meeting by the use of profane language or threat of personal violence, or who makes personal impertinent remarks, or who exhibits loud or boisterous behavior may be removed from the meeting by the direction of the chair or consensus of the board. Should that rule also apply to commissioners? I'm a resident of Flagler County and feel it important to let you know my feelings about Mr. Mullins. Mr. Mullins' behavior at a most recent county commission meeting was disturbing, to say the least. His demeaning personal insults to two of our commissioners bordered on serious threats. I personally feel Mr. Mullins should be censured for that behavior, and I strongly recommend that the Board of County Commissioners for Flagler County not nominate Joe Mullins for the chair of the County Commission for the coming year. I believe my feelings are shared by many in the county, and I thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Next speaker. We want to hold, no, we don't do applause, so it just makes life easier here if we don't do that. Next speaker, please come forward, identify yourself.
Mark Youde. I'm also here to address Mr. Mullins' despicable behavior.
Did you identify yourself?
Mark Youde,
And where do you live?
3 Magnolia Drive North, Plantation Bay.
Thank you.
My wife's had to endure numerous threats, insults, threats of litigation. And this wasn't just as a person, this was on counter email as a commissioner. So you need to do something about it. You know, I believe that you can vote to, go before the governor to remove Mr. Mullins from his position. I believe you have that authority as a vote. And unfortunately, I'm not going to ask Mr. Mullins for an apology because, he's never going to give one. He has a constitutional right, I guess, as we've seen tonight, to do whatever he pleases. So, and unfortunately, it's not just my wife, it's myself. You commissioners have bear the brunt of his despicable behavior. Hundreds of people in this community have had to endure his behavior. And unfortunately, just today, on his Facebook page, he said with Ruth Bader Ginsburg that he hopes that she spends her days repenting to God. So he just despises anybody. And you guys need to do something about it. Thank you.
And next speaker.
Jane Gentile, 3 Magnolia Drive North. I do want to thank Jerry Cameron for getting the money for the firefighters. They saved my life, and we need more of them. We can live without other services, but we can't live without saving our life. The CARES Act, you know, a friend of mine in Dade County years ago in front of a court said to a judge, and we won a case, he said, Your Honor, you can try to stuff an elephant in a Volkswagen, but you know that the elephant is there. The CARES Act is supposed to be for businesses that are based in Flagler County. With all the insults and the commission's refusal to censor the most despicable commissioner to ever come to Flagler County, in my opinion. Perjury is perjury. The application, Joe Mullins filed 2 applications for the CARES Act. Perjury is perjury. The one application that he was paid $3,000 that the staff needs to get back, because the application, Mr. Sullivan, you need to pay attention to me, you're the chair. The application.
I am paying attention, Jane.
Okay, good. The application here for the Mullins Company was approved by Christina. He got his $3,000 within 2 weeks. Question, are you home-based in Flagler County? Well, the Mullins Company is a domestic Georgia company. It is not home-based in Florida. It is home-based at 300 Apple Cross Drive, which is a complex that Joe Mullins owns, and registered agent is Joe Mullins with a physical address of 300 Apple Cross Drive. Now, Statute 112 says a commissioner must be removed for felony, for felony 112. That is a criminal violation. I have filed with the sheriff's office, and I have an active case. Pray to God they don't drop it. The other and he was paid, and I've been trying to get the CARES to go after the money. The other company was rejected, Jesse Farrell, another company, domestic, LLC, all on the computer. God bless the computer. Jesse Farrell, domestic Georgia company, Joseph Mullins. The CARES Act, and filed in Florida as a foreign corporation. The CARES Act properly did not pay him. However, the application is signed under the penalty of perjury. His attorney is here, and he knows that there is an action against Joe Mullins, but it's against Jesse Farrell, LLC, a Georgia corporation. That's his attorney, Mike Chimento. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Chairman, Board of County Commissioners, my name is Diana LeBron, resident of Flagler County. I am also a victim of online abuse and disrespect from Mr. Mullins, including being doxxed by an account that I believe is a fake account that Mr. Mullins has set up I believe so he can intimidate and silence residents when they push back on his behavior. This behavior reflects badly on this county and all of the members of the Board of County Commissioners. My humble request is that Mr. Mullins be reprimanded and not be elevated to the chair of this commission. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next.
George Mayo, Palm Coast. Concerning Mr. Lord told you about the erosion at the beach. I know I asked last year when the Army Corps of Engineers was talking about their project, and they said if a hurricane came, they would replenish in between years. But it had to be a named storm. Now, what we just had was a nor'easter, but not a named storm. So if the Army Corps finished their project and something like this happened and took away a lot of sand and had to be replenished, would the county then be responsible to do it because it wasn't a named storm? And if you could also give a brief update on the what Mr. Hadid is doing in for the properties that haven't signed their release. Thank you.
Next.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, thanks for this opportunity. I'd like to read into record a letter that I did send to you earlier today. Dear sir, I write to you as a 33-year resident of Flagler County. In these years, I have attended many county commission meetings and have witnessed a plethora of antics.
I'm sorry, we're not hearing up here. Can you move closer to the microphone for the folks at home?
I'm sorry, is that better?
Yes, thank you.
He's upstairs,
He has to know.
behind you, way up top.
We're hearing you.
Behind-
It's the-
behind
It's the
you.
radio
Okay.
audience.
I'll talk louder, how's that?
Okay.
I'll start over, I guess. I write to you as a 33-year-old resident of Flagler County. In all these years, I have attended many county commission meetings and have witnessed a plethora of antics and nonsense from the early days of ICDC Palm Coast development issues to the current eminent domain and circus atmosphere of some of our recent commission meetings. During my employment years, I could have lived anywhere in the country, but I have always chosen to live in Flagler County. I love the area and until recently have been exceedingly proud of our community. It is, however, with a heavy heart, which I write to you, the members of our Flagler Board of County Commissioners, to express my disappointment and sadness at the current state of affairs of our governing body. The behavior and spewing of vitriol from Commissioner Joseph Mullins is only surpassed by his inability to differentiate between being a sitting member of the board and a rabble-rousing participant of an out-of-order band of agitators. His insulting, demeaning, and inflammatory behavior has become increasingly more prevalent. Unfortunately, this is not a recent spate of behavior for Mr. Mullins, but is indicative of reprehensible conduct that has been growing more despicable over time. He has been an angry and increasingly more aggressive and divisive individual since he moved into our county. His only defense seems to be that if we don't like the behavior, we can move. This board has received repeated calls for this commissioner to be rebuked, as well as censored on numerous occasions. So I trust that this is not news to any of you. I am writing today to insist that you, as responsible and dedicated members of the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners, take the actions necessary to censure Joseph Mullins, and if he does not immediately cease and desist this abhorrent behavior, that he be removed from our commission. Mr. Mullins' actions have far exceeded his convenient cloak of only exercising his Second Amendment rights. This man has frequently brought shame on the Board of Commissioners, many of you individually, on our county, and on many of our citizens and your constituents. Thank you for your anticipated prompt attention to this matter, and I look forward to you instilling a board that behaves with decorum, unity, civility, and respect. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Mark Phillips, and I'm from Flagler County. First of all, I am here to reiterate the immediate need for our county to lead the effort in Florida to get back to normal. The first step in doing so is to have Dr. Bickle and Mr. Snyder step down so the fear-mongering narrative can stop and we can put an end to this charade. According to the American Medical Association, COVID restrictions are laying the ground for a long-term resurgence of addiction and suicide by compounding many conditions, including unemployment, low income, and isolation. These conditions will contribute to the rise of the opioid epidemic and deaths of despair. of which we have reliable statistics compared to the COVID deaths, which now stands at 23. A number itself that, according to the latest CDC reports, is highly questionable, to the tune of 94% questionable. Even more lives in this county will be claimed due to suicide, overdoses, which is the real current state of emergency. The residents of Flagler County need to get back to normal. We are calling for the immediate removal of Snyder and Bickle, two individuals that have pushed their personal narratives and overreached long enough. And for the same reasons, we also demand that you not reappoint Snyder to the Health Planning Council of Northeast Florida. We are also here to stand for the truth and put an end to the false rumors. We were invited here last meeting by Commissioner Erickson. However, it was Commissioner Mullins that stood for our First Amendment right to speak. Thank you very much.
No applause, please. Next speaker.
I'll try to keep it short. My name is Chuck Collins. In the last couple of months, I've heard and read massive amounts of hatred rhetoric directed at Commissioner Joe Mullins, where I felt obligated, not only as a friend, but a concerned citizen, to speak out. I know Joe for about 5 years now. I never delved into his personal life, but on the political end, I saw firsthand that this guy was not your typical politician. What I noticed immediately is he may not always be politically correct, but he is politically effective. I'm not a Facebook person, my wife is, and she's the one that would show me the attacks on Joe and him responding back. So in reality, what Joe is responding to are the personal attacks, most of them because whomever is not in tune with Joe's conservative views. But rather than attack him for his political views, they attack him personally and his family. Sadly, we've made hatred a hallmark of our attitudes. That is blatantly clear with the anarchy ongoing across America. What I would ask of Joe is that he stays the course and not permit the bravery of 1776, the sacrifices of body parts on Normandy, Iwo Jima, Messina, and at all, ever to be in vain. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next. I don't see anybody coming forward, so I'll just make a couple of comments. Come forward.
My name is Eric Tolan. I'm a Flagler County resident. I've worked for Joe for the past several months, and I'm with him daily almost. It's been an incredible experience spending all this time and working with members of the community, and how much they respect him for being a voice for them and to keep them up to date with what's going on in the county. Throughout this time of working with Commissioner Mullins, we've experienced a lot of support, but also I've seen a lot of attacks on his personal Facebook page, where people come into his comments, not only attacking him for his political views, but his life as a person. And
Thank you. Next.
Hi, how's everyone doing today?
Could you say your name again?
Alex Tolan. I would just like to let everyone know that I've known Joe as long as Eric's been employed by him, and I've witnessed him personally several times out in the community, have people come up to him and thank him for his job. I constantly see him in communications with people and people contacting him. He puts in long hours. He cares about this county and state very much. And I hope you go very far, Joe. I appreciate your work.
Thank you. Next, please, come forward.
Hi. Hello. Number one, sir, something I saw in the Facebook with you I felt was really not preferable, okay? Wasn't very
Did you give us your
professional.
name?
Excuse me?
Name and location?
My name is Gina Stokes. I live on Flagler, near Flagler Beach, almost 8 years now. I'm here to support Joe Mullins because in the short time that I've met him, in 2 years, I feel that he's been very responsible and doing really well with the Republican Party and everything. But my point is, what I'm hearing in the audience today, everybody is trying to berate Joe. And I really didn't, I feel like it's like the fake news, and it's like what's going on.
No, just no reactions, okay.
Excuse me?
I'm talking about the
I don't know
audience.
what's funny, but
No, I'm just, that's what I said. Keep
I
going.
understand. I have an opinion, they have an opinion, and I think, I just don't think it was all done right, that's all. I'm here to support him, that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional? Got to be ready if, okay, I don't see any additional community outreach. Remember, is there somebody coming? Okay, you gotta, okay, you gotta be ready. We've only got about 3 more minutes since we have left anyway.
How you doing,
Okay.
Commissioners? My name is James Salazar. I live in the R section of Palm Coast here. I just wanted to come up and say that I support Mr. Mullins, because if it wasn't for Mr. Mullins helping guide me through the CARES Act information, I would have lost my business. And it's been a struggle for me. I opened up only 2 years ago. And if it wasn't for Mr. Mullins backing me up, standing by me and helping me through, I wouldn't have made it. My business would have failed, I would have failed, and that wouldn't have been good for my family or other families. And it's a continuing issue here in Flagler County with families that have lost their jobs, they've lost their businesses. And a lot of it has to do with Mr. Bickle and Mr. Schneider and Mayor Holland pushing their agendas to continue this max mandate and this, that, and the other. There is a 99.97% survival rate for the COVID-19. There is no further reason to continue to push this fear-mongering and allowing people to lose their businesses, lose their lives because of suicide, and pushing aside all of these support groups like AA and NA that help these people. People have been not going to church, and as a God-fearing Christian, I believe that it is our duty as a community to get back to Christ and allow Him to guide us, allow Him to direct us of where we need to go. And when it comes down to it, with churches being closed and told that they can't open, you're taking away people's right to God. You're taking away people's opportunity to really feel what His healing power is going to be. So with that being said, I support you, Mr. Mullins. Thank you for your help, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. And be ready if we're right, there's probably enough time for one more person. If anybody was going to come forward, do it now. If not, this will end the, so that ends the community outreach session. We'll go on to item 6, which is the consent agenda. And I ask, based on the questions, I would ask Mr. Hadid, would you like to give an not now, but update maybe during your section on where we are on the easement situation, or whoever would be the proper person to do that? So we can hold that till then for an answer. All right. So we're now to item 6, the consent agenda, and also both item 6 and item 7. So with that, I'll go back to the commissioners. Charlie, any items on the consent agenda you'd like to further discuss?
I have none.
Mr. Chairman, I have none.
None.
Mr. O'Brien?
7G.
7G. All right.
And it's just to emphasize a point.
Yep. And I have none, so I'll bring it back. With the exception of 7G, I would ask for a motion on 6 and 7.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the consent agenda with the exception of 7G.
Second.
We have a second from Mr. O'Brien. Any further comment from the board? Don't see any. All right, then I move that the consent agenda be approved with the exception of item 7G. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, passes unanimously. I'll bring it back for item 7G. Mr. O'Brien.
Just real quick, I wanted to thank staff for getting these policies together. In us reading our materials, you know, it was noted that we have not had a financial management policy in the past in this county, and this is very boring government stuff, but it's extremely important. And what it does is it points out that we're moving past the stage of being a reactive local government to one that's more proactive, and it sets planning in place, and it sets good direction and guidance for the employees and the next level of administrators so that they know, you know, what has to get done and policies and procedures to follow rather than be at the whim maybe of a future administrator or, you know, a future manager. So I'm glad we're putting in place the structure, and I just wanted to thank Mr. Brower, Mr. Cameron, and their teams, and the clerk's office, I'm sure, had part of that as well to get this together. That's it, Mr. Chair. I didn't have anything else.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. If none, we need a motion for item 7G.
Motion to approve item 7G.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Did you get the names? Yeah? Okay. Any further comment from the public on this particular item since we did pull it? Hearing none, bring it back to the board for vote. All those in favor of approving item 7G signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, passes unanimously. That will complete the consent agenda items 6 and 7. And we'll go on to item 8, general business. The first item is application 32.
Mr. Chair, excuse me, I apologize, but do we not have to take care of the time certain item first?
Oh, I didn't know, okay. Oh, is there a fine certain? Okay. Yep. All right, Adam, you can hold off for a couple of minutes. All right, we're now back to the budget. Sorry, I'm sitting under here and I overlooked it. Okay, I'm going to take my mask off to read this because there's a lot of things I got to read here. So what we're going to do now is obviously it's a public hearing. It's the final public hearing for fiscal year 2020-2021, final millage rates and budget. And it's the introduction to public hearing, is what we're going to have right now on Flagler County fiscal year 2021 final budget. The Flagler County Board of County Commissioners convenes the final public hearing on the Flagler County year 2021 final millage rates and final budget as required by Florida statutes, chapters 129 and 200. If anyone in our audience is here for the purpose of contesting their property value assessment, a petition for adjustment with the Value Adjustment Board should have been filed by 5 p.m. Friday, September 11th, 2020, as stated in the Truth in Millage, or TRIM notices sent via first-class mail by the county's property appraiser to each taxpayer on the property tax rolls. This evening, we will take a number of actions related to the adoption of the final millage rates and budget for fiscal year 2021. For those in attendance this evening wishing to address the board, citizen comments will be taken following the overview of the final budget by the Financial Services Budget Team. The Financial Services Director, John Brower, will now present an explanation of the final and rolled back millage rates.
Mr. Chair, thank you for your indulgence on this a little long, but all these things have to be said in the right order to make sure we cover all our bases. In 1980, Florida legislature adopted what is known as the Truth in Millage legislation, or TRIM as it's called. The goal of the legislation is to ensure that taxpayers are advised of the public hearings at which the local taxing authorities' millage rates and budgets are considered and adopted. Each year, the property appraiser completes an assessment of the value of all property and certifies it to the taxing authority, the taxing value of the property within its jurisdiction. Each taxing authority then notifies the property appraiser of its proposed millage rate, its rollback rate, and the date, time, and place of the public hearing to consider the proposed millage rate and the tentative budget. Once the property appraiser receives the information, he sends a notice that includes all the referenced information by first-class mail to each taxpayer on the assessment roll. This notice, called the trim notice, also lists the taxes for the prior year, what the taxes will be if the proposed millage changes are made, and what the taxes will be if no millage changes are made, and all voted levies for debt service. The motive is to provide taxpayers with sufficient information to enable them to participate in the public hearing process. The purpose of this, the second of two public hearings, is to adopt the final millage rates and budget for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2021. It was properly advertised within the Daytona Beach News Journal on Saturday, September 19th, 2020. To begin, the Florida Department of Revenue has determined that Flagler County should combine the millage rate for the general countywide levy proposed to be 8.1297 for FY21 and the portion of the voter-approved millage used for the environmentally sensitive lands operating expenses proposed to be 0.1250 mils for the purpose of calculating the total operating millage and the applicable rollback rate. Rollback rate millage is defined as the millage rate which, exclusive of new construction, additions to structures, deletions, and property added due to geographic boundary changes, will provide the same ad valorem tax revenue for each taxing authority as was levied during the previous year. The trim process requires that a notice of tax increase be advertised when the current year proposed aggregate millage rate exceeds the calculated aggregate rolled back millage rate. The aggregate rolled back millage rate is calculated by dividing the prior year adjusted property tax revenue by the current year taxable property value multiplied by 1,000. The current taxable value does not include new construction or tax increments, CRA values. The purpose, for the fiscal year 2021 budget, the aggregate proposed operating millage for the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners countywide levy is 8.2547 mils, which is 3.46% greater than the rollback rate of 7.9789 mils, resulting in advertising a notice of tax increase. This increase is necessary to fund the operations, obligations, and mission of the county and our constitutional officers during the 2021 fiscal year. Financial Services Senior Budget Analyst Brian Eichinger will now present an overview of the final budget for fiscal year 2021.
Okay, Brian. Thank you, John.
Mr. Chair, the total county budget for fiscal year 2021 is presented within this agenda's backup as a Schedule A. The total of $196,653,624 is identical to the tentative budget adopted by the board during the first public hearing held on September 9th, 2020 within these chambers. There are a small adjustment made due to the transposition of numbers that did not result in any change to the total. We are happy to answer any questions pertaining to the changes or in the budget before you at this time.
Thank you. Are there any general questions or comments from the board related to the final millage rates or the final budget as submitted? As a reminder, there will be an opportunity for the board to discuss each one specifically as their respective resolutions are presented. So, comments? I don't see anyone. I see no comments. We'll go on then to the citizens' comments of fiscal year 2021 final millage rates and final budget overview. So I would like to invite citizens to comment on the fiscal year 2021 final millage rates and final budget. As a reminder, there will be an opportunity for the public to discuss the millage rates and the budget specifically as their respective resolutions are presented later in this proceeding. Please come forward to the podium if you wish to address the board. We do request that each speaker limit his or her comments to 3 minutes. The hearing will continue until everyone wishing to address the commission on this topic has had an opportunity to speak. So this is general comments on the budget and millage rate.
Jane Gentile, I think the staff.
Bring the microphone down.
Jane Gentile, I have 2 issues on the budget only. And one of them is, and I do want to apologize to the sheriff. I see he gets a big budget, but I'm also looking at the money that he's bringing in with his expense, with his fines and stuff. We have people in this county who are still waiting for their $1,000 CARES money. The CARES Act, I see during the consent agenda, I just didn't want to be the only one to pull something. The CARES Act should be very well monitored this year and not give money to people like Mr. Mullins, but the budget, $880,000 for the county attorney, to me is a crime, a crime. The county attorney is supposed to defend the county inside and outside of the courtroom. On the captain's lawsuit alone, he has cost the county, because he farms out everything, $71,000 to one firm, Bell and Roper, just for captains. Captains got $15,000 from the CARES Act, too. Captains pays us $400 a month rent. We have people in this county, as Mr. Mullins' supporters have said, that are almost going out of business. Where does this county have the audacity to give Mr. Hadid a budget of $880,000 when the millions of dollars of lawsuits and losses that we are suffering is because he's let the commissioners vote on dumb deals like Plantation Bay Water, which has cost a fortune, the sheriff's building, which they should have never bought, the Sears building with the lawsuits, captains with the lawsuits. The budget is fine, $880,000, he gets a $200,000 salary. Tell him to do his work. He should have a total budget of maybe $400,000, including court fees, petitions, motions, and court reporters. It is despicable, and he is the worst attorney. He's gotten the county into every mess they're in today, and you've given him enough money to support 10 families who need it. Do not approve the $880,000 for Mr. Hadid. He is a waste of an attorney and a disgrace to Flagler County and to his profession.
Any other comments concerning the general comments on the budget? As I don't see anybody coming forward, so citizens' comments are finished. I would now close the public comments section for this hearing, and come forward, John.
Mr. Chair, the budget document before you, including the changes that were described earlier, comprise the FY21 final budget. Any additional adjustments to this budget can be made by a board motion passed by a majority vote.
Does any member of the board wish to offer a motion at this time?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the Flagler County fiscal year 2021 final budget.
And we have a motion and a
Mr.
second
Chair,
to
we'll reach that point in a moment. We got to do millage rates first, so if it's all right, we can just.
This is not what, that's not what I have on my sheet here, but go.
Oh, okay.
Do we want to,
So what does he want us to do?
what, do you want to do the millage rate first then?
Yes, sir. That's right.
Okay.
So if there's no changes to the budget, no motions from the board, we can just move to the next section.
Okay. Let me get back down here to where the,
Page 4, middle.
okay. Adoption of resolution, okay. The general millage rate, so you've got some things to say then on that.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Okay.
The black.
Go ahead then on the millage rates.
All right. Mr. Chair, the truth in millage legislation or trim requires the name of the taxing authority, the millage rate to be levied, the rollback rate, and the percentage change over rollback rate be publicly announced. Accordingly, for the fiscal year 2021 budget, the aggregate proposed operating millage for Flagler County Board of County Commissioners countywide levy is 8.2547 mils, which is 3.46% greater than the rollback rate of 7.9789 mils. Additionally, Florida statutes require the board to adopt final millage rates prior to adopting the related budget. Before you is resolution number 2020-66, a resolution to adopt the final millage rates for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2021, pursuant to the provisions of Chapter 200 Florida statutes, providing for conflicts and severability and providing for an effective date. This resolution includes the general fund millage of 8.1297 and the voter-approved millage rates for the environmentally sensitive lands operating budget at 0.1250, the environmentally sensitive lands debt service millage at 0.1250, and the general obligation bonds millage for the Judicial Center at 0.2050. The total millage rate for FY21 is 8.5847, which is unchanged from FY20.
So I would now request a motion to move to approve final millage rates.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the final millage rate as stated by the financial director at 8.5847.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second concerning the move to approve the resolution number 2020-66, adopting the final millage rates for the village ending September 30th, 2021. I will now open that up, although, is anyone in the public desire to comment on that motion? I seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the commissioners to move on the motion. So we want yeas and nays on the move to approve resolution number 2020-66, adopting the final millage rates for fiscal year ending September 30th, 2021. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes unanimously.
Mr. Chair, subsequent to the board adopting the FY21 final millage rates is to adopt the corresponding FY21 final budget. Before you is resolution number 2020-67, a resolution to adopt the final budget for fiscal year ending September 30th, 2021 in the amount of $196,653,624 pursuant to the provisions of Chapter 200 Florida statutes, providing for conflicts and severability and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Bring it back to the board for a motion concerning resolution number 2020-67, adopting the final budget.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve resolution 2020-67 to the final budget for Flagler County.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Mr. O'Brien concerning the approval of the final budget for fiscal year ending September 30th, 2021. Bring it back to the public. If there's any comments concerning that, please come forward for comment. No one is coming forward, and bring it back to the board for a final vote. Move to approve resolution number 2020-67, adopting the final budget for fiscal year ending September 30th, 2021. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No, it passes unanimously. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, staff requests permission from the board authorizing the county administrator to execute the ministerial documents required to complete the millage rate and budget adoption process required by Florida statute.
Mr. Chairman, I move to grant the county administrator ministerial authorization to execute the documents required to complete the millage rate and budget adoption process.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any public wants to come forward, please do. It's on the move to grant the county administrator ministerial authorization to execute the documents required to complete the millage rate and budget adoption process. I see no one coming forward. Bring it back to the board. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None heard. Motion passes unanimously. The next item for the Financial Services Director, please go.
We're almost home, Mr. Chair.
That's all right.
And Mr. Chair, staff requests the board to adopt the fiscal year 2020-2021 classification and pay plan as presented in your agenda package.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the fiscal year 2020-2021 classification and pay plan as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt the fiscal year 2021 classification and pay plan as presented. Are there any public comments concerning that particular motion? Being none, bring it back to the board for a vote to move to adopt the fiscal year 2021 classification and pay plan as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those, any opposed? No. Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
We have one more.
Mr. Chair, the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners has completed the annual budget adoption process for fiscal year 2021. All requirements as mandated by Florida law have been met. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good job, and we'll be able to keep going for another year. Now, we'll go back to to general business. Item 8A, application 3223, final plat and CDD maintenance agreement approval for Huntington Green at Hunter's Ridge Phase 2 subdivision. Engel.
Chairman, good evening. Adam Engel, Growth Management Director. We did list this as a quasi-judicial item for disclosures, even though it is a plat and largely ministerial.
Is this one, I didn't,
Thought we had listed it. I'm sorry, maybe I'm wrong.
it wasn't listed as quasi-judicial.
But we had done it in the past because of the approval of the maintenance agreements. We've done that, but that's okay.
Al, were we okay with This is item 8A.
I think I did take it off in
Yes,
the end.
it is a quasi-judicial item.
It is.
Yes, it is.
Okay. With that, back to the board for any communication concerning this particular approval. That would
I've
be,
had none.
Mr. Chairman, I've had none.
I've had none.
I've had none.
None, sir.
So there are none, no issues concerning communication.
Thank you for bearing with me with this. This is the location of the project. It is Huntington Green at Hunter's Ridge, Phase 2B. And this is the project in its entirety. You did have Phase 2A come forward before. Total lot count here is 74 lots. Phase 2B is 28 lots and on the west side of the property. And here's that overall site development plan. Phase 2B final plat shows it there on that portion of the west side in 3 different sheets with the 28 lots that are shown on this graphic here before you. And not much to describe here. Lots, smallest one is right over a 1/4 acre in size. Largest is just under a 1/2 acre. Majority of the lots are 0.21 acres in size. I've reviewed in the staff report the easements and other items of note that are particular to Phase 2B. The guarantee agreement that you see is similar to the one that we had for 2A. It creates an agreement between the county and the CDD for ongoing maintenance in lieu of a bond. The Land Development Code reads that a surety, subject to the approval of the county attorney, can be used, and this is that document that we've had that's come forward. So with this, we do have several options available for you. Approval would approve application 3223, the final plat for Huntington Green at Hunter's Ridge Phase 2B, and approval of the agreement for maintenance with the Hunter's Ridge CDD number 1. Denial would deny that application 3223, and then tabling would be tabling it to a time and date certain for some reason that typically if you're missing some information. With that, I'll submit my report for the record, await any questions or comments from you. Thank you.
Right. Adam, just quickly, as you said in the beginning, this is that other little section of what we approved last time?
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's that far west portion that you see here. So on the overall schematic, it's that portion of the loop, and then that cul-de-sac on your left-hand side in this graphic, the far west portion of this plat.
Any other questions from the board on this particular item? No, sir. I see none. Bring it back to the board for a request for approval.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve application 3223, which is a request for final plat and CDD maintenance agreement approval for Huntington Green at Hunter's Ridge Phase 2B subdivision.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval. I'll let the audience or let the public come forward if they have any thoughts concerning this particular request for final plat. Don't see anybody coming forward, and therefore I'll bring it back to the board, and we have a motion to approve the request for final plat and CDD maintenance agreement approval for Huntington Green at Hunter's Ridge Phase 2B subdivision. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. It's approved unanimously. And we'll go on now to public hearings. We've already done the time certain item on the budget. So that was item 9A. We'll now go to item 9B, and I'll read it. It's the quasi, and it is quasi-judicial, so let me read it, and then I'll ask for any communication you may have had. It's application 3209, request for modification of a PUD site development plan in the PUD, Plan Unit Development District of the Hammock Beach River Club, PUD, located south of State Road 100, east and lying east and lying east and west of John Anderson Highway. and the parcel number is 13-12-31-0000-0101000000. It's 824.13 acres. The owner is Palm Coast Intracoastal LLC, applicant Ken Belshi, and the project number is AR 000102-2019. So, Adam, you're going to start out on this? Open up.
Actually, we have some preliminary matters.
Well,
Adam,
first,
if you
I
saw-
need to do the quasi-judicial, I
Yes,
guess, first.
please.
Okay. Charlie, any,
None.
Well, I've got 50-some emails on this.
Same with me, many, many communications, but nothing that would eliminate me from,
No.
from participating in this discussion, but many, many emails.
Same here.
I would make the same disclosure as you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So those are disclosures, I guess, back now. Well, Mr. Hadid, did you want to say something next?
Yes, there are a variety of matters we have to attend to. So Adam, this is premature for you to be making presentation at this time.
Okay.
Okay. This is a perfect segue. We just finished doing Huntington Villas, and that was quasi-judicial. And you saw us go through that relatively quickly without a lot of fanfare, evidence, et cetera. That's a perfect example of how a development project goes through to a conclusion, and then the level of quasi-judicial protection changes depending upon how serious the matter is, where it is, how many people are affected. So for that, it was very simple and direct. Now, the Gardens development is a very substantial project that has created a tremendous amount of community interest. And so we have to accord the quasi-judicial standards to be commensurate with the magnitude of that project and its effect on the community as expressed by your public. So I sent you, and I know that you're familiar with these standards, but I want to go over them for the people in the audience who may not understand, don't have the experience with the way quasi-judicial land use hearings are conducted. So I'd like to go through those so that everybody is on the same playing field in terms of what our objectives are, what are our procedures, and why are they the way they are. If you take your role as an elected official, one of the things that you're supposed to do is reflect the will of the public. In a quasi-judicial proceeding, that is not what you were doing. That is not what the board does. What the board does is it takes somebody's request for property rights and measures it against legal standards that govern that particular application, just as it does here. And so to get into a little more detail on that, was it, oh, okay. Is that better? I guess it is better. It was kind of resonating, you're right. Thank you. Thank you for suggesting that. In their most basic form, a quasi-judicial proceeding is designed to ensure absolute fairness and impartiality in the determination of development rights. So that is what guides all of these procedures. This is not the time for people to ruminate about what might be possible. You have a very specific application with very specific standards, and we have to look at the development application through that lens of our county comprehensive plan, our land development code, court cases, state statutes that may be pertinent. So it is not about general discussions, in other words, and I know that many people will want to do that, and that's certainly permissible. We do allow the public to address as they wish, but the public needs to know that your filter is very narrow. You can only consider competent, substantial evidence in this case. And by the way, what I'm saying also applies to the preliminary plat item, which is the following item. I'm not going to make the same presentation. So competent, substantial evidence is fact-based, material, relevant evidence that relates to a specific issue that is presented by the development application. And it is that competent, substantial evidence that you must base your decision on. You're going to hear a number of things that are not going to be competent, substantial evidence, and you are going to need to ignore them in formulating your decision. A good example of what is not competent, substantial evidence. In the older years of land use planning, it was very often that people would ask for a show of hands of who supports a project or who doesn't support a project. That is not competent, substantial evidence. It has nothing to do with whether the project meets requirements or not. If 100% of the people in a community believed that a project should not be done, but it complies with all the rules of the law, that 100% opinion is not competent, substantial evidence, and the court would strike down a decision of a local governing body that did that. So I want to make sure, I know you all understand it. Again, part of my audience is the audience itself of the public. Now, it doesn't mean that only a planner and an engineer can provide competent, substantial evidence. A person who lives in a neighborhood, who's lived in a neighborhood a long time and can gauge the potential effects on their property or with their surrounding neighborhood, if they're informed, if they have a factual basis for what they're describing, then that is competent, substantial evidence. So it doesn't have to come from the words of experts. The presentation by Mr. Mengel, your planning director, that is competent, substantial evidence. I don't know, I see one engineer, maybe, I don't know how many others that I've seen, but you may have testimony from those licensed professionals, and of course, what they say to you it constitutes competent, substantial evidence. Now, if we find ourselves in a situation where, because there is robust debate and there are strong opinions about this matter that you're going to hear that go both ways, we have to absolutely maintain decorum. We cannot go down a slippery slope where the audience participation is defining the proceedings. So it's a red line that we cannot cross, and I'm sure, Mr. Chair, that you will monitor that. If necessary, I'll provide any admonishment that I think might be important to the integrity of the proceedings. Okay, now, as you know, I have communicated to you that we have one preliminary issue that we must dispose of, and we're going to do it now. There's a difference of opinion about this issue, and it will affect the balance of the proceedings. And it has to do with the question of standing. Right now, Mr. Michael Chimento represents the applicant, and the applicant is a party. And that's what we're talking about, standing. Who is a party to these proceedings? Who gets to ask questions of a cross-examination nature? Who gets to make a presentation of more than our standard 3-minute rule? Okay, so Mr. Chimento and his client clearly unmistakably, legally qualify for that. Mr. Tanner, as you know from our last meeting, and I think you've known from before that, represents an organization, Preserve Flagler Beach and Bulow Creek, Inc., I think. Is that right? I think it's, yes. I see Mr. Tanner's nodding his head yes. Okay. Mr. Chimento, and by the way, I have spoken a great deal to both council about this case. They will tell you that. Whenever they wanted to talk to me, whether it was weekends, in the evenings, or whatever, because this is a very important matter to them as well, extremely important. So, Mr. Chimento believes that Preserve, I'm just going to call them Preserve Flagler for short, because it's quicker, that they do not have standing in order to qualify as a party. And I presented that legal analysis to you in shortened form, and that's kind of what we're going to go by. That's the law. I'm not saying that they wouldn't have different points of view, but that's the law as I've known it. I've been practicing land use law, as you know, for decades. Mr. Moylan and myself have looked at that question very carefully, and we distilled those legal principles. It is important for us to get this issue out of the way before you deal with the other issues, because we don't want to be confused at the end when you have finished hearing all the testimony as to what your motions ought to be. So let's look at standing for Preserve Flagler. Their arguments, and I don't mean to define their arguments, but I'm familiar with their arguments because we've talked about it on the phone a lot, both lawyers and myself. Their argument is that there are aspects of this development proposal that do not comply with the comprehensive plan. So we're going to call those, and I'm just using this for reference, the Category A arguments. In the Category A arguments, the state statute is relatively liberal about who has standing. You have to be a substantially affected party, and I've defined that for you. I won't go into it. If necessary, I can read the statutory definition, and they may cite it themselves in their presentations. They're going to make the argument, Mr. Tanner's going to make the argument of Preserve Flagler is substantially affected, and I don't know if Mr. Chimento will disagree with that, but he is permitted to do that, and then you'll decide. So that's the Category A arguments. Comp plan consistency, okay? Then there's the Category B arguments, and I don't mean that they're lesser. I don't mean that at all. It's just that I have to distinguish them. And it is that the proposal, as it is being presented to you, does not comport with our land development code, separate and independent for the comprehensive plan. There's some part of the land development code that this project is not complying with. That would be their argument. For that, they have a more stringent standard to meet for standing. Stringent, I don't necessarily mean by that difficult. What I mean is it's more exacting. They have to show an impact to property rights. They have to be neighboring landowners and have some sort of consequence to them by the alleged violation of the land development code. So they will make that argument, and Mr. Chimento will make his on that point. Now, I thought it was a reasonable time, and if the council do not think that it is, I'm certainly open to it, but I thought it would be they would be able to make their arguments with 7 minutes each. So Mr. Tanner, because his standing has been challenged, he will go first to establish his standing. It is his burden. It is his burden to show standing. It is not Mr. Chimento's burden to defeat it. Yes.
Just in his trying to justify standing, is that part of the 7 minutes?
Yes. That is all the
Yeah,
7 minutes.
Right, right. Understand. And there's no difference
Of both,
between,
category A and B.
well, that's what I'm saying, category A, category B, everything's included in that 7 minutes.
That's right. Everything I've talked about is going to get wound up, hopefully, in 14 minutes. You, members of the board, are permitted to ask them questions. We're trying not to jeopardize their time in responding to the questions. But this is going to be the first decision that you make in this matter, by the
And
way,
just-
that'll apply to both agenda items.
Just to follow up on that question.
Go ahead.
If we determine that the standing or standing is not appropriate as a party in this case, then people who come forward only get 3 minutes
That's correct.
as opposed to 15, I guess.
An elongated period in
Right.
order to make a presentation of a case.
So that's what we're arguing about, is how much time
Correct.
they will ultimately have.
Now, and I'm glad you brought that up because I need to make clear that this doesn't mean that members of the public can't address you when the time comes. This has nothing to do with the public comment that follows, the presentation by the sides and Mr. Mengel's presentation, et cetera. So they're still permitted. They're not foreclosed from, coming to the lectern and speaking up to 3 minutes as to their views relative to what we're doing now is the site development plan.
Mr. Hanson?
Al, I'll just make sure I understand also, that if we were to decide that Mr. Tanner did not have standing, then he will not be allowed to make his case, other than when the public gets to speak, he gets 3 minutes. Is that right? Am I right?
That's right. He would have
He cannot make
the
his
same,
case.
the same ability as a member of the public to address you. He could have 3 minutes to address you. You could, by the way, and it's in your rules, that with leave of the chair and the commission, you can grant people additional time beyond the 3 minutes. And sometimes that's done. It all depends.
But in the procedural matter, Mr. Mengel will make his case, Mr. Chimento will make his case, and that's it. That's the procedure.
Well,
Then
unless,
when he opened it up to public comment, Mr. Tanner could speak. Do I understand that to be true?
well, with standing, he will be able to
Without
make a
standing.
presentation before you get to all the members of the public.
But my question was, if he's without standing, then he's just another member of the public.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I misunderstood that.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Just want to make sure that's correct.
Now,
If given standing, then he participates in the.
that's correct.
Right, okay.
Okay, now, he could be granted standing
well, that's
for
what I
one
wanted
and
to
not
say.
the other.
I make the point that as chair, I have quite a bit of leeway in granting time.
That's correct, sir. As long as the overriding principle is that we must be fair and impartial.
Mr. Chair, I have
Yes.
a question for Mr. Hadid. So if we determine their standing, then that confers upon them being a party to this procedure, correct?
That's correct.
This hearing, does that, if a ruling, if our vote does not go in their favor, does that then put them in a category where they have appeal rights?
Yes, they could petition the court and say the Board of County Commissioners erred by not granting them standing and inhibiting their ability to fully present their case.
No, not if
Oh.
we didn't grant standing. If we did grant standing and now
Yes.
they are considered to be a party
Yes.
to this hearing, if we ruled against them at the end of the proceeding, do they now have appeal rights as would a developer or where a
They would
decision-
they would have appeal rights whether you granted standing or not. Whether they would be successful in their appeal, that I could not, obviously, that's
It doesn't confer any
speculative.
additional status, I guess is what I'm trying to understand. I'm not a lawyer, I'm trying
It
to
would,
understand these.
it does confer additional status in the sense that they have the opportunity, for instance, to ask Mr. Mengel directly questions.
During the hearing?
Yes.
Yes, that part I understand. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Unlike a member of the public.
Correct.
Who just went up
Understood.
for their 3 minutes.
Understood. That's it, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. All right, then, back to the board. Any additional, before we get started with this first 7-minute, 2 7-minute periods on standing? Anything else on that? Okay, then we have nothing else on that.
That's
So
correct.
At this point, then, we should initiate. Mr. Tanner, did you say
If
go
I can
first?
just
Yeah,
ask,
go
and
ahead.
they can just tell me, is 7 minutes fine for you gentlemen? You know, we're going to have a long night, so I didn't want to make it 10, 15 minutes just on standing. Okay, so I'm getting a nod. Hmm?
Mr. Chairman and Board, I'm John Tanner, appearing as the attorney for Preserve Flagler Beach and Beulah Creek Incorporated. This standing issue, I knew was always possible out there, but it was only last night that I learned it was going to be an issue today. So we don't have marshaled perhaps some of the evidence that I would have had, but I am hopeful and trust that we can present enough to show that we have standing that will meet the test. First of all, I would like to take for just a moment to call Elizabeth Hathaway. As a witness, she is the president of the organization Preserve Flagler, and she has testimony to offer that is relevant to standing. I understand that will come out of my 7 minutes. May I, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Good evening, Elizabeth Hathaway, Preserve Flagler Beach, Beulah Creek President. We have a number of petitions that we've been gathering this past year and a half or so. But more importantly, we have a number of members that are directly impacted by this potential development that live within that 300-foot radius of the development. So I have all of their information here that we can give to you all for your record. We have 15,791 signatures on change.org, and we have approximately 500 handwritten petitions that were signed by residents of Flagler County that are impacted by this. But I know more importantly for the standing portion of this, we do have a number of people who are within that direct impact area. So I don't know if you want me to submit this for the record?
Yeah.
Or what you wanna do?
Yes, yes, you should submit it for the record.
Okay.
Is Ms. Tanner finished?
Yes.
Time's running.
Know whether Ms. Hathaway was through yet or not. Finished. Our position is that this development, as proposed, dramatically and substantially affects the character and nature of the community. When you read the comp plan, the lead language in the plan gets away from this, are we meeting all the technicalities, and gets down to what people really care about. I understand the technicalities are important. Technicalities are part of the law, part of the code, is the way we keep order in our society. And by following the technicalities and the rules, we maintain an orderly society. But there's something else in society besides rules and technicalities, and that is what it does to people. And the comp plan is generally drafted with the goal of protecting the community. It certainly protects the individual who owns the property, but it protects the community. The health, safety, and the welfare of the community is the primary function of government at every level. And the health, safety, and welfare is reflected in that comp plan. As long, you know it much better than I do. You've looked at it. The sections are very clear early on as the purpose and general intent, and that is to protect people and the character and nature of communities. You know, you don't put a drive-in movie right in the middle of a residential neighborhood. Well, that's pretty easy. Well, here we have a highly dense community that they're trying to put into what has been a more moderately developed and a less dense community, and it will dramatically affect the quality of life, the character of the neighborhood, and the nature of the basically of life in that capacity. And John Anderson Drive, being the state-recognized, state-designated scenic highway, is uniquely different from most of the rest of Flagler County, and it's rapidly becoming just the last surviving remnant of what Flagler County was. Now, that doesn't mean the developer shouldn't be allowed to develop reasonably, but in this case, there are elements of the plan, for instance, the failure to put an overpass over John Anderson, which was originally contemplated, is dangerous for the people that live on John Anderson. It's dangerous traffic-wise. It will be dangerous if there is an evacuation order. It will not only stop traffic because of the number of people coming out of this development and the rest of the neighborhood, but it will jeopardize the people who live there. And we have a goal to keep the community safe, healthy, and generally affecting the character and nature of the community, not drastically and dramatically changing that. We also, on the legal side, and we'll get there, we have strong argument, and we think it'll be supported by evidence, that the applicant has not followed the code. And the code is what gives us the guidelines, gives you the guidelines, and gives every developer equally the guidelines of what you do to procure and pursue the goal of putting a development in the community. So I believe the witnesses, when they testify at the end, the public comment will make it very, very clear that we have standing. Many of them are represented by Preserve Flagler, many others are not. They're citizens that have no representation at all, that have their only chance. So rather than, in effect, shutting down the public, and we're only talking about a few minutes, shutting down the public for the sake of standing when we believe we will prove standing throughout the proceedings, and especially at the end when you hear the impact on the individuals that live on John Anderson Highway and that live in the immediate and in the somewhat distant, maybe half a mile away from where this development is going on, are still being directly and dramatically affected. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Michael Schimento for the applicant. This is unique, where a community association tries to assert that they are a party to a quasi-judicial matter. Think about this. You could have homeowners associations from across the area that express the same concerns, that they don't like it, that there are issues with it. You could have individuals. You can have political groups. What you're doing by allowing this individual as a group to become a party, not as a public under your rules, to become a party, is you're opening Pandora's box forever. You will allow every organization in the future to assert the same things you heard here, to become a party to a quasi-judicial matter. It doesn't make sense to me. What Mr. Tanner told you today is exactly correct, that he represents the general public, the people who have concerns that don't have, quote, a voice. Well, they do have a voice in a legislative body like this. They have redress with you, and they have their 3 minutes. In order to have standing, you have to demonstrate in a judicial setting, not in a legislative setting, in a judicial setting, that you have a unique injury to yourself that is not that which the general public share. Mr. Hadid understands the law. So you can't allow anybody to come in here and say that they have standing and that they are party because they don't like things in general. The law requires that this organization demonstrate that it is a unique injury to them and them only that is not shared by the public in order to have standing in court. How can you have standing? How can you have a unique injury to yourself when Mr. Tanner just told you that he represents the public? It is impossible to have standing in a situation like this and become a party when you are representing the community as a whole. And remember, again, I'll go back to it. If you allow an organization, a homeowners association, a political organization, Bikers for Jesus, whatever you want to call them, to come in here and say, we have standing, that we can become a party, and we can cross-examine Adam, we can cross-examine everybody who steps up there. Think of the disaster that you're having. Regardless, this is an appealable issue that we object to, and we'll let you move forward from here.
I went first. May I have 1 minute?
You have 46 seconds, as I remember.
I don't represent the public at large. I represent individuals who are being harmed by the flooding on Palm Drive, the flooding that will necessarily occur when a major hurricane strikes and will be exacerbated by a development right on their border, which is digging ponds that link up with the wetlands that go right in behind Palm Coast. We have direct injuries, and again, it might be advisable to defer ruling on this until you hear the public comment, because you're going to hear and see pictures of people that are directly injured by what goes on this street, and there's no question that this development is going to exacerbate and aggravate and cause deeper and more significant damages to the people. Thank you. Individually.
Mr. Schimento still has time. Bring it back to the board before we do a motion for any kind of additional questions you may have. Is that correct, Mr. Adi? We can ask
Yes,
questions
now-
of the parties?
yes.
Well, or not, we don't know if they're parties. I'm just looking. Is any- oh, okay, Mr. Hanson.
Mr. Chairman, I think I need some help here. When Mr. Tanner was speaking, I was searching for a Part A or Part B link, some link that we could grasp and say that he has a valid Part A or Part B, but I didn't hear it. Am I wrong? I'm not a lawyer, so.
Well, what I heard was the applications. There were some applications that were indicated to me that would have significant damage if this development went
Well,
through.
in his last comment, you're right. He was pointing out that there were individuals that would be hurt. But I'm grasping at this, I'm looking for help here.
I think I might, may I? I think I might be able to help you by doing something I didn't really want to do, but I'm going to read the law, and you can listen to it, and if you heard any part of that for each of the two tests, then you should know, okay? And remember the testimony, President? Ms. Hathaway is the president, right?
Right.
That what she did was present to you a proffer that there are a number of their members, I didn't get exactly how many, she mentioned various numbers that were within the 300-foot notice area. We noticed within 300 feet of the property line, so they say they have a more direct impact than the community in general. Okay, so let's just start with what I call Category A, which is the comp plan argument. The argument would say something like, the approval of this development proposal violates provision so-and-so of the comprehensive plan. For that, the technical word is, and I don't want the technical word to throw you off. The technical word is aggrieved or adversely affected. Aggrieved or adversely affected. But it's all in the definition. There's a definition of what those words are. That the person, that would be the people in the organization or the organization, would suffer an adverse effect to an interest protected or furthered by the local government comprehensive plan, including interests related to health and safety, police and fire protection service system, densities or intensities of development, transportation facilities, healthcare facilities, equipment or services, and environmental or natural resources. The alleged adverse interest may be shared in common with other members of the community at large, but must exceed in degree the general interest in community good shared by all persons. So that's the definition for the consistency, comp plan consistency issues that I believe they will be raising. So that's the category A standing question. Now, if you want to take it up, I don't know how you want to do it. You can take that up, decide it, then I'll do category B, or I'll read you that standard and let you decide it. They are different. They are two separate, different standards.
Only knowing that there are some petitions that could meet that standard, I don't know how we can judge that without kind of knowing what they are. So it's kind of a vague, it's another one of those areas. It's a little bit vague to me right now because we have them on record, but I don't think anyone has looked at them from from the view of, are they valid in this case? So that presents some of the problem. I have another question, just for instance, I live in Grand Haven, and we have a CDD, which is an official organization as opposed to just a plain homeowners organization. If something like this was happening in a CDD area, could the CDD be a party to a development within that area? Because they have a little different status.
It could if it met these tests.
But
If
it
they
would be
could
the same
show
question, it would be the same test.
same standard.
It would be no, even though they were a
Organization.
quasi-government organization.
That's correct.
Okay.
These standards apply whether it's an organization or an individual that is asserting the interest.
Well, Mr. Chairman, why don't we listen to the next definition?
Okay.
And then,
So B.
yeah.
Okay, so with respect to that, again, the words, the label is not necessarily going to drive the answer. It's just the convenient way that lawyers discuss it and court cases discuss it. Special damages. In order for Preserve Flagler to have standing under the category B, that is, there's a violation of the Land Development Code because of X, Y, and Z, this is how that's defined. It has to be damages that are peculiar to its members, differing in kind as distinguished from damages differing in degree suffered by the community as a whole. This is typically construed as an impact on somebody's property rights, their property interests. Now, the example I used, this was the example I used in my memo, may bear repeating, especially because you brought up the CDD. Let's say an HOA challenges the development because of potential damages to the property interest of its owner members. They could qualify as having special damages and could argue that a proposed development violated the Land Development Code with party status. But let's say, and I just picked this organization, it's not meant to, I guess there are others that I could have picked. I picked Florida Audubon. I think all of you know what Audubon is. You all know Florida Audubon is a statewide organization. There are local chapters. So let's say Florida Audubon wanted to object to a project based on the Land Development Code violations that they perceived. Well, it has environmental interests of a general nature. They would have great difficulty meeting the standard of special damages because it really doesn't run to any property interests. So that's kind of the difference between the two. The category B is more focused on the property interest, the ownership by people joining the project or to be impacted by the project.
Any other questions from the board? Mr. O'Brien?
I don't have a question, but I'm willing to make a motion.
Yeah, I just have one last question, if nobody else. Time. Does time have any impact? For instance, if, say, an approval was given 25 years ago for a project, and in the meantime, things changed, would that original approval still have weight?
If it had been fully implemented and built out, it would be vested and it would
But
continue.
if it had
its-
not been built out, it would run out its approvals.
Well, it would depend on the documents, the instruments that created the development rights. Some are time limited, some are influenced by the land development code as to when you have to complete. So those are things that could be addressed. You'd have to look at the very
But I
particular
would take
one.
it, in this case, those have already been addressed during the process.
Well, you mean the factual history of this? That's going to be part of their argument, but I can just briefly summarize. There was a PUD approved by the Board of County Commissioners with a conceptual site plan. And so that begins the process of moving forward with development. And so a detailed site plan was submitted, not by this applicant, this is by predecessor owner. And I think about, I could be wrong on the dates, 2008, 2010, somewhere in that range, I'm not sure. So they petitioned for and received approval for a detailed site plan and a preliminary plat. They began to implement it. They decided because of the real estate market, they could not. They reacquired properties that had been sold and then vacated their plat, vacated essentially the site development plan, and then sold to a new applicant who's now presenting a site development plan, which the applicant contends is consistent with the PUD that was enacted in 2006.
Okay? Any other questions? And we'll go for
Mr. Chair, in listening to the testimony and the comments from Mr. Tanner and Mr. Schmento, I think it's a slippery slope that we would go down to confer standing on the organization. And not that, I want to hear from each and every person in this chamber and anybody else. I've read all the emails and want to continue to listen to everybody's testimony and the conversation we're going to have here. But in terms of this specific issue of conveying standing and then creating them being a party to this proceedings, I would recommend that we not do that and offer a motion that we not confer standing on preserved Flagler.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. Now, Al, on these motions, we don't open it up to the public and for this, on this particular issue or not, since it's a motion.
It's really a legal issue. You can choose to open it to the public, but basically it is a legal determination that you're making based on the arguments you heard.
Okay, since it's up to me?
It's up to the board.
Okay. I'd say in this case, we're going to go through this again shortly. So in this case, no further public comment at this point since it's a legal issue. So with that said, any additional comments concerning the motion? If none, I'm going forward with the motion is basically the motion would be to confer status on the other party. No,
To not.
but the way I say it, just listen to the way I say it. In other words, the motion is to eventually, do we confer status or not on the other party? So the question is, the way you present the question is what we're talking about here. So if I can do it either way, I was going to say, if you...
Mr. Chair, the motion's been made.
Yeah, right, I got it. So, all those in favor of conferring status on Mr.
No, of not confer.
Of not conferring?
Yes, sir.
Signify by saying yes.
Aye.
Aye.
No. So it passes 4-1. So, next
Okay,
step.
so the next thing is Mr. Mengel will present, and because there was a legal opinion presented in the Technical Review Committee. Following Mr. Bengel's presentation, Mr. Moylan will summarize those conclusions provided to the TRC that go to the development application.
Good evening, Adam Engel, Growth Management Director. Got some slides here. I'm gonna skip from those though for a second and mention what I believe the crux of the issue is that I provided in the staff report. And for the record, I put into your report some information on the prior application that you had. You had this 3,000 plus 3,900 unit mega development that was proposed. And so you'll have a report related to that that was called the Rachel Bennett Report, I think is how it was referred to. You may hear it mentioned. It is within your background for this. You'll also have an October 2019 letter from me that had been mentioned before. And then also a 2005 ordinance. That ordinance is the crux of this issue tonight. That's the development agreement that forms the basis of what we're considering here. And that's within your packet. And so that's, to me, key first step. Is it valid or not? And I'm going to give you plenty of reasons why I believe it's valid. And my job, again, here is to present facts. I don't care ultimately if you approve it, deny it, table it, doesn't matter to me. And I'm not speaking on behalf of myself. Please take what I respond to or am providing to you as the chair of the Technical Review Committee. We heard mention we deal with technicalities. That's technicalities are my everyday. And to me, what it boils down to is the three items that I put into the report right after the attorney's summary that they had added to my staff report that will be discussed here in a moment by Mr. Moylan. But I think your issues are three decision points. This is how this differs from the 2006 PUD site development plan with what you have now. You have 335 lots east of John Anderson versus 219, 221. I have math problems sometimes. I can't always count when I was counting all these on the east side of the 2006 plan. 335 all on the east versus 219, 221 that was previously platted. Number two, an at-grade intersection driveway with John Anderson Highway versus 2006's John Anderson Highway overpass with underpass for Hammock Beach. And the third item, utilities provided by the City of Flagler Beach versus 2006's on-site utility system in public land A, which was known as the dedicated utility site. Along with that second part, we had the benefit of irrigation of the golf course parcel with that treatment water that we were going to have. And so you have that play in.
Oh, Adam, just going, what's the status of the golf course?
Golf course is included within this. The developer, we feel it's needed. We've come back and said that it's not a may, we believe it's a shall within the 2005 PUD agreement. So we've asked for it to be included. It has been included in this site plan that you have tonight. So I think, again, as part of the Technical Review Committee, that it's a key part of the treatment stream. We've heard a lot about it. We've talked about it. There's a need for Flagler Beach to correct their current situation in the intercoastal. The golf course provides a solution there for them. One thing that's been missing here in the discussion is the status of the future land use. What we had on the property originally, 2005, where it is now, nothing's changed. Since the inception of future land use map, this map that you have here, this area has been designated as agriculture and timberlands, one dwelling unit per 5 acres. And so when Bobby Ginn came in with this application, it was 2,000 acres some parcel that was in total. And this land boundary that you see on the west-hand side, the dark green, in its totality, all of that is what the county took in. We call that parcel D. So in the horse trading that happened before, and I'll get very specific here in a moment, there was a parcel area that was gifted to the county. If you want to say it was a voluntary exaction, maybe that's some folks would use that nomenclature, but that's part of the trade-off for the entitlements. And so then you have that allocation, then 453 units in 2005 to the 800 and so acres that are here present as part of this parcel now. And so that's in that area that wasn't part of that west end the part that we thought was most significant, the part that formed the headwaters of Bulow Creek, the part that was worthy of preservation and had the most environmental sensitivity on this original application. I included this in my presentation to the planning board. This is the future land use map for the city of Flagler Beach. This also is within your packet. And so this gives us an idea of what's adjoining this. You have the low-density residential in that area off of Palm Drive. You have some medium density there on the west side of John Anderson. And then you have the other public facilities, the city's sewer plant that's there. So that gives you an idea. Again, here's our map, and then here's their map and how they match up. Our PUD zoning, this is our zoning map, our PUD designation. We do have some agriculture pockets there at the north, also not only to the north on John Anderson, but also a small strip to the north along the parcels that are fronting on State Road 100. That's mostly where our commercial falls in. And then you see the agricultural parcel to the south. It's a single parcel, some, I think, 30 acres in size that's there. And then likewise, the city's zoning designations that they have. You see there that that matches up fairly well with what they have as far as the development. I think they do have their sewer plant designated as light industrial, but that's not something I would call inconsistent. And then this is the flood map. You've heard some discussion about that before if you've been following the emails, and I'll get into a little bit more detail with that here not too far in the future. But this is the flood zone AE for those portions that are adjacent to the wet portions of the site on both the east boundary and the west boundary. That portion there in the middle being zone X. Remember, I'm fond of saying everything is in a flood zone. Not everything's in a special flood hazard area. We do live in Florida. At some point, we need to realize everything's in a flood zone. This is the soils map, and the soils map is important because it shows areas of concern as far as the sand types. This is important for us, the soil types, because they tell us what soils then give us some indication of wetlands. And so this is important for us. It also helps to kind of give us an idea of what areas are going to need fill, where we're going to have to pull those bad soils out and add better soils back. This is that actual wetlands map. Again, John Anderson showing there kind of just to the right side of your center screen, and then those are your wetlands. Bulow Creek being that predominant wetland area that's there, and again, being the highest quality concern for us within this vicinity. And so this is the 2005 plan, but before I really get to this thing started in 2001. I had on our FTP site, if you had a chance to look at it, it's the first file in the main root directory, was a thing I call the timeline. And I thought it was important because a lot of folks are coming back and saying, we haven't had enough time to look at this. We've been looking at this for 19 years. In October 2001, the application was filed for 480 units and 3 golf courses. It went through several iterations, back and forth, possibly a future land use map amendment in 2002, changing agriculture and timberlands to low-density single-family residential. That failed. Eventually, Planning Board recommendation in 2005 to rezone the AC and C2 to PUD with several conditions, addition of sidewalks. Clustering was there from the beginning with that. And then the November 2005 action then to adopt this ordinance, 150 possible multifamily units, 1 18-hole golf course, 230,694 square feet of commercial. PUD also provides for dedication to Flagler County of approximately 1,100 acres of Bulow Creek headwaters, 12 acres for a Bulow service area regional utility site, 3 acres for a fire EMS station, 3 acres for a public access boat ramp to the intercoastal waterway. Next paragraph in that staff report, existing FLUM designations include conservation, category that provides no density or intensity, agriculture and timberlands, 1,271.5 acres, permitting 1 unit per 5 acres, mixed use, high intensity, high density, 33.1 acres, requiring a mix of commercial at 0.4 FAR, residential unit at 10 units per acre. Planning and Zoning Department has reviewed the maximum entitlements of the existing FLUME designations, included that up to 453 dwelling units and 230,694 square feet of commercial accrue to this parcel. It's important for me to read that because one of the challenges you'll hear is that that shouldn't have happened because that was an error. And I'm going to contend instead that The board in 2005 knew what it was doing. The staff in 2005 knew what it was doing. They said this was okay, that you could have a PUD this way without having a change to your underlying land use. And for us now to second guess that, to come back and say the board and their ordinance was incorrect, I think is wrong. I wasn't here in 2005, but I still think that I'll defend not only the staff, but also the board, as you should, because their action was correct and it was not challenged. That action held as a valid land use action and a decision based on the comprehensive plan at the time, and certainly the LDC. Move forward from there, and I'll paraphrase my timeline just for the sake of time. But then by 2006, PUD site development plan was more refined from this conceptual plan. The notes here, if you could pay attention to these, general notes, that note 2, and I'm going to underline that, or note 1, I'm sorry, that I'm going to underline that part. This, I believe, supports my assertion that this was very advantageous for the developer, no doubt, but it gave them the ability through the PUD to move things around. For the record, entitlements include 453 units, open paren, 150 of the 453 may be multifamily, closed paren, distributed, clustered within noted use areas.
Adam, that would have been spread over the east and the west parcels, correct?
Correct. Or this language, to me, says it could be entirely on the east. It could have been entirely on the west. The latitude was the developer's only. This language, once this came through and the conceptual plan was approved in 2005, said that, you know what, we could come back later and play with this a little bit.
Yeah, but the original discussion on this or the original concept on this project was the golf course community with the golf course spread on both parcels, correct?
Correct.
And
that's,
having that flyover so you could access, you know, or the drive underneath, whatever, I don't know what they were going to do, but I mean, that was part of it, correct?
correct, but it lacked the specificity of the number of dwelling units on one side or the other. And so the argument could have been, and rightfully so, you know, maybe the mix is more what you'd expect, more density, more smaller lots on that east side versus the west side. We're going to have more estates, more larger lots over there. And so the important thing, that overall number, 453, the maximum entitlement has to stay the same. And so this is how that was designated on that site plan, that 2005 site plan. This is what the areas were labeled as. Remember what we're saying, clustered within noted use areas. Here's how it was noted. And so this is that example. This is that excerpt from where we're talking now. It was called in that conceptual plan, single-family attached, single-family detached golf course, river club, multifamily golf course. 2006, a specific site plan was approved. It's not unlike what we do with all of our PUDs right now. Conceptual, part of the rezoning ordinance, you get specificity as you go to the next step. PUD site development plan, you're putting meat on the bone. And so this being that top part of it, we have all of our tables. We talk about building setbacks. We talk about building height. We provide those notes that are critical to us in implementing zoning, not only for this immediate time, but then basically for the life of the PUD.
The only access was from the Colbert Road South extension off of State Road 100.
Yes, sir. You'll see that in just a second.
Sorry.
And so then this being the bottom part of that graphic, and noting here that what we've done then is we've swapped out those single-family use areas, and we now put in cluster identifiers. And so here's that parcel 1A, 1B, 2, 3, 4, all the way down to 15. And so we've identified acreage and then number of lots within each of those, totaling 453. And so then that led to our plat in late 2006. Preliminary plat and final plat both approved with bonding that happened. And so what you have with the preliminary plat, typically for us, we approve construction drawings, then the developer goes forward and starts constructing their improvements. We were in the heyday here, remember. Different world for us. It was a world that was moving very quick before the downturn. And so what happened here is the previous developer came in, posted a bond, put up the money for the improvements, as we recall, somewhere between 12 and 20-some million dollars as a cash bond, and then move forward with the plat. Began sales as soon as the plat was recorded. They could do that. And so here's that designation, the sheet from that second page of the plat that shows where that density was happening, where that allocation in that first phase was occurring, the 219, 221, all on the east side. Leaving that west side then, something future, something yet to come. Sales commenced, as Mr. Hadid had mentioned, after 2006, fairly aggressive. Unfortunately, the downturn was more aggressive. So by 2009-ish, 2010, developer contacted us after several lot owners had contacted us saying, "County, we want you to do what you've never done. We want you to call the bonds, complete the construction." We didn't want to do that. They didn't want us to do it either. They went back, acquired the lots. Once they acquired all that property, we vacated the plat in 2012, took the plat away. All of your related permits, I think I'm fairly confident in saying, Water Management District, Army Corps of Engineers, all expired. CDD had been formed. The CDD, best I know, stayed active through this time. We did form the CDD 2006, 2007, as I recall, and that stayed active. You know, that's something that still remains to this day. May be something that's still yet a concern here with this property. This is the site plan that you have now. And so this is the east portion. This is the west portion. There is a part that's on the west, but again, remembering the differences that they're showing here, 335 on the east versus that 219, 221 on the east from before. East side, west side, utility plans, east side, west side. 4 total sheets to the PUD site development plan. Wanted to touch on what we talked about, because to me, that's still the 3 issues I believe. Lots shifting, whether or not you like that or not, I think it's very subjective to the board. The at-grade intersection driveway versus the overpass, underpass. 3rd item for me, utilities. I think that's the differences that you should center on. I know others are going to say something different. They're able to do that. This is that detail from that first conceptual plan. This is that area, what you're seeing here, and I'm attesting, this is a blow-up. That line that you see there is John Anderson. That curved line that's coming through the center is that drive that's for the project. This is how it's depicted on this conceptual plan. No notes here.
Is that an overpass?
Well, maybe. And so that's how it shows here. 2006, this is how it was shown. 2006 PUD site development plan comes forward. This is the detail from the 2006 approved PUD site development plan with a note, John Anderson Highway overpass with underpass for Hammock Beach. There's been discussion, and I feel the need to, yes, sir.
Before we leave that issue on the 2 parcels, where is, in a lot of the emails that we received, there was discussion about non-disclosure of future, future development, of future use, and what am I missing here? There's something I'm not understanding, I guess.
On the future development tracks, maybe?
Because the west side is on this drawing is delineated out about, yeah, that's the west side, correct?
Correct.
Which shows the golf course in there.
It does.
And the lots, correct?
Correct.
So where, is there another part to this that's for future development that's not disclosed or not delineated?
You see that on the plats, I think, and I'll let the applicant probably talk more directly about that and what they've shown on the drawings for the plats as far as the detail in this that we all can't kind of see on this plan. But there are areas within this that are, I think, safe to say they're saying if it's golf course, it's golf course. If it's not golf course, then it's something else. And so I'll let the developer talk about that, because I think that's been part of the issue. And so I'll let them be more direct on that. There's been some discussion about our comp plan. I promise I'll only be a few more minutes. And so there was a, yes, sir.
Back to that, what Mr. O'Brien brought up. It said in the background, in the backup, that the areas, and on the plat it shows, especially on the east side, it shows several large areas.
Yes, sir.
That are future development. And we questioned that, we the staff, you
Yes.
staff, you questioned that. And the developer said, I will note on the plat what is going to go into those. And I couldn't find that. I couldn't find any statement of what was going to go in the undefined areas. And that concerns me, because there's where somebody could put in a 12-story high-rise. without us even knowing about it, and that scares me, because I want to see what is going to go in those undeveloped.
On 9C, the 3210 application for the preliminary plat, I believe we've tightened that up because we've come back and said on our end as a recommendation, I don't want you to skip ahead, but for us to add that says, look, you can't come back with something unless you come back to the board in order to develop those future development tracks. And so we wanted to say, look, the discussions we had before in deference to the developer, if it's open space, we were fine. But if it was some development that was happening, you had to come back to the board. And so there was a bit of confusion. The emails, I wanted to correct it. And so this is probably not going to really clear this up. It's not an easy concept. Coastal high hazard area. And what was said was our plan changed in 2011. I've drafted the plan. This is the strike through and underline. And so the language that you see here, policy E211, land use amendments increasing allowable residential density coastal high hazard areas should not be approved for parcels, portions thereof, lying seaward of the coastal construction control line, or within the velocity zone V or VE as depicted on the flood maps unless one of the following. So that coastal high hazard area language is specific, but the two parts there at the bottom, this doesn't apply here. It's not seaward of the CCCL. I'm not within the V or VE zone. And folks have pointed at this and said, this is new. This is talking about a density increase here in the CHHA. But if you look, what we did, and I wanted to include it like this, we took that added text with the double underline, and it was actually B here that we moved up. And so you see how it is here? We took the B away from the old language and moved it up. And so instead we made it a required thing. And then instead, before we said unless, and it was all of them, and instead we said only has to be one of them. I think the language is better, but it doesn't say what folks think it says. And here's the confusion. So this area that's designated is the flood zone. It is next to the intercoastal. Arguably, that's within what's known as the surge map, which I'll get to in just a second. But in purposes of FEMA and what your emails have said, this is where the confusion comes in. FEMA designated coastal high hazard area is what you had seen. This property is not in a FEMA designated coastal high hazard area. FEMA designated coastal high hazard area is a V or VE zone. It's coastal. This isn't it.
Many sections of Hammock Dunes got converted to AE zones
Yes.
from an X in
Yes.
the last flood zone remapping, and we have that even in the canal lots in Palm Coast. Many of those lots in the C section have, now went to AE zones. So.
And I'm not presenting it to be necessarily contrary other than just saying it's not correct. And I get it. If you're going to ask me personally, not as your technical review committee representatives in front of you for the flogging tonight, but instead I'm here saying, should you build in a flood zone? No. But think about where our tax base is. Think about it where everybody who's moving here wants to live. They don't want to live on the west side. They want to live as close to the ocean as they can. This is the spot that we've picked out. This is the spot that has the entitlements with it. The language that's here is what we deal with. And here's the language from the statute. This is where it gets confusing. And so coastal high hazard area in the statute is defined differently. And this is the part that we use for comp planning. Coastal high hazard area is the area below the storm elevation. The category 1 storm surge line is established by a sea, lake, overland surges, slosh, computerized storm surge model. Guess what that looks like? It looks just like the flood map. And so if you can see where I'm kind of pointing right there in the kind of the top of the middle is, well, look, it's going to look just like that kind of little bottom part of that middle. So my eye test, I know I don't have it exactly lined up, but that little leg that's there, it's kind of just above the top middle. You can see that leg here kind of in the bottom in the middle where take it from me, if you can't see it too well, the category 1 surge matches up to the zone AE, special flood hazard area. There's also been some discussion about that traffic impact analysis that was done, and this gets really boring, as if I can't get more boring, but the level of service standards that are here, and we've been a little spoiled. We go to Orlando, I do it. I go to Jacksonville, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, oh, I can't stand this. So what this is saying is our level of service standard background, this first part we're at, adopted level of service standard D for these intersections, these roadways, and current operation, AM peak hour, PM peak hour, the best, worst we're at is a level of service C. Level of service C, flow remains stable, but with significant interactions with others. So then we go on, existing PM peak hour LOS, nothing is exceeding the volume. This is just part of that study. I'm reiterating these pieces. The whole study is there if you're looking for some bedtime reading. Project trip generation for the gardens is based on 335 dwelling units. Total trips, 3,162, and then you've got your AM peak hour 243, PM peak hour 324. Percentage entering and leaving, and then this is the part that is really exciting in this, and this is the part that makes the turning movement. Again, this assumes not the tunnel, not the bridge, this assumes the connection on a John Anderson. And so you're having that southbound motion, that turn, what you're seeing here on that inset, 9.7%, I think is what it's showing there, of the trips are heading south, I think, on this. And so what you have here otherwise is a capacity determination. What you're trying to show is you're trying to show an adverse impact. Is there an adverse impact that's occurring? And so what you have here, 2025 build-out traffic exceed adopted level of service on your right-hand side of this busy table, table 9, and it says no for each of those. There are recommendations that are provided here. Signalized intersections and study area currently operating during the AM peak hour AM and PM peak hour is one of the assumptions. And then you go on to the build-out, and what the only significant conclusion that's here is a VC ratio, vehicle to capacity ratio, greater than 1.0 in the AM peak hour at the intersection of John Anderson and State Road 100. So what does that mean? Basically that if it's 1 or higher, that's bad. And so you adjust that timing, and that's the recommendation. You don't make more lanes, you don't make it wider, but you correct it in the AM peak hour. Remember, again, this is dumping project trips along with background growth, all of that in this model. And the only part that's going to be failing is the intersection, John Anderson, State Road 100. You need to adjust the signal timing in the AM peak hour to make it where you don't have to sit for an entire cycle. That 1.0 VC is telling you that if you're going and you're heading north, you're going to have to sit there through at least one light cycle.
There was a further, past the graphs that you showed us, if you go farther in that report from LTG Engineering, there's a chart that says from Old Kings to Colbert, from Colbert to John Anderson, and from the project to 100, it exceeds, goes to 3% increase, and they say that exceeds what is normal. That does not be a normal growth in traffic. And then and after he shows that graph, he says maybe a full traffic study is necessary to figure that out. So you've neglected to show us that graph.
I hope I didn't confuse you because, and I'll let Sands talk about that, because I included everything we had. So I included the Leftwich traffic study that was from 2005 because somebody had come back and said, I want to see that, and it was bad that I didn't show it to the planning board, and I didn't know why because it's great history. It's really not useful at this point. But I included the 2005 Leftwich study based on the 435. I included the entirety of the study based on the 3,900 units. I included the letter from ETM that reviewed that study, and then I also included then traffic methodology letter leading into this, and then this full study. So I'll let Sands talk about it. I'm not going to pull that up and try to refer to it here, but I hope I haven't messed you up by saying, here's the universe of traffic studies. I want to make sure you had a full packet, though.
Yeah, well, I'm not suggesting that we need to do another traffic study, but I am pointing out that LTG organization points out that there's going to be a problem on those 3 areas. And he alarmed, hey, there's going to be a problem if we do this on those 3 areas. And we haven't talked about that. That's not in this presentation anywhere.
Mr. Lasser.
This is all justification that ingress and egress is granted on John Anderson Drive.
Yes.
I don't know that you answered my question about what was the entitlement. Was it for the overpass or it was nebulous and not clear? I'm pretty sure I read that it was for the overpass with the only access coming off of the Colbert Lane extension south.
Right, and he also Commissioner O'Brien also asked, and now I'm going to ask again, it looks like that you're counting the development, there's X number of homes on the west side are part of this, and that there is going to be an overpass. That's the way I read it, but
No overpass.
you're not saying that.
Yeah, no overpass, but there is development on both sides. And I'm calling out the increase on the east side. And so to me, the distinction is the greater number on the east side versus what had been previously platted or approved, 335 versus 219, 221. And so back for your question, yeah, I think that's been part of our discussion with the applicant, is that 2005, probably arguably nebulous. There's some language in there that seems to make it, according to the developer's attorney, that makes it where it's possible for them to make that choice. By the time the 2006 site plan came forward, I can tell you with certainty that wasn't the case, that the 2006 site plan said it was the bridge. It was the
Right, that's what the commission granted the approval. That was one of the criteria that they granted approval for, or because of.
And that's why I'm presenting that to you. And part of what the applicants presented to us during TRC was, well, there was discussion about John Anderson impacts. Why would that be discussed if there was all along a bridge or an underpass? You know, and I think I could probably still come back and say, well, there'd still be some trips that would head south on John Anderson, even if you didn't have a direct connection there.
Well, there was discussion about the access to the fire station.
Right.
And the utility parcel, that kind of stuff, but it wasn't regular in and out traffic.
Am I getting closer? No, still not?
I still got problems.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And so ultimately, I think that, to me, it rubs down to this site plan. And so what you've got, remember where we were at, 2005 conceptual plan, 2006 approved PUD site development plan, and to me, that's the distinction, that's the question for the board. You're weighing then whether or not you want to change the 2006 to this site plan. And to me, those three choices, those three decision points are the crux of the issue for me. 335 versus the 219, 221, at-grade intersection driveway, and then utilities provide the city of Flagler Beach versus a 2006 on-site system. Without that, I don't have any other thing that I can point at and say this is distinguished from anything different. The underlying issue, I think, that you're still going to hear from the opposition side, the folks who are coming in and saying, why are we even going through any of this, is that they're going to question the comp plan consistency, but in the context of the theory that the 2005 PUD development agreement has expired. One part I neglected to mention, the part that we can see obviously, the 2005 agreement had a 15-year date, expiration date, which puts it at November 2020. Also submit for the record that the developer has sent in to us notification they intend to take advantage of two governor's orders related to emergency extensions, and so that will then extend that deadline. That is not something that we believe we have much say in denying. It's an extension notification, not an extension permission. With that, in that long presentation, and I promise the preliminary plat will be 2 minutes, I'm going to close and leave you with the options that I provide in the staff report. Approval as submitted. We do have two conditions there that we're recommending. All development conditions within the 2005 development agreement as approved through ordinance 2005-22. And then B, the condition that the developer exchange the current fire station parcel, tract PL2, with the county for a better suited fire station than the current fire station parcel. Option 2, approval of subject conditions has those same two, and then other conditions that you choose to add. 3 would be denial, 4 would be tabling. With that, I'll close. Wait any questions or comments, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Real quick, is the golf course 18 holes spread over both sides?
Yes. I
Over
think
both sides of John Anderson. So,
yeah, as
so the
proposed.
golfers have to cross John Anderson.
Yeah, and that's something that I mentioned too, is that
That's alarming.
I think that's part of what Bobby was thinking when he was saying grade separated. It was, part of it was going to be golf cart traffic.
So correct, right now,
They would
golf
have to
carts
cross.
are going to have to cross
Correct.
John Anderson.
Yes, sir.
That's not good.
Thank you.
All right. John.
Chairman, Commissioner Sean Moylan, Assistant County Attorney. I'm going to make this presentation, hopefully supplement what Adam has told you and perhaps answer some of the questions that are still remaining. The overall theme of the comments that I provided to the TRC were that every level of approval that you see on your screen should be consistent without discrepancies. The approval process for land development moves from the more general to the more specific. And so the most general is the comprehensive plan and the future land use map that goes with it. And you can see we move down through the zoning regulations, the broad conceptual plan, the more specific site development plan, and finally platting. So I will touch on those as I go. Feel free to interrupt me with questions, of course. The broad comp plan. This is general guidelines that guides development. A lot of people don't understand that your land is controlled by both the comprehensive plan, the land use map in a broad sense, and then the more specific zoning regulations, so that you might not get all the entitlements that a land use designation could give you, because the zoning may be a little more restrictive within that. It is a legally binding document. By Florida statute, it must be followed, and everything you approve has to be consistent with it by law. Now, for much of the garden's development, the future land use designation is agriculture and timberlands. And within our comp plan, there is a consistency matrix that lists appropriate zoning designations for the various land use categories. And what it lists in our comp plan for the ag and timberland future land use designation are the zoning districts you see displayed, ag, obviously, a limited ag, and something called PUD through farms, which is perhaps some sort of co-op. I'm not exactly sure. I didn't look very closely at that, but it's a very particular type of PUD, sorry. I skipped ahead by mistake. But the fact that it lists a certain type of PUD means that others shouldn't be there. Now, I couldn't determine from the record why in 2005 the county did not change the future land use designation for this garden's development. We make people do that, I wouldn't say all the time, but it's not unusual to have a person seeking to develop to go ahead and amend the future land use map. I don't know why they didn't do it in 2005. It could have been because it was the heyday and things were moving quick. This was an issue I raised at the TRC level. Ultimately, it was determined to proceed despite this discrepancy. So what did we get from 2005? The PUD agreement is still in effect. The Preserve Flagler group initially objected and said, no, it's not in effect any longer. They was, in a sense, abandoned by vacating the plat. And I countered that, and I agree with our planning director that the PUD development agreement, by its terms in black and white, had a 15-year time window, that it's still there, still active, the rights are still vested. The 2005 PUD agreement envisioned a residential golf community. It emphasized the minimization of impacts on John Anderson Highway, and it required the access to this development to be at State Road 100. The access, the only access to this development was at State Road 100 and Colbert Lane. Now, the previous owner did make a lot of concessions, which the current owner enjoys. The horse trading, as Adam phrased it, they gave up a public boat ramp, a site for a fire station, a mosquito control site, and of course, a whole lot of preserved land along our beautiful creek. The conceptual site plan, conceptual meaning broad, subject to much more specificity along the way, but broadly speaking, it has three areas, the residential and golf area, the commercial areas, and then the preservation areas. The 2005 agreement was the result of intense negotiations between the public and the county and that previous landowner. There was quite a bit of press about it. If you've never been to Bulow Creek, it is truly a majestic place. And so it's not surprising we have so many folks that are interested in this development. The PUD agreement provided that it could be changed. The conceptual site plan could change. And that's what we're kind of debating here today. How much change is allowed? It's a question of degree. So if you had a minor modification, the fact that it is conceptual, it almost by definition says, yeah, it's broad, you know, things can be modified a bit, but it has to comply with the general land categories. It's the question of whether the PUD agreement must be amended based on the current application is a subjective determination based on the degree of how much the new plan is different from what was originally approved. I suggested at the TRC level that since we're already amending the site plan, let's just go ahead and clean up the language of the PUD agreement to reflect the reality of 2020. The county is about 50% larger now than it was when this was first approved. There are some things that are no longer applicable that were in that agreement. One of the main bones of contention are the access to the site. This is the language from the agreement itself. Access to the project shall be provided State Road 100 and John Anderson Highway. So it does mention both of those. So what does that mean? Well, some of those drawings that Adam showed you. This is the conceptual site plan. You can see on the TV there, there is the access roadway. What you see at the top going left to right is State Road 100 and the access road at Colbert Lane. It was in the conceptual site plan. It was the only access. You notice it even mentions down in the bottom there, future access. So in the current plan, my assertion at the TRC level is that, well, the access should still be there, or let's amend the PUD agreement to reflect that it's going to come at a later date. You notice it doesn't say future access where it connects at 100. The conceptual site plans shows those off-grade crossings across John Anderson. The only access onto John Anderson was in a secondary emergency access. You can kind of see it down there at the bottom. And the government sites, the public boat ramp, the fire site and mosquito control, those were also accessed by John Anderson. But other than that, the residents of the development would be crossing above or below grade of John Anderson and accessing the site at State Road 100. The general notes on the conceptual site plan. Access points for county facilities. County facilities will be on John Anderson. So,
Sean?
Yes.
County facility, for example, being the boat ramp, because you don't need to make general traffic run through the whole development to access a boat.
That's right. And if the roads were privatized, they wouldn't be there anyways. This would be a public boat ramp that you'd access off John Anderson.
Right.
Now, the language of the agreement itself, we called it nebulous. Some people call it ambiguous, subject to interpretation. Is it mandatory or is it permissive that the flyover John Anderson be put in? The language of the agreement is you could look at it either way. And there's a principle in law when something's ambiguous, then you look behind it to other bits of evidence that would help support a conclusion, such as the legislative history. When the county commission tonight, just as in 2005, when you look at these developments, you have to make some findings. And one of the findings that you have to make in order to approve it is that what the language you see in front of you, that it will not adversely affect the health and safety of residents in the area and not be detrimental to the general neighborhood. Well, in 2005, when they made this finding, when they determined that this development would not adversely affect the neighborhood, what did they base it on? First, the planning board, who had to make the same finding, based it on this following language. The southerly extension of Colbert Lane will provide a controlled signalized intersection and a grade-separated crossing is proposed for John Anderson Highway. That's how the planning board found the development to meet this criteria. Similarly, at the commission level, the county commission, almost the exact same language. For that finding that it does not adversely affect the community, because the southerly extension of Colbert Lane will provide a controlled signalized intersection, the grade-separated road crossing on Jan Anderson results in a marginal number of trips on that segment. This is how the commission back then determined that this development would not adversely affect the community. And the minutes support that contention as well. Okay, and this is my last slide. I want to remind folks that the applicant, Mr. Belshi, he does have a vested rights, excuse me. The prior owner gave hundreds, maybe 1,000 acres. I don't remember the exact number, but they did a lot to preserve our beautiful Bulow Creek, and we shouldn't forget that. I mentioned initially when this came to our TRC that we need to think of intergovernmental comity. We did bring in the city of Flagler Beach. They provided comments. The city of Flagler Beach is now supplying water and wastewater, and that's a result of a water war settlement. We call it the water war. It is no fault of the current owner. My contention is this is the new reality. We should just amend the PUD agreement to reflect that the PUD agreement says that the developer is going to build his own package plant. But that's no longer the reality due to forces beyond the landowner's control. So let's simply amend that document to reflect the new reality that they're going to be getting the water from Flagler Beach. Also, one of the main incentives for the commission to approve this agreement was to reduce the nutrient load in the intracoastal from the Flagler Beach wastewater plant. Mr. Belshi is installing that purple, upon approval, will be installing those purple pipes in the ground to one day take that reclaimed water from the city of Flagler Beach to sprinkle on their perhaps golf course if that ever gets built, or at least their common areas. And that is a great benefit to our intracoastal to get those nutrients out of the water. We see in the news, you know, the red tides and the things that are happening around the state, and anything we can do to prevent that here is great.
Sean, on that point, isn't the city of Flagler Beach under Sun controls time-wise that they need to come up with another way of handling that nutrient water going into the intracoastal, such as zero discharge?
I don't know the answer to that question. I do see Chair Mealy is here tonight, and perhaps she'll be able to speak to that. But I'm sorry that I can't answer that.
I think there's a timing problem there.
Well, I think the way I read it, it said, we, the county, said you need to use that reclaimed water. We said that to them. You need to reuse. But then there was an issue. The developer didn't think that the city of Flagler Beach could provide.
Right,
the
that's my
water.
understanding, that at the present time, the city cannot actually provide it. So he will construct the infrastructure in the ground to take it when it's available. Unfortunately, until that happens, they'll just keep dumping it into the intracoastal.
And we don't know.
I think there are some other problems with that.
Yeah, well, obviously there's a problem. If
And
the
they're already
city,
beyond some limits that were established.
I mean, I would think the city of Flagler Beach would establish that connection as quickly.
I don't know what
So-
those issues are, but I would think they would want to. I don't know what the inability is. It's just beyond my knowledge base. The tracks for future development. When this came up, red flags went up. So what I asked of the developer and his attorney would be to put notes on the plat, which are not there now. And the preliminary plat before you were correct, Mr. Hanson, they do not have the notes, that the note would say the tracks for future development are only for what is approved. So it's not a placeholder that later on they can come back. I mean, here we are in 2020 debating what the words in black and white meant 15 years ago, what are the people sitting in our position 15 years from now going to be looking back if there aren't notes on the plat to say future development, but only according to what's already approved? Then I think that those should go in there, and I believe they did agree to that. So before final plat approval, those notes need to be very clear. Any document that's recorded should have that there, so there's no question, no having to search through minutes of board meetings, but everybody knows what it means. The fire station site, I sat down with Mr. Belshi and his council, along with our fire chief and fire marshal. He was very amenable to providing us with a site right behind the big radio tower there on John Anderson. And according to our fire staff, that will be a better site than the one we were given by Mr. Ginn some years ago in terms of its size, not its access, its size and its location being a little bit further north, and how they look at their response times and how we all have to pay insurance. So I wanted to point that out, that was a positive concession on the part of Mr. Belshi. And my last point that I've raised all along, school concurrency is very important. The final plat cannot be approved until the school district gives us whatever approval is necessary. We don't really get involved in those negotiations. My understanding is those negotiations are ongoing at the present time. Old Kings Elementary School is very full. It has a limited capacity to expand. Not a single student walks to that school, and the traffic pattern is less than ideal. So there are some issues that are there to wrestle with, and the final plat cannot be approved until the school board gives us their approval as to the concurrency. That remains pending. Those were the issues that I wanted to highlight, and thank you. Sure.
I hand you all some documents.
Sure.
Thank you, Michael.
You have enough for the secretary? Yeah.
And where's the PowerPoint? Perfect.
Yeah, I think we now or later? Maybe let this presentation go and then have a break.
I hate this. Okay.
Okay, yes.
Good? Mr. Chair, before I get started, given the 36 minutes of presentation, just ask if you give me a little deference on the 15 minutes. I'll do everything that I can to be done quickly for you. All right. So, first, as a party, we have the right to cross-examine witnesses. I'll ask Mr. Sean Moylan to stand up, and I want to ask him just a couple quick questions. Mr. Moylan, in November of 2005, when the PUD was approved, how old were you?
Can we do the math?
Quickly. You were 15 years.
29.
You were 29 then? And where were you? Yes.
Starting law school.
You were starting law school. So you weren't a lawyer then?
Correct.
And you weren't in this committee or in this chamber when the PUD was approved?
No.
Right. So all your testimony to the commission today.
You're going to have to share the mic.
They can't hear me.
You got to hear both of you.
I was 29, starting law school, not in the chamber.
So all the testimony that you gave today is just based upon stuff that you read. It's not your opinion. When you said this is what the commission did, this is just what you thought, what you figured out from reading a couple documents.
Correct, from the record, yes.
Okay, right, from the record. And what record is that? The minutes?
Yes, the minutes and the approval documents.
The approval, the PUD document that is approved and recorded against us.
Yes.
Okay, so other than that, you have no knowledge of what the commission did and didn't do?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. So let's get started. We know now that everything he just told you is based upon the documents in the record, correct? And it's not necessarily what the commission said or believed or discussed, and it's very important that you guys understand that. Just upsetting to hear that. So why are we here today? All right, we were here 2 weeks ago on Mr. Tanner's discussions with you, and we needed to narrowly focus why we were there. Today, we are here for nothing more than to determine if the proposed site plan is consistent with the PUD. Whether this proposed site plan, which is on the right, on the drawing that I provide you, is consistent with the PUD concept plan. That's all we're here. We're not here to relitigate what happened in 2001, 2003, 2005, 2011, 2012. That's the only reason we're here. We're not here to talk about whether the plan is a good plan, a cool plan. We're not here to talk about whether the trees are saved. We're not here to talk about whether we're going to retrade the 2,000 acres. The PUD is the vested document controlling this plan. And attached to the PUD is the conceptual plan, concept. Adjacent on the left is the concept plan that is controlling today. And as you heard from Adam, it is broad, it is nebulous. The PUD provides flexibility to come back and grind down on the 2D drawing, which is the site plan you have. So the only thing you're here today is to determine if the proposed site plan is consistent with the PUD plan. All right, let's not get caught up in a lot of the issues that may come up today because those were litigated, talked about, debated for 10 years. So we know this is the Gardens property. As I put forth to you today, it was approved in 2005. Phase 1 plat, which Adam went over, was 2006. And the interesting part about this that you all need to understand is guess what the PUD says specifically? That it is consistent with the comprehensive plan, period. That was already decided, okay? The preliminary plat that was approved in 2006 was consistent with the comprehensive plan. This notion that the plan and the PUD are not consistent with the comprehensive plan, again, that was days and days gone by. Let's not get sucked into that discussion again. So as part of that PUD plan, there were 3 zones as Adam said to you. It was originally 1,999 acres. Okay, it created 3 zones, and you can look in the PUD. 3 zones of development on the plan in front of you. They're highlighted, 1 in yellow, 1 in blue, and 1 hashed, which is the acreage that the property owner gave to you. Public lands, section 4.4, gave you 1,000 or more acres for public lands. That's the hashed mark. The commercial area in blue allows for commercial, retail, and condominium development. And then the one we're here today is the residential golf course area in yellow on the concept plan. So these are the 3 zones in which the PUD says, owner, you can go about and develop, okay? Section 4.7, as Sean said to you, of the PUD has language in there that provides flexibility, and that was intentional Because when they did this PUD, they're doing it at 30,000 feet. They don't have soil samples. They don't know water tables at that point. They come back and they do the engineering to lay out a subdivision that complies with the conceptual plan that is approved, okay? So that's what this site plan is. We have engineering. You all understand that the next thing on the plat that shows all the roadway designs with stormwater that's accommodated by St. John's Water Management District, the FDEP, and the Army Corps of Engineers. So what do we have going here today? We already know the next step is that we just have to determine if this proposed site plan is consistent with the PUD. So again, for the audience, this is the proposed, or I'm sorry, the approved concept plan. This is the acreage that we gave you, okay? 1,069 acres plus, plus, plus to the county. That was the deal. That was the negotiation, the horse trading that I remind you Sean was not at. This is the commercial region that we can put the commercial, retail, and condominium. And this is the golf course community zone that allows for 400 plus residential units. It provides for a golf course, and it provides for 100,000 square feet of specialty retail for the community. So that's what we're here talking about. Does this plan, the proposed site plan, fit within the blue? I'm going to go out on a limb and say, if you look at your drawing, it fits precisely. And we did that because you know why? We've had a year with Adam and his staff going back and forth, making sure that it does what? In Adam's word, it complies with the PUD. So for the audience, we go back to this one. Here's the blue. This is the golf course community area. And the next is the proposed site plan. Boom, it fits perfectly. The lots, the golf course, the left side, the right size. We know that there is no requirement for one golf course hole on one side and 17, whether it's 9 and 8, 10 and 7, the PUD is silent. It allows for, in section 4.7, for flexibility to come back and do the hard design that we're here now. So, one of the things that is very important that I need to ask you all to understand is that in 2006, when Ginn put forth their proposed site plan, not the concept plan, the county commission approved that plan, okay? And they also approved the plat that, as we talked about earlier, was ultimately vacated. Mr. Hadid will tell you that when the plat vacation came through this county commission, the ordinance specifically states that this development, any future development does not amend the PUD, and it must comply with the PUD. What we're saying is that within the concept plan, the approved concept plan, in the yellow on the left, there are multiple different ways that you can actually get to a site plan that is consistent with the PUD. There could be 2, there could be 5, there could be 7,000 different variations of a site plan that is consistent with the PUD. So that's all we're here talking about. This is the plan that is in front of you tonight for approval, for you to determine that it is consistent with the PUD, and if it's not, your ordinance requires you to say why not. Doesn't require us to amend the PUD because we can come back and change the plan and be consistent with the PUD. So this notion of a requirement to amend the PUD, that's nonsense. We can come up with multiple variations of a site plan that is consistent with the concept plan. This is the plan in pretty format. You can see how it lays out into the land, okay? The first phase of this plan, not the whole development at the same time, the first phase of this plan is in the plat next, and that is on the east side, and you can see that. We have future development. We're happy to put on the plat that the future development must comply with the PUD, absolutely, okay? So we've been listening to the community quite a bit. We've been talking to your staff quite a bit, and we thought that the following are the issues that continually come up and that were raised by Mr. Tanner and people at the TRC meeting. Adam hit on most of them. So consistency with the comp plan. The PUD is consistent with the comp plan, period. As long as our proposed site plan is consistent with the PUD, it by default is consistent with your comprehensive plan. People not knowing the difference and the variations between the FEMA coastal high hazard and the statutory high hazard, or the FEMA flood maps and the AE zone, the VE zone, are issues that they need to get educated on But to say that it's non-compliant would basically be telling you that your staff is incompetent and they didn't even look at it. Trust me, you've seen all the comments. This has been litigated at the TRC for months and months and months. New PUD application, I just touched on that. There's no necessity for a PUD application unless what? We want to blow up the concept plan. We're willing to put forth a site plan that is consistent with the PUD. School concurrency is an issue that you often hear about. We just met this week, shook hands, superintendent and their staff. We have an agreement in principle that we're drafting right now on how to address the mitigation for the school issues that you have. It is a requirement only at final plat. It is not a requirement today, it is a requirement at final plat. Just like a CO is required at final plat in most instances. So this idea of school concurrency is addressed, your staff knows about it, and they've provided it to you in their report. Planning. Not approved and have direct access to John Anderson Highway. I have to tell you, I think you can tell I'm a little hot because I'm going to say it straight. Your attorney did not represent to you the entire facts as to this issue, okay? We know that he wasn't there, and we know that he relied on the minutes, and he relied on the agreement. What bothered me most about his presentation is when you turn to section 5.5 of the agreement, he showed you the first sentence where it says, access to the project shall be provided from the following public ways as generally depicted on the conceptual site plan, which you have in front of you. State Road 100 and John Anderson Highway. And John Anderson Highway. What did I do? Sorry. Okay? And here's what he didn't tell you. The very next sentence, or two sentences down, it says, the developer may also, so in addition to those, may also provide below-grade and aerial crossings over John Anderson Highway for internalization and circulation of traffic and services. I can't imagine why he didn't tell you that the PUD said may also, in addition to the access to John Anderson and State Road 100. Why? So, you know, we know he wasn't there and he relies on the minutes. And the minutes that you have in your record, which is on your FTP site, is very interesting because this issue of at grade and below grade were discussed at the County Commission on November 7th, 2005. And I'm going to read to you specifically from the minutes that he provided to you, or he referenced, but he forgot this part. Marcia Tanner, don't know who she is, you might. John Anderson Highway, asked the Board of County Commissioners to change the wording in the paragraph 5.5 access to read, the developer shall, not may, provide one below grade or one aerial crossing. Those were Mrs. Tanner's, Marcia Tanner's comments. You go to the end of the hearing, despite what he tells you, there's a motion. There's nothing in the motion that says we're going to change the PUD from may to shall. And the Board of County Commissioners adopts the PUD that you have in front of you that says may also provide. So to suggest that when he says the only access was at 100 and Colbert, that is just patently false and a misrepresentation of the record. So we addressed his comments of access, PUD, okay? We go back to it. This is not a litigation of all the issues again, okay? Flooding. You heard Adam, I won't reiterate the difference between the FEMA flood high hazard, which this isn't, that has to do with the coastal construction line, and your special FEMA. All FEMA is a way for you all to contain your ISO ratings in an acceptable manner. So why? So that people can have mortgages that are insured with flood insurance. It is a requirement by federal agreed upon. The developer doesn't have a choice. They have to run it. That's why you saw Adam say ETM looked at this and the traffic study shows what it shows. One of the recommendations that isn't in there that we want to be honest about is that the traffic study shows that there is a failure, like Adam said, at a certain point in development on the northbound left turn lane, northbound John Anderson, left turn lane onto 100 heading west. There is a failure at a certain point. The requirement is that we extend the queue and address what he addressed, and the traffic issue goes away until we get into phase 2 of the development, when we'll have to do another traffic study. So traffic study issues have been resolved by the state and by your county organizations. No plan to protect John Anderson Highway by channeling traffic into SR 100 and the Spine Road. You just have to read the document. You got to look at the minutes. There is absolutely no requirement for the Spine Road or the flyover, because why? The developer may also provide it. Okay? Water and sewer. This is a very complex thing that, unless someone sits and reads the Water War Settlement Agreement and then a subsequent interlocal agreement between the county and the city, it's hard to understand, particularly from a layman's standpoint. Generally speaking, what is required of the developer is that they will be served by Flagler Beach. The requirement to build a plant and build reuse and then deed it over, that all went away in the interlocal agreement. The only requirement is that Flagler Beach shall serve, if they have the capacity, this development. And if there's not, the developer has to work with the city to maybe expand the plant or do whatever improvements are necessary to expand. That's typical in the development world. We have a letter from the city of Flagler Beach that says they will serve and can serve phase 1, period. There is plenty of capacity in the Flagler Beach plant to serve phase 1. As it relates to the reuse, part of your staff discussions with us, they said, hey, it's not a requirement that you all have purple pipe in the ground. But because you're gonna eventually be served by Flagler Beach, and eventually we know that they're gonna get the 600,000 gallons a day of sewage into the river properly treated, will you guys put the pipe in? And then you can accept it, and you can service all the common areas in the lots at the cost of $750,000. The developer did that, even though it's not required, but it is good planning. So that's water and sewer. Primary source irrigation, we talked about that. There was discussions during the TRC about, is this development going to impact the groundwater table? Even though it's not required, staff said, hey, can you go out and do a hydrological study to check these issues out? Are you going to affect adjacent wells? Guess what we did? We employed an engineer, we did the hydraulic study, Tim Telfer's reviewed it, and he's accepted that there are no problems. So I guess in conclusion, what I'm telling you, what I'm asking you to consider is why we're here. We're here to determine on the paper in front of you if the proposed site plan meets the requirements of the approved concept plan and the PUD requirements. You've heard Adam say, absolutely, there are a couple things that they want you to consider. This road flyover issue, which I cannot express to you more emphatically, may also provide, okay? The issue about golf course, legitimate issue, and we will address that issue when we get there. Clearly, we don't want our guests and users crossing John Anderson Highway. So we're gonna have to address that. Maybe it's like Riverbend, if you've played there. So those are things to be left for the future. We addressed the water and sewer. It's unequivocally put forth and satisfied by the city of Flagler Beach. This issue, and there was a third issue, Adam, I'm sorry. Oh, the swap, right. So again, we go back to what is permitted in the PUD plan and the PUD. On the left or the right side, the east or the west, it's silent. It provides flexibility. The site plan that Ginn chose to go with had 200-something lots on that, and the balance of it on the west side. We've just changed it up. We've got 9 holes here and 9 holes on that side. It's just different. But as we said before, there's multiple iterations of a site plan that can be consistent with the PUD. So again, you're here to decide if it's consistent, and if it's not, tell us why so we can make it a correction. But there is no evidence that has been put forth to you today to say why it is not consistent. Adam is a professional planner. He is an expert. He says it's consistent. You all address these issues in the PUD and your interpretation of it. Sean is an attorney. What's an attorney worth? I mean, we're not here as experts. We're here to advocate, okay? And I think Al will tell you that, you know, unless sworn in, that you're not an expert to tell people what the law is. Next comes the public. They can be deemed as layman opinions, which could be evidence in which you rely on. But I warn you, the things that the public has been telling us and telling your staff for months are things that they want to relitigate the PUD, redesign the PUD, or are based on false and erroneous understandings of FEMA flood maps, coastal high hazards, traffic studies, what happens. So we're asking for your approval tonight. We can bring up our experts now to answer questions, or we can wait until, as we typically do after the public goes, and then come up and address your specific issues. Which would you prefer?
What I'm going to ask is that we're probably going to have to take a break.
Sure.
And I think this is a good time to do that, after which we'll continue on. So what would be reasonable, 15-minute break, or is that too much? What do you think? It's up to you guys, too.
5.
10. 10 minutes? Let's say we do a 10-minute break so people can get a chance to get up and move a little bit. Reconvene then at, it'll be right around 8:30, I guess, maybe a couple minutes. Yeah, okay. Get everybody back and seated, and we'll go on. And Mr. Deed, I just need your thoughts for a second. And maybe you should explain this as to, at this point, we will have comments by both sides. Again, I mean, we'll have a public comment, essentially. And they, even Mr. Tanner can only get 3 minutes.
Well, the rule permits him to go 5 if he speaks in a representative capacity. He can go
Okay.
from 3 to 5.
All right. All right, but he needs to know that before he starts.
Yeah.
So I'll tell him. Okay, so, and we'll go on.
But he
Yes.
needs to say he's an authorized representative of that agency.
Okay,
of
all
that
right,
entity.
all right,
You
all
need
right,
to establish that.
all right. Now, will you just go on forever? No rule about that. And then they get to rebut. It's 10. It's 10. Yeah.
I'll make sure.
Okay. Mr. Tanner?
Yes, sir.
You can have up to 5 minutes if
All right,
you're an
sir.
authorized representative of the group.
All right, sir,
So
and,
if you state that,
You have to state,
you have to state it.
you have to state your representation
okay.
of a collegial group of the organization.
Okay, and several citizens approached me on the break and said they had planned on speaking, but would like to give their time to me.
No, I can't do that. I'm not going to do that, but I'm
Okay,
not going to
well,
limit you. I have a lot of flexibility on who.
And we're kind of new here, so we're learning the rules, and that's
So
why.
if you start, what we just said.
Yes, sir.
You've got 5 minutes.
Yes, sir.
So, all right, we're going to reconvene here after our break. And Mr. Tanner, you're up first. Please introduce your position.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the grant of additional time. First, I just have to address kind of where Mr. Schimento left off.
About
That isn't what I
you being
planned.
a representative.
I'm sorry.
You have to say about you being a representative.
I'm sorry, I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I'm John Tanner, attorney at law. I represent Preserve Flagler Beach and Bulow Creek Incorporated, a nonprofit organization, citizens group. I've knocked around the criminal courts for a lot of years, and I can count on less than one hand the number of times I've seen a lawyer stand in court and challenge the credibility of another lawyer like I saw today. I don't know what's that worth, but I have to answer that. He said that somehow Mr. Moreland was misleading this board deliberately, and I think that needs to be addressed. The issue in question is point 5.5 access in the PUD agreement that was filed, which is part of the governing law, so to speak, with regard to changes and how this PUD can be addressed. And the access part that was being addressed is this: the precise location of these connections, talking about access into the development, will be determined during the preliminary plat and development plat review as applicable. The developer may also provide below-grade or aerial crossings. And what that word means to me, is it may either be below grade or may be aerial. And the reason that interpretation, I think, is valid is if you just look at just some of the surrounding documents, virtually every early map said overpass or bridge at the selected point, and every single road traced went right through the west section to Colbert Lane. They even said signalized traffic had to be provided, and that was the plan. Now, if there's any doubt about that, there was a bond issued for $5.5 million. $5.5 million to secure and guarantee the construction of the bridge. Now, when they vacated the plat, they got that money back. And there was a resolution in February the 6th, 2012, and it said, because the plat was vacated, you released the following, and it goes through various numbers that were released. $5.59924 million for John Anderson Tunnel improvements. Now, I don't know if anyone remembers Bobby Ginn, but I guarantee he wasn't building a $5 million overpass to be friendly. He was doing it because that was part of the deal. That was the deal. Every map, look at that 06. If you look at the 06 comp, and the ordinance requires basically that it says of course, the PUD doesn't adversely affect the orderly development of the community, and that dealt with, and I think Mr. Moylan's interpretation is valid, it dealt with taking care of the traffic, the terrible traffic problem that's going to occur under the plan they're proposing if you don't require them to put in an overpass. They have increased density on the east side, which would be served by that overpass, by 50%. When it was 50% less, and our county had 50% fewer people, the county commission required it. They felt it was necessary for the health, safety, and welfare of the people that live on John Anderson, and everyone traverses that, what is still at this point, a scenic highway. So there's no question that that was required, that was thought, all the collateral documents, that rule of interpretation, if a word is subject to interpretation, and obviously may be subject to interpretation, then you look at the surrounding collateral supporting materials, written materials. And just standing alone, the fact they posted a $5.5 million bond to secure that.
You can have 30 seconds because we screwed around there at the beginning, and that's it. 30 seconds.
30 seconds coming up. The ordinance has built into it requirement that PUD plan from '06, the plat showing the map, is part of the ordinance creating. In other words, it's referenced in it and cannot be omitted or they're in violation. This is not a golf course community. This is a bunch of, we don't know what we're getting. And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We now have time for the rest of the public to come up with 3-minute time frames. So try to hold, you'll have to introduce yourself and then 3 minutes.
Okay.
Address me, Chairman.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Matt Hathaway, live on 5305 John Anderson Highway. I submitted a video we'd like to play, and then maybe a couple comments. It's a video from our group. The video was about 2 minutes, so I should have at least 30 seconds or 40
Go
seconds
30
here.
seconds, I think.
So,
would be
all right.
about right.
Yeah, just real quick. I just feel, I find it highly ironic today that we're here. Obviously appreciate you guys' time, but like as we speak, there are homes that are just watching water potentially to come in their house in Flagler Beach. I mean, the amount of water that's down there we're not even in a hurricane, and we're dealing with flooding, and this is every year now. There was no hurricane warning, no storm surge. This was your nor'easter, and the water is rising. The fact that there are homes there that are highly vulnerable to any kind of rising water, and there's no way, you're gonna hear a lot about flooding here tonight. There's absolutely no way by building a community that you can mitigate the other homes. You may be able to protect the gardens from flooding, but there's absolutely no way you can be able to protect the rest of the homes in the neighborhoods that are currently flooding as we speak today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Hi, good evening. Elizabeth Hathaway. I live off of John Anderson Highway. Real quick, a definition of the word may. Two definitions, expressing possibility or expressing permission. It could be that they were expressing permission. On June 5th, 2020, in a letter to County Attorney Sean Moylan, Mr. Chimento stated that in 2005, the PUD was found consistent with the county's comprehensive plan, and that consistency was predicated on the traffic analysis provided at that time. He stated that the traffic study performed in 2005 concluded that there are no traffic issues associated. In 2005, the 2005 traffic study performed by Leftwich Consulting, Inc. never included ingress and egress onto John Anderson Highway. The only access to the development on the east side of John Anderson Highway was via an above-grade crossing which connected to Colbert Lane and State Road 100. This alone would make Mr. Chimento's supporting argument regarding traffic inconsequential to the proposed development before you. First, the new plan shows multiple entrances and exits directly onto John Anderson Highway, which is not only a negative impact to the surrounding community, but also would degrade an already impaired Florida-designated scenic highway. Then add to the population differences from 2005 to today, which were at 75,700 to now more than over 115,000, and those numbers will continue to rise. And you can clearly see that a traffic study from 15 years ago has no standing on what is happening today. We also need to consider the other development that's happening all over our county. There are approximately 21,800 Palm Coast DRIs approved for development, 2,300 PUDs and subdivision lots, 16,500 previously approved Palm Coast vacant lots, and 10,800,000 square feet of total commercial space. Our county's infrastructure and support services are not equipped currently to handle this amount of growth. Our schools, public services, fire, police department, water and sewer, issues with flooding will all be negatively impacted by an increase in density. The PUD allows for 453 units over the entire property, including the land previously donated to the county. All we are asking is that the requirements within the current PUD, which is what the developer purchased, are upheld by the commission, or this application be denied on the grounds that there should be no areas of undescribed future development, no access directly onto John Anderson Highway. Density levels on the east side should be the lowest of intensity based on the comprehensive plan element E, coastal management policy 1.3.18, that Flagler County will restrict development proposals which could adversely impact the coastal area both individually and cumulatively. And a bond should be required for the golf course to ensure its development, since this was approved as a golf course community. I would also like to refer to our county attorney, Al Hadid's statement at the January 13, 2020 BOCC meeting regarding the issues with Seaside Landings development, which is a development directly south of the proposed development. Just one second. Okay. In his words, I quote, "Too many lots were placed on the east side of the area where there's the greatest environmental sensitivity, immediately adjacent to water, with very heavy tree canopy. Small lots, more fill, too many lots were factored in there. Hopefully, this is a teaching lesson to the board and to those that come with their development proposals that we're not going to do this in the future, to plan like this, because you're going to continue to have issues. This is the kind of development, I'm done.
No, that's it.
Okay.
I gotta stop.
All right.
Just have somebody else.
Don't make the same mistake twice,
All right.
please.
Good evening. Before the clock starts running, I do have a question about the digital camera, if it's operational at this time. Okay. Well, I will in a minute. I have a number of items I want to put on there. Okay, let's go. Let's do this thing. You guys have been here long enough. All right, my name is Roberta Paletta. I'm a member of Preserve Flagler Beach. I'm the carpetbagger over the border, literally, in Volusia. My key question, I was going to talk about the issue of high hazard flooding, and I do want to point out in my untutored way, oh good, it's working, that this property, this development does lie within the coastal high hazard area, regardless of what people may say. The map shows it right there, boom. And that's for category 1. So I just want to get that out of the way right now. The other thing is, too, there's a key question behind all of this, whether to approve the PUD or the and the plat application. And it has puzzled me for over a year now as I've been researching and working on this topic. And that is, why is the developer so keen to come in and use a 15-year-old PUD, especially when they showed up in January 1st, 2019 at the Hilton Gardens with that beautiful map of 3,996 residential units, which they were planning on bringing that before the TRC and the planning board and ultimately you all for approval. To me, and of course they were stopped because the TRC process said, well, hold on, you're a little over what the PUD was going to have. My key question is, and this is for Mr. Hadid, and hopefully he can answer it, and that is, does the 2000 PUD exempt them from current comprehensive land use issues as well as compliance with said flood maps? And we can argue about the overpasses and the underpasses and so forth, but we will have people here who are actually in the chamber who can testify as to the intent of the boards at that time. And for my final note, just so you can see, don't you love highlighters? They're great. Can you bring up the camera again, please? Can you stop the clock? Okay. These are the areas under the current plat as of tonight that are labeled future development. Is it going to be a golf course? Maybe, maybe not. Golf courses are expensive. Hammock Dunes Resorts just sold their two to Troon Management because they're money losers for the resort. Talking about flooding, this is Walter Boardman this morning at 9:30. May I have 30 seconds?
30 seconds, 30
Thank
seconds,
you.
go.
This is a Volusia County truck doing an inspection. And note that this overflow on Walter Boardman is after 3 inches of rain and a high wind event. This is a lot on Seaside Landing. Again, I went by this morning and took a photograph. If you can see, there's the grass here adjacent to the curb, and then it dips down about, I'll say 3 feet, maybe 4 feet. There's water collected there, and that much has to be backfilled. And if anyone here, and I'm sure some of you have, driven through, you'd see that that's quite a bit of fill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Good evening, Kim Carney, Flagler Beach. If you follow the process on the application 3209, you will find an additional item missing from this applicant. The TRC requires an aquifer recharge study. Every meeting shows aquifer recharge study pending up until May 15th. The study pending changes to a memo from Tim Telfer to Adam Mengel with a letter from Alliant from April 3rd. Tim Telfer writes, quote, with the switch to city water and sewer, potential drawdown of the superficial and underlying Hawthorne aquifers are greatly reduced. It seems reasonable to conclude that a full hydraulic assessment will no longer be necessary," unquote. Tim Telfer decided the study was not necessary, not the TRC, and not Adam Engel. The memo states, quote, "The use of reclaimed water for irrigation would add water to the aquifer as irrigation allows some of the treated water from Flagler Beach to infiltrate. Please confirm lines use will be installed as part of every phase and that the irrigation will utilize reclaimed water at 100% of each phase. That mere fact that the purple PVC tubes are in place does not mean the developer will tie into Flagler Beach reclaimed water, and planning for the restructure although commendable, it is not guaranteed. The letter from Alliant mentions Flagler Beach's options with effluent from the wastewater treatment plant, along with 7 beneficial reasons for using reclaimed water. However, there is no reference to the impact of the aquifer if, in fact, the city of Flagler Beach does not produce reclaimed water. One of the positive impacts for the city is obviously not putting the discharge into the intercoastal waterway. There is a huge assumption here. Fact number 1, the city of Flagler Beach is not positioned to provide reclaimed water. It does not have it, and there is no communication with the county at this point that there is water. Number 2, reclaimed water. Number 2, the applicant never provides a pond, never proves that the pond waters will provide the necessary irrigation water at 100%. Number 3, there is not a demand that the developer purchase. It's not going to be free. Purchase reclaimed water from Flagler Beach when or if it ever becomes. The truth is that this developer cannot require and pledge the city to a future debt to do so. There is no requirement to provide reclaimed water from Flagler Beach. The entire aquifer recharge study is predicated on reclaimed water, which there is none. There will be a negative impact because you're adding 355 systems to the system. You cannot assume something is going to happen when deciding on future development. There is no aquifer reclaim recharge study. This development must be treated like every other development and must be required to have such a study. If one is available, it does not appear anywhere in any of the public documents. Please deny until this study is performed.
Thank you. Next.
I'm still Pat Ferraro. I'm from John Anderson Highway, though, and this is another very near and dear issue to me. I'd like to first give you a little bit of questions that I have. Number 1, I'm not an attorney. I was, however, at the 2005 commission meeting. Your father may have been there, but you were not there. So you're both on the same
Easy,
plane
easy.
there,
You're using up your time.
My 2 questions are, my 1 question deals with the traffic on John Anderson. First of all, I'm sure you all are aware, because as county projects, Seaside Landing and Flagler Beach Polo Club are currently being developed on John Anderson Highway. Both of those developments have their only entrance and egress as John Anderson Highway. Now, I'm certainly not a traffic study professional. I don't I don't present myself as that. And I'm sure they must have taken it into consideration that we have 3 developments all being developed concurrently and will all be emptying traffic out onto John Anderson Highway. As a matter of fact, if I read from the sale information for Seaside Landing, it says, does it get any better than this? Lots are situated off John Anderson in the lovely community of Seaside Landings. A short drive over the bridge to restaurants, the iconic pier, and the small town charm of Flagler Beach to enjoy the ocean breezes. The sale information for Flagler Beach Polo Club reads, Flagler Beach Polo Club is an equestrian community located on John Anderson Highway, situated on both the Intercoastal Waterway and Bulow Creek. It's located within an easy distance to Flagler Beach, as well as the cities of Palm Coast, Ormond, and Daytona Beach. Given, if they want to go to Ormond and Daytona Beach, they can go south on John Anderson through Walter Boardman and get on the interstate that way. But I've got to believe that a majority of this traffic is going to be going north on Flagler Beach. Now, I am not a traffic specialist, as I said, but I do have a lawn chair, I do have a little clicker, and I took it upon myself to do a traffic study over the 3 different times. Thursday, September 10th and Saturday, the 12th. Peak times 8 to 9, 121 cars going north. 5 to 6, 102. September 12th, Saturday, 128 cars going 8 to 9, 5 to 6, 83. They came in below the B. Monday, September 14th, 8:30 to 9:30, peak time. 130 cars, 4 to 5, 119 cars.
Okay, you're gonna have to finish up real quick.
Okay, the rest of
One
them
more
are all over 100. And my biggest point is why, I mean, I don't want to cherry pick
You have to
here.
finish up.
I am, sir. I don't want to cherry pick here, but if it's feasible for them to take parts of the 2005, why is the developer capitalizing on commercial
Okay,
development
that's it.
at Colbert and 100 if
Stop.
you can't get to it without the road going to Colbert?
Please stop.
Thank you, sir.
Right. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to have to hold the 3 minutes because that was one of the things we agreed to at the start of this whole operation. So I'm trying to give people.
I'm sorry, sir. I apologize. I thought it was up to your discretion as the chair.
But it's 3 minutes, and that was the legal thing. It just, for this section, I gave Mr. Tanner more time. Go ahead.
Okay, Mark Yu, Plantation Bay. Through the chair, I would like to ask Al Hadid a legal opinion.
You can do whatever you want with your time. Just go
Okay,
ahead, but it counts as your 3 minutes.
Mr.
Run it.
Hadid, Michael Cimento is Joe Mullins' personal attorney. As such, they have a business relationship. Mr. Cimento is also representing the developer. So my question is, per Florida statute 112.3143, any elected official who has a business dealing with an associate should recuse himself. That is my question to you.
This does not count on your time now, this answer. Go ahead.
The conflict of interest laws, the recusals are based on whether there's a substantial gain or loss that would be realized by Mr. Mullins or Mr. Cimento as a result of Mr. Mullins's participation in this quasi-judicial hearing. The law is that the assessment of special gain or loss has to be immediate. It cannot be based on a hypothesis. It has to be immediate. And unless Mr. Mullins, who knows all the aspects of the relationship, I don't, unless he states that he is going to realize a special gain or loss, then he does not have to recuse himself.
Okay, so basically your opinion is unless he admits to that, that's fine.
It's not whether he admits, sir, it's he judges.
You just take his word for it,
Okay.
basically. Okay.
All right.
Thank you. You just
Go ahead, go ahead,
you just
go
take
ahead with
his
the
word
clock.
for it. Okay, thank you.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, identify yourself.
Hello, Carol Bicel, Selena Lane. I had a density presentation, but most of the things have been covered, so I'm not going to be redundant. But I do want to point out that the traffic studies never explain that John Anderson going south has no east-west way of getting off until you hit Walter Boardman. So we're going to have a pileup of cars a mile high trying to evacuate during an emergency. It makes no sense. And as far as the Intergovernmental Committee, has Volusia County been contacted? regarding traffic on the southern portion of John Anderson. It's going to be used. Pat says most of it goes north, and that's probably true, but they are going to go south. And they're going to go south in an emergency. Other thing to take into consideration is Old Kings development in Palm Coast. That's being developed just south of US 1 on Old Kings Road. It's going to affect Old Kings Elementary, which the Gardens also affects, and that is an emergency evacuation site. These things really have to be considered before you approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. Good evening, Chair Sullivan, Commissioners. I'm here tonight to share my thoughts and concerns regarding the Gardens PUD as a Flagler County citizen. I'm unable to share my views as the Vice Chair of the
And
Flagler
again,
County.
I'm sorry, Councilman. Just, you have to say your name.
Oh, so sorry. Colleen Conklin, Flagler Beach. Do you need full address? Okay, Flagler Beach. I'm going to start again. I'm unable to share my views as the Vice Chair of the Flagler County School Board since we have yet to vote on school concurrency as a body. However, I felt it was important to share with you items that impact our school district and may impact your decision moving forward. As shared with you in your packet that you have this evening, this proposal lends to significant change in that Flagler County schools would be directly impacted. The proposed modification would increase our schools by 111 students. This increase causes overcapacity at two of our schools, Old Kings Elementary School and Flagler Palm Coast High School. A mitigation agreement will be required before concurrency can be approved. This has not yet gone before the board for approval. Per state statute, school concurrency is satisfied if the developer executes a legally binding commitment to provide mitigation proportionate to the demand for public school facilities to create by actual development of the property. Again, the mitigation has yet to be approved by the school board. Yes, my understanding is that Superintendent Middlestat, district leadership, and the developers met this past Friday to discuss this issue. They agreed upon a concurrency mitigation amount, is my understanding. The parties further understand that it will need to be approved and brought before the school board. The developer also will need to submit a new application for school concurrency. And again, I share with you that the board has not approved this plan at the time. Ultimately, my question is basic and it's very simple. Where will the 111 students attend school? Will it be disclosed to families buying homes that they may not be able to attend the schools that their home was zoned for within this development? This is only for phase 1. What about the other 5 phases of this project? Are you considering the whole or only phase 1? Shouldn't it all be considered at the same time? Please give great thought and consideration to this application before you. I'm not sure how, at this point in time, you can approve the application 3209. And in regards to standing, the earlier conversation in regards to a slippery slope, of course, Attorney Chimento is going to tell you it's a slippery slope. He's a land attorney. Members of the Preserve, this evening, it's important to note, many of them will be substantially impacted by this development. They will have increased flooding and increase in their water bill because apparently water is still an issue. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Next. Don't forget your name.
Good evening. Thank you. Rob Rothman, Flagler Beach. I'd like to talk about traffic. According to Land Use Code 3.4.02G, minor adjustments to the approved plans may be made. Number 3 states that the roads follow approximately the same course, have the same or greater width, and have the same public or private right therein. The Gardens proposed PUD differs substantially from the original 2005 PUD. In terms of traffic, there are 2 substantive changes, which we've been over this, but I want to restate it. Section 5.5 of the 2005 agreement specifies that access to development shall be at Moody Boulevard and a new intersection with Colbert Lane. The agreement was very specific to have access via Moody Boulevard, thus protecting John Anderson Highway from traffic congestion and road failure. And as that other woman pointed out, it's getting worse every day heading northbound on John Anderson Highway as you approach 100. And then Leftwich Engineering analysis stated that there shall be an elevated or below-grade crossing of this road. And then John Anderson Highway is a Florida scenic route. The comprehensive use plan specifies that it have the lowest possible intensity regarding development. John Anderson, Walter Boardman, High Bridge Road, Old Dixie Highway, all part of the Florida Ormond Beach Scenic Loop and Trail. We believe talks have happened with neither the city of Ormond Beach nor Volusia County concerning impacts to the loop. Do we need to four-lane all of these roads to accommodate development? Applicant did not provide the number of residents to the proposed development. We estimate close to 1,000 cars coming out of there. We suggest an independent traffic impact study. Instead of just 2.5 miles, it should be at least 6 miles, if not more. Volusia County has several large developments on the loop. So when someone wants to go off the loop to the beach, they come down Walter Boardman onto High Bridge Road. So the only southern access is going to be all these same people hitting that as well, because people want to avoid the Flagler Beach 100 mess. So those head south on John Anderson to get to High Bridge Park. In addition, special events like biker events, speed weeks, and I-95 accidents also greatly increase traffic on John Anderson Highway. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it. This development just doesn't fit. If you look at the boundaries of 100 to John Anderson Highway to Old Kings Road to, anyway, it doesn't fit there at all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. My name's Marcia Tanner. I've lived in Flagler County for 49 years, and I live at 5000 John Anderson Highway, and I am the guilty lady that has problems with Mike. Shall, will, wanna be, all that. Okay. I think that we're getting into a dangerous situation, particularly, I'm just gonna tell you what's going on. I'm gonna read to you some things that were in the original traffic study survey, and it says, this is the Leftwich traffic study. In section 2.0, it talks about the project description. And they do say, quote, the Hammock Beach River Club, which is the gardens, has proposed development on both sides of John Anderson, connected by a bridge or a tunnel that will go under or over John Anderson Highway. Okay, that's what they said back then. Then in section 3.0, it talks about the existing facilities and the site access. It talks about only one access from an internal roadway connecting at Colbert Lane. John Anderson Highway runs north and south, dividing the development in two sections. The sections are connected by an internal roadway with a bridge or a tunnel with no access to John Anderson Highway. Okay, let's keep going. And then hurricane evacuations, and this is what I want to talk to you about, because I've lived in Flagler a long time and on John Anderson, and I know what Walter Boardman looks like. We have pulled people out of the ditches. Bulow Creek, when the moon is right, the tide is right, the creek rises, and it has a current, and it fills Walter Boardman, and we have seen cars turn over, either go into the ditch or be swept into the swamp against a tree. We have pulled people out. So we're talking about evacuation here as a problem. Because if the entrances are only to John Anderson Highway, people are going to be going north to evacuate, but some are going to think, maybe I'll just go south. Maybe that'll be a quicker way. Guess what's going to happen? Cars are going to go off. It's going to be dangerous to everyone. This is something that really needs to be considered. So they say, in the event of an emergency or the threat of a hurricane, Hammock Beach River Club residents will have the advantage of being located along State Road 100, which is an existing hurricane evacuation route. Thank you. Perfect.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask if somebody's here, not you,
Okay.
just general. If somebody's here from the staff, we probably ought to have some kind of spray that we can spray on the microphone. If somebody could see if there's something like that, because we do have a lot of people who are speaking at that microphone. Maybe Lucy, if you can get something like that. In the meantime, come ahead. I'm just warning.
Speak and ye shall receive.
Right, thank you. Okay, go ahead.
I'm Michael Duggins at 5100 John Anderson Highway. I've lived there for 42 years, when there wasn't anybody out there. I first have a question for Adam and Al. Is the 18.94 acres of commercial mixed use on Highway 100 still in the PUD? It was repurchased by Shira Dimitri in 2010. The 18.94 acres was used in calculating the overall density and intensity for the entire property. Will this affect the 453 units for Palm Coast Intercoastal Gardens project? I think Lee Shira will want its density and intensity at some point in time, because he didn't take it back to sit on it. The other thing I want to talk about is the 05 meeting and the 06. I was at both of them. I was at a lot of meetings back then on this project. They probably had at least 7 or 8 over the years. But I remember the 05 meeting that night. There was about 300 people there, maybe 400. They were packed all the way. The fire marshal finally made half of them go out in the hallway. Bobby Ginn was there with 8 lawyers and 25 or 30 of his staff. And they had made the deals weeks before in private, like they always do. That's the way planning's done. You make your deals in private, and then you come to the meeting and have sunshine. Chairman Darby gets at the meeting after people have blasted him for 3 hours. It's about midnight, I think. It went on real late. And he asked Bobby, "You ready to make a deal, Bobby?" Well, he was, because they'd already made them. You know, and that's the way planning departments work with the commissioners, one-on-one. Are you ready to make a deal? And then he listed off all the things that he wanted, or what the commission wanted. And that was when they gave the land away. I'll build the over-under bridge. I'll do this. I'll do that. And everything was done in the sunshine that night. And I'm just saying, I was there, and I was at a bunch of others where they made the deals, and that's just the way it works. And I have videotapes on all these meetings. I have a videotape on this one. I've got the one on the 06 that was 9 months later when they made their planning agreement. And I knew Walter Fafidio really well, and I know he did his best. He had 10 or 12 projects at a time and no more than 8 people working for him. So he did his best at doing what he could do to get a project legal. Thank you.
Okay. Just
Hi.
go ahead and spray it. Go ahead and spray it. We did get a wipe down, but.
Oh, no, spray it. Yeah.
It's just, all right.
Okay.
Thank you, Lucy.
Okay, Jane Gentile Youth. Through the chair, a question to the county attorney or somebody. When was the last time the comprehensive plan was reviewed in Flagler County? I'm asking a question, you gotta stop the clock. When was the last
started
time
the
the
clock.
comp plan was reviewed? It's supposed to be reviewed every 5 years. Okay, this 2005 to 2000, that's a long time. Things change. Secondly, in other counties in the state, and I want an answer to that question, was the comp plan thoroughly reviewed from 2005 until today? Things change. Secondly, as far as Mr. Hadid giving you all this rigmarole about the people here not being expert witnesses, I would like to call your attention to a case that I worked on very hard in Dade County. For Mr. Chimento, I'll give you the citation so you can Google it while I'm up here. 719 Southern 2nd, page 1204, 1998, Metropolitan Dade County versus Section 11 in Wacar. The third DCA accepted the fact that the residents who live in the community are experts. The attorney for Wacar said we were plebiscites. The appellate court said we were experts. They also liked what one of my neighbors had said at the time, you can try to stick an elephant in a Volkswagen, you know the elephant is there. We won hands down. This is a case that made the courts, and Joe Mullins, you are egregious. All right, thirdly, you must accept these people here as expert witnesses. They can use this case. That case was based on 4 other citations also. 511 Southern 2nd 645 to 675. Also, why doesn't Flagler County have something like Metropolitan Dade County has, where you can rescind a land use and zoning or special exception if not put to use within a certain time frame, within 3 to 5 years? Because if someone is given a PUD or a plat or whatever, and it's not put to use, it's because it wasn't really needed. This project is, and for the attorney to lecture people, I have never seen in a zoning hearing in all my life where the attorney directs the commission to ignore the people and go by the law. The law is made of the people, by the people, and for the people. And this plain stinks.
All right, thank you. Next. And we'll get an answer to the question.
Guess you don't need my sanitizers now.
All right, you should be good for.
I have a document I'd like to project on the projector, please.
Right. Get it up, then we'll start. Just hold on a second till you got it up? Okay. All right, start the clock.
My name is Ken Bryan, and I live on Palm Drive in Flagler Beach. And first of all, I'd like to take exception to what the applicant's attorney just made a comment on, is that we don't have standing, because living on Palm Drive, I have about 15 to 20 residents back here that live within about 30 feet of this new development. So I would beg a differ that they do have standing. And we also have a unique injury which could potentially be affecting us on Palm Drive. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Sullivan, and commissioners. My name is Ken Bryan, and I'm a resident on Palm Drive in Flagler Beach. I am speaking to you this evening on behalf of myself, my wife, and about 60 residents and homeowners on Palm Drive. The area I will focus on specifically is a community called Palm Harbor, which is where we live, which is on the southern end of Palm Drive and adjacent to the proposed development called Gardens. There's actually a 50-foot buffer that separates our community, Palm Drive, from the Gardens, so we do have standings. As noted before, when I've spoken to you before, I'm not against development or what we hope to be a vibrant and attractive asset to Flagler Beach community. What we have great concern about, however, is would like to bring to your attention is a potential stormwater runoff and possible flooding of our properties on Palm Drive. Of particular concern in the area of West Palm Drive is considered a retention pond in wetlands. As you can see from the slides I'll present in a minute on the photos, This area's retention is no longer a retention area because the initial construction of berms intended to retain water is apparently no longer working. And in some cases, in some areas, they're apparently eroded altogether. As a result, the residents on Palm Drive are experiencing significant rising in water levels to the property during light and even heavy rainfalls. As you can see again from some of the slides I'll present in a minute, this is only 25 to 30 feet away from their property. In one particular case, there's one lady here in the back now where the water comes up about 25 to 30 feet from her swimming pool. The Gardens development apparently planned to use this retention area to stormwater runoff as well, which we fear will create a flooding issues in our particular properties. I spoke to the Flagler Beach acting city manager who looked at this site development plan today and is not sure what potential impact it may have on the Flagler Beach residents and if this plan is implemented. He is obviously new, but this is a matter that he should also require coordinating with from the developers in order to open a discussion about future planning in this area. The impact is going to be on Flagler Beach as well because there is about a 300-foot buffer right between my property and everyone else's property over to the wetlands, and the rest of it is owned by this particular developer. Are they going to maintain this? Are they going to clean it out? Because there's also a possibly a buildup of sludge and other kinds of residue in that area. Flagler Beach is apparently 300 feet from that particular property. It's my understanding the developer has not yet discussed this with the developer of the residents of Flagler Beach or the Flagler Beach community. I urge you to at least put these conditions before you consider approving this.
Thank you. Next.
Evening, gentlemen. Dennis McDonald. I'm here to testify tonight as a 40-year-plus developer of commercial properties. I consider myself to be an expert on these matters. I've built everything from very large multifamily complexes, commercial spaces, FDOT enhancements, as I like to call them, municipal pumping stations, sewage treatment plants, and private water companies that I've developed and operated, okay? I just want to comment that in looking at all of this, that the one thing that everybody keeps missing on here is that the Leftwich traffic plan allowed for one single curb cut from a signaled secondary state FDOT highway, okay? You can put thousands of cars into that intersection at that light, okay? Now what you're doing is you're taking and you're completely changing that. I got to tell you, gentlemen, I could never get away with that in any state that I ever operated in, ever, okay? It is not a modification, and it is not an amendment. And gosh, you guys know what an amendment is. You guys amend your motions all the time. It's a tweak. It's something that makes something better. Quite honestly, I've never heard of a negative amendment, and that's what I see this as being. This is a semantics, complete semantics, okay? You've changed this thing. You're going to put thousands of cars down on John Anderson, which is an unimproved county road, which literally, starts right where Flagler Beach is. This is just absolute nonsense. I wouldn't even begin to even try and put this thing forward. So to ask to change what Leftwich had put forward in 2005 to what's going on now, I just got to tell you, as a professional developer for 40 years, I could never get it to fly. Thank you very much, and I just wanted to tell you that sitting in the back, the stunt that was pulled on Sean Moylan, that was a cheap shot. Thank you.
Next.
Good evening. My name is Bryn Newton. I live in Beulah Woods. I've lived there almost half my life, so you know that's a long time. I'm here speaking on behalf of the Volusia Flagler Sierra Club. I'm the secretary and on their executive committee. A year ago in August, we wrote you a letter expressing our concern about this development and making some suggestions, and you may have received our letter today telling you, first of all, we're very pleased that the developers have chosen to limit themselves to the number of dwelling units that they were granted. That's an improvement over what was being proposed last summer. We do believe the developer and you should revisit the question of the flyover. The fact that more units are being placed on the east side, as was discussed in 2005, would make that more critical to traffic control. It's emptying onto John Anderson Highway, which has no other exit or egress, and we're concerned about the impact on the scenic Walter Boardman Lane, High Bridge Road, and the Bulow Creek State Park. Having the same number of units on the same acreage is an improvement by putting more units on the east side, but the areas that are currently labeled future development should be more clearly defined and restricted. If they want to develop part of it as a nature park, we're fine with that. Areas and amounts of land should be specifically identified and dedicated as common areas for the future residents, corresponding to the acreage that would have been used up by larger lots and spread out. On behalf of Preserve Flagler, which I'm a member of, I'd like to talk about the tree ordinance. And I realize this is not the time for pulling building permits and having to comply with with the 6-inch caliper trees. But this is the time to determine whether permits can be issued in compliance with the ordinance. You just
hold it 1 second. You want that shown?
Oh, please, yes.
Okay. Just hold. Hold the clock. Okay, go.
All right, you may recall, trees, I've heard at many of these hearings, trees are going to be a big selling point for the developer. Just this year, you had to make a special exception in Seaside Landings to correct a mistake that the Board of County Commissioners that you were not on made when they gave permission, and then they said, whoops, we can't fit the trees on these lots, so they're gone. Some of you may not be on the county commission in the few years when the consequences come to light of approving this without first determining or making the developer demonstrate that what they plan to build can be built without violating our tree ordinance. Don't just sell the lots to the owners and then let them come in and ask. Mr. Chimento mentioned opening Pandora's box. Remember what was at the bottom of Pandora's box. That's not such a bad idea. Thank you.
Good evening, gentlemen. Barbara Revels, Flagler Beach. Wrong glasses. I'm here to speak to you about water. As a citizen of Flagler Beach, I have been and am being impacted by the City of Flagler Beach's plan to supply water to the Gardens development. The elected city officials in Flagler Beach, I believe, have been misled, believing that they are obligated to provide water. I was around for the Water Awards Agreement. That agreement has been violated several times by several jurisdictions, such as Old Kings Road. That was supposed to be a county-supplied jurisdiction, and Palm Coast came down there and supplied developments down on Kings Road. That was in conflict to the Water Wars Agreement. So things do change, and I think this is an opportunity for the county to assist the city in providing water in these areas that they are obligated or they believe they're obligated to provide utilities to. Their previous manager and engineer sent a letter to the developer indicating that they would provide these services without consent of the commission, without the commission knowing of it until later. The city does have the capacity at this moment to serve us as citizens now, and maybe some additional capacity. If that's the case, why are they out putting in new wells? They're putting in new wells to create, they say redundancy, but it's really to supply the gardens. My water bill has more than doubled in the last year or so, and the City Commission tells us it's going to continue to happen again as they make these improvements. Well, they're not making the improvements for the citizens if they've got capacity for us now. They're doing it for the gardens. So I believe I'm being severely impacted by this activity. When we discuss that this development does not need to review or address the PUD from the Ginn era, as the County Planning Department contends, that means they should be allowed to follow the rules of the original PUD, which included taking the city's gray water, which has been discussed a lot tonight, to assist the city with their development of their sewer treatment plant to help produce and take gray water and stop dumping into the intercoastal waterway. While I understand the county can't protect the citizens of Flagler Beach where you have no jurisdiction, you do have the power to not further degrade the quality of life and raise our cost of living. Both of these things you will do by the passage of this development as it currently is being requested. You can place demands on your approval, such as follow the original PUD rules, follow the rules that were created, and demand the developer pay their proportionate fair share for utility expansions for the city of Flagler Beach. And I think you should further make them post a surety bond to assure that they will work with the city of Flagler Beach on the city's costs to develop their utilities that they're providing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Jane Mealy, Chair of the City of Flagler Beach Commission. I wasn't going to get up until the last speaker just spoke, and I'm afraid I have to disagree with what she told you. Yes, we're putting in new wells, but they are for redundancy. They are not to provide water to the gardens. The wells, the 4 wells that we have now are adequate to provide water to, I'm sorry, my voice is shaking, but I'm angry. We've said this over and over again. I don't know why I have to say it again. We have 4 wells that are functioning right now. They're adequate to provide water to our current citizens and to the John Anderson corridor, as we agreed to in the water wars. We are putting in another well and then another well. And I wish I had my the head of the water department here, because he could explain it better than I can. But he would say that we are not using up the wells, but making them tired. And there's danger of bringing up saltwater intrusion and sand. And so if we can let one rest and turn on another one, then all the wells will work better for a longer period of time. And that's why we have plans to build more wells. And yes, our water bills have gone up. We spent 5 years of not increasing our water bills at all. And now, unfortunately, it's time to pay the piper. And yes, we will be increasing our water bills, probably 10% each year for a few years. Not because of the gardens, but because of neglect to the system that we've had so far. And I did want to throw in about the reuse water. We had an agreement with Bobby Ginn, not just that we would provide the reuse water, he was going to build a plant, take what will be reused water and make reuse water out of it and use it on his golf course. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
My name is Ken McAleer. I'm a resident of Flagler Beach, and I live on Palm Drive, which is one of the serious flood threatened areas, and I'm within the 300 feet. I get a letter every time you have a meeting, so I feel like this is a direct impact on my property and will probably hurt my property values. So I feel compelled to speak to it. I'd like to show you a couple of pictures if I can today.
Stop the clock while we get him up. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead with the clock.
Okay, this is water coming over the berms behind homes in Palm Drive today. Okay, not a major hurricane event. This is what we're dealing with now before new development goes in, before I feel adequate research has been done as what the impact's going to be, the retention areas behind Palm Drive. In fact, in common sense would tell me I probably should be home right now taking care of my house and making sure it's not getting flooded. but instead I choose to be here because I think this needs to get out there. I've also heard, since I've been sitting down listening to questions, serious doubt cast about the original traffic studies that everything's based on. Some actually indicating that they were based on the assumption there was going to be a bridge. I've heard significant evidence saying there was a bridge or a tunnel originally intended in 2005 when things were put forward. And we've seen pictures. I've seen enough here that I have to believe that you can't go ahead and do this without calling into question whether this really still complies with the original PUD or whether more has to be required in terms of studies going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Come forward.
Good evening, Commissioners. Good evening, Mr. Sullivan, Chair. So,
Name.
Eric Cooley, citizen of Flagler Beach. Thank you. We have a PUD, and then we have a new concept, and it's a modification of the existing PUD. So in this new modification, we have changed the population layout, the road, density, water mitigation. We've gone from 3 golf courses down to 1. And what we've done is we've kept the entitlements, and we've used the entitlements, we've rolled them over, and we've basically redone the entire PUD. That's no longer a modification, that's a redraw. That should follow the proper procedure of a redraw, which is not coming before you as a modification. There's a couple other things. Back in 2005, 2006, one of the main deciding factors was the off-grade road crossing that's been pulled out. That in itself is enough to pull it out of just being a modification. That's a complete change of traffic, and it changes the design of the neighborhood. So one of the comments that was made is there's this large section of land that is for future development, and the comment was made, we're going to come before you again when we do anything and make sure it complies with the original PUD. Well, based on that, you're already over the houses. It doesn't comply with the original PUD. You're going into far more houses than was originally approved. So right now, what's being presented as a modification is just simply a phase that will come before you again. So the entire concept of planned unit development is that entire unit, or that entire development is planned. But then you have these large swaths of land that are not planned. They're just designated future. So it's no longer planned. And in order to actually plan them out, that will push you so far out of the original PUD that this is not a modification. What these folks need to do is they need to go back and follow the process and not submit this as a modification. There was numerous comments made during the presentation about the 1,069 plus acres that are being set aside for conservation, set aside for county, whatever they were, and it was, determined that it was called horse trading. The bottom line is, we are in a legal discussion about, does this fit as a modification? Does this meet the requirements of the PUD? There's no reason why any of that should have been brought up numerous times. So that needs to be struck, and not only that, but the future development and everything surrounding this must comply with what the original intent was, and it's gone out of scope. So I would request that it get denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Chairman Sullivan and Commissioners, thank you for listening to all of us and going so long. My name is Pam Hathaway, and I'm a resident of Flagler. I am a native Floridian from Miami-Dade County, and that's the reason I'm in Flagler County, is because of what happened to Miami-Dade County, and I don't want to see that happen to Flagler County. Miami-Dade and Broward and Monroe and Palm Beach are way overdeveloped, and they are suffering the consequences of those now. However, tonight, Al Haid said that you could only consider substantial, competent evidence in making your decision. I don't think that substantial competent evidence has been presented here. I think there's too many questions that are unanswered, that there's not enough substantial competent evidence for you all to consider this plan at this time. I think they need to go back to the table and change and fix, as Greg Hansen said 2 weeks ago, those are good points, fix them. And I don't think they've been fixed yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. My name is Teresa Sufer, and I am one of the residents on Palm Drive, not just on the street, but literally in the cul-de-sac. My property line backs up to the new development we touch. The picture you saw with the water coming in the yard is mine. It's a problem because that land behind my house is not maintained. I can't maintain it. It requires a study, what's needed to keep the water from coming up on my property. I watched the last couple of days, oh, look, the water, oh, the water, oh, it's a river, it's a lake, it's flowing in my backyard now. It's very worrisome, and I would like to just ask the question, who is responsible, aside from the gardens, for addressing that area, which is going to shrink from these acres and acres and acres of property down to this little piece for water to be gathered to not come on our property. So that's my one question. Who's responsible for that property back there, and can it be addressed? Second, the flood zone. You know, I don't have a lot of background. I don't know any laws or ordinances, but they were talking about this flood zone area and how it's labeled and that none of this property is in a flood zone. I don't understand how that's possible. My block has been flooded. It is always getting flooded, and yet FEMA has designated my house, my block, as an X. Why aren't I in a flood zone? Why isn't the property adjacent to me in a flood zone? So maybe that needs to be looked at. I have addressed it with FEMA, and they say to me, we don't know, it got changed from a high flood zone to an X. We don't know who did that. It happened 3 years ago. So I really would like answers to who's going to maintain that property behind me as the concrete jungle is built and less area for water overflow. I like waterfront property, but I don't want to be standing in water in my house. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
James Fisk, Palm Coast. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I deal with environment, I deal with animals. I was a former president of the Friends of Tomoka Basin State Parks for 5 years. I've got a lot of training through the state parks, learning about the environment and learning about what we need to do to conserve our environment. Right now, Flagler County has, on the north end, 4,578 acres of a planned development that y'all are dealing with. Matanzas is going to be putting in a lot of development. We've got development now on Old Kings Road. We've got development now on Corbett Lane. And now we have 800 and some odd acres here in the gardens. I found, or I came across a plan that Flagler County Board of County Commissioners put together. Very nice plan, nice booklet, about a 1/4 inch thick. And it was called the Flagler County Greenway Plan. Can somebody please tell me what in the Samuel J. Hill happened to that? Because we're losing every bit of that greenway to all this development. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, my name is Denise Calderwood, a Flagler County resident, Palm Coast resident. I could say lifelong resident, but it doesn't matter what I say because I don't think half of you are listening because the decision has already been made, or at least the majority, and it can be told that. What these people behind me have said is true. They are the experts, okay? You guys are just puppets, okay? You have a developer on your board right now, okay, Mr. Mullins. He has demonstrated he's a developer. He knows what he's doing, and he knows he's playing everybody, okay? When Mr. Yude brings up the question that he just brought up as far as money and conflict of interest or collusion or whatever words you want to use, all of them are C words that shouldn't even be discussed, okay? Unless it's compromise, okay? And I don't even hear that, okay? The CARES Act was a way, and there's other ways that people can be paid off or influenced, okay? And that's why everybody, you all went to class supposedly and learned about ethics and learned about proper behavior or the appearance of conflicts of interest, okay? We have them. 3 of the people or the parties involved have accepted CARES Act money, okay? So Mr. Hadid, if that's not a way to pay, I know Mr. Shimento's law office received it, Mr. O'Brien, your insurance agency received it, and Mr. Mullins, you received it, okay? Which is a joke because, it's another way of money in and money out, okay? And that's what developers do, okay? Mr. Fisk is completely correct in what he just said. We have lost our sense. We have lost our way. Mr. Darby and I used to go back and forth in this chamber for 8-hour, 12-hour meetings, and they're all on records. And the Tanners can prove that, and they've said that, okay? Mr. Mingle can say that as well, okay? Those meetings were always facilitated. They were always facilitated with stand-up people and people who respected each other. And Commissioner Hans actually had a meeting, Mr. Sullivan, Chairman, where he actually told the speakers that were up here that they were being disrespectful to the public. And I haven't seen any of that stuff since I've been coming back to these meetings, okay, or being here. The bottom line is this: all of us need to sit here and look at ourselves, you guys especially, because you guys are us, and you are not respecting us, the citizens, who have given our time and given our efforts. You want to listen to the developers? That's fine, but go back to your own records, read them, because if not, it's all going to come out in the court of law, and that's what we've already said. Mr. Hadid is being a great facilitator here, okay? I used to live in the hammock on Moody Drive. You all just finally fixed that flooding issue, and it cost us how much money buying up all of the land so that we could have the correct flowing of water, okay? That was 25 years in the making. This is already right here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Paul Harrington, 1769 North Central Avenue. We're a mile and a half away from the gardens, and we're being affected by the discharge from the sewage treatment plant. A year and a half ago, we had algae growing in the Silver Lake behind our house, behind the Aliki. It's because of excess nutrients. The Department of Environmental Protection verified it. They came out, they took samples. We've been batting this thing around about reuse water for 15 years. And now we want to say we're going to take hundreds of thousands of gallons of water and put it on the gardens. It's great that Mr. Belshie wants to help out with that. But this is a community thing. There's 4,000 of us over the bridge in Flagler Beach. There's 10, 12,000 people a day that come over and visit our community. We just had budget talks. We identified probably $1 million that we're spending on all those people coming over the bridge. This is a community thing that we have to address, where this water is going to go. We've got a dry purple line running out SR 100 that's not being used. ViStar just put in a well to irrigate their plants. Publix probably isn't even irrigating. We need to take it seriously, whether Ken Belshie can help us out with it or Palm Coast can help us with it, but we need to take it seriously, and Flagler Beach can't stomach all of this. Thanks.
Thanks. Next.
Suzanne Johnston, Flagler Beach. Your lawyers had indicated that this decision needs to be a subjective decision, and making a subjective decision, you need to err on the side of caution. You need to make sure that the decision protects the current occupants of the area and that the burden should be falling on the developer. This modification does not protect the current occupants of the area. They are ethically bound to make this modification, to make sure that this modification does not harm the area in any way, and that this modification does not comply with that right now. Thank you.
Next. Come and stand up.
Hello, my name is Linda Robinson, and I live on John Anderson Highway. I don't know if you're aware, but today Walter Boardman is closed due to flooding. You can't get out. High Bridge is about 3 feet underwater. If you try to drive through today, you won't be able to get out. I drove that road today, and water came into my car, and when I tried to turn onto Boardman, it was closed. So if you're trying to evacuate people later on south on John Anderson in a storm, and there wasn't even a storm today, you can't get out. So you're having a problem with moving people in terms of an evacuation. The traffic on John Anderson is already terrible. People go up and down that road 60, 70, 80 miles an hour. On the Volusia County side, there are no shoulders. It's just 2-lane highway. And on the Flagler side, there are shoulders, but it's designated as a bike route. You don't want people going off there. It's dangerous for the bikers and for the residents and for the wildlife that's there also. The developer is talking about bringing in retail shops on the east side of John Anderson. I'm assuming that those retail stores will be open to the public. How does he expect traffic, the public traffic, to get in there? Obviously, they're going to have to come in somehow. So not only are you going to have the residents using John Anderson, but these people that supposedly will come in and use his retail space. I'm assuming that it can't stand alone and survive just by the residents in the development. He's going to have other people coming in to support that retail space. And I'm wondering how he's going to do that. Also, I'm concerned about these future unknown little parcels. If he's maxed out right now with the residents, 5 or 10 years comes back and wants to do a condo on that property, what's going to happen? Y'all aren't going to probably be on the board. Hopefully, we'll all be retired by then. But the next group is going to come in and say, well, this board, because they're going to quote you, this board approved it as it is. And they're going to say it was grandfathered in. So unless you can tell us right now that that will not add to the population top, then you're talking about more flooding and more traffic on that road, which is not equipped for it at this time, or will never be. It's always going to be a 2-lane designated scenic highway, and that's why we want to keep it. So for flooding purposes, traffic purposes, and future use purposes, I would say that you really need to take another look at this plan. And as it stands now, I would say it doesn't deserve to be passed.
Next. Need to know. All right, that'll complete that section of public comment on this. I go back over to our Mr. Moto. 10 minutes, basically, what you need.
Well, we're here to answer any questions that you may have. It seems that in listening to the public, in the past 6 months, and then tonight, there are two significant issues that need to be clarified, I guess, or have been asked, and that's traffic and that's flooding. We have here tonight Sans Lassiter, who is a traffic engineer that performs traffic studies in the city, county, and in Palm Coast, and he can talk to these traffic issues that were raised, and I promise you that they were all addressed in the traffic study. The other was flooding, and we have our engineer here today to talk about those specific issues as to how stormwater will be handled, flooding the adjacent Palm Drive as alleged, and also talk to you a little bit about the tree ordinance. So I'll just kind of defer to that. If you want to just get into a presentation and ask them questions, we can do that. But just in closing, as a rebuttal to public comment, you know, we started off this as to why we're here, and that's just to basically say, does the proposed plan meet the concept plan? And the concept plan had the 3 zones, and that's all it was zones. Bubble plans in which the PUD can be adopted, implemented, and designed. And as we talked about earlier, there's multiple different ways we can do a site plan, which is what's here today, to fit within the concept plan. So it's not one plan fits all, it's multiple plans. One of the things I think is very important for you all to understand is that you heard how much negotiation went on back in 2005, the give and take, the hemming and the hawing, how the county got 1,000 acres of land donated to them for free, how the county got a riverfront park donated to them, how the county got mosquito control and a fire station donated. That was part of the hemming and hawing, and now we have a binding agreement between the landowner and the county. And words are important. You know, we're not going to go back to the days when what is, and we don't need to talk about what may all mean. May means it's your alternative. So when you go back and look at this, it is clear that this flyover was an alternative, that it was always designated as may. The minutes from the meeting talk about that, where it says, yes, Mrs. Tanner said, you guys should change it to shall, and the county commission elected to keep it as may. And then there's been some discussion about the plan, the concept plan, and how it may be in conflict with the PUD. But part of this negotiation process with the 8 lawyers that were in the room and negotiated this whole thing, draw to your attention section 10. It says, in the event of inconsistency between the terms of this agreement and the LDC, the terms of this agreement shall prevail. The reason that is the PUD is its own specific design to the property that takes exception and special design standards as it relates to the LDC. Where specific requirements are not contained in this agreement, the county's LDC shall apply. But it also talks about when there may be a perceived conflict between a plan, the concept plan, and the agreement prevails. That's the agreement that you made on this property. And the agreement clearly states, as it relates to this flyover, that it may also be provided in addition to the Colbert Lane and the the John Anderson and the State Road 100 entrances. So this plan is consistent, as Adam had told you. There are some issues that need to be addressed that our engineer can talk to you all about flooding to answer those questions, but there's not any flooding issues. We're not permitted by law to flood people's property. You all know that. St. John's, DEP, Army Corps of Engineer, and the county, we have to comply with. We can talk about the traffic, which Sands has talked to. You all adopt what the standards on your roads are going to be, called levels of service. You all adopt a model that says, if you're going to do a PUD, if you're going to do a development, this is how you have to analyze traffic. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. You do it, and the traffic is fine. Yes, there will be more traffic, but that doesn't mean that the traffic causes failures, because if there are failures, guess who has to pay for them? The developer, and in this case, the developer is going to pay for the, quote, failure at the intersection by extending the turn lane and providing the traffic signalization modification, so there isn't any issue. So all those things are there. You've heard a lot of opinions today, but you haven't heard any facts as to why the proposed site plan is inconsistent. You've heard what we don't like about it, but specifically, where is the deficiency? There is none. Your experts, your TRC, your planning board director, and our experts will all tell you that it is consistent. So we're here to answer any questions that you may have about traffic or flooding, and I'll stop there.
All right, 5 minutes more left. In At this point, Al, I'm going to go back to you for a second here. We've completed kind of the rounds that we talked about at the beginning with the board now can ask questions, but is that consistent with what the plan was when we started?
Yes, sir. That is
Okay.
consistent so that you can begin to ask questions
All right,
as you wish.
right. So back to Mr. Hanson, you're up.
Mr. Chimeno,
Yes, sir.
you hit the nail on the head. It's traffic and it's water.
Yes, sir.
And you're incorrect that engineers don't flood other property. They do it all the time. Marine land acres, they're flooding each other out daily. The development up north, because of the rules, the zoning rules and the building rules, they built the new houses 2 feet higher than the existing houses. So now the existing houses flood. And that's what you're going to do. You're going to comply, and you're going to build those homes, and they're going to be elevated. And the water's going to run to Palm Drive. It's going to run to every other place that surrounds you. So your water management is just crap. This is what's going to happen. We've seen it, and we got this commission right here got burned on that community up north. Our fault. We let the developer talk us into, oh, I'm not going to flood the neighbors. No. And they did. They flooded the neighbors, and you're going to do it because our code says you're going to have to build up to a certain level. Palm Drive is not at that level. They're lower. So you're going to flood them. It's going to go right into their backyards. So don't give me that crap. Talk to me about what you're going to do to prevent that. And you haven't done that yet. What are you going to do to prevent that from happening?
I can bring our engineer up here to answer those specific questions. And if you have.
Last guy in our other development, they brought their engineer up, and he said, oh, no, we're not going to flood anybody. So I don't know if I believe him.
how to answer a question that doesn't, this gets run by your engineer, it gets run by St. John's, it gets run by DEP, it gets run by, if you have suggestions on how we can demonstrate that from a technical standpoint, if you have ideas on how to do that, we're here to listen. So we'll let our engineer tell you what's being done.
No, I don't tell you how to engineer. This engineer tells me how he's going to fix it.
That's what he's here to tell you, sir. So if you want to listen, thank you.
All right, we're going to take that question, and Mr. Mullins is next.
Good evening, Parker Minchenberg, 1729 Ridgewood Avenue. Been a local businessman for 37 years in Parker Minchenberg and Associates. We design subdivisions for a living. I heard the comment and kind of took it personally that we're going to do something that's going to flood the neighbors. A little known fact, I developed Palm Drive. I was actually the developer and the engineer on Palm Drive. The Custer's Palm Harbor End, where the folks live and they enjoy living. I built the first brick house as you come in as a spec home. My dad and I did 25 years ago. At the time, we designed Palm Drive, and there was a question about what about the stormwater, who maintains behind it. Back when we did Palm Drive, there was a retention swale on the west side that overflowed into a wetland that remained. That wetland is directly connected to the intercoastal by a conservation easement that separates the gardens from Custer's Palm Harbor was the name of the subdivision. It was a guy named Ben Custer that owned it. So there is a separation between the gardens and Palm Drive that's about 50 feet wide, and it's down to elevation 2. So when the water in the intercoastal comes up, it joins with the water in the wetland behind, and it's continuous around the lady at the end of the cul-de-sac. So I'm very familiar with Palm Drive. And the last thing I'm going to do is flood a subdivision I personally designed and developed. As far as the rules go, 20, 30 years ago, there wasn't a lot of scrutiny on drainage design. The days of, other than the experience you said about marine land, I've designed hundreds of projects, everything from Palm Coast Plantation, Sugar Mill Plantation, Fairchild Oaks, Marina del Palma. Recently did the Buc-ee's in Daytona. I designed the Auto Mall, my company. We have a lot of experience in drainage design. And I'm not designing anything that's going to flood the neighbors. Not only that, you have a drainage engineer on your staff, and St. John's has a professional engineer, that their job is to make sure guys like me don't make a mistake and cause flooding. So this project is designed state-of-the-art, stormwater model. It's scrutinized by your engineers as well as the Water Management District. And in addition to that, we've kind of gone the extra mile. There was talk about the well study and the aquifer recharge. We have large dry retention ponds in the west side of the project to capture water coming off of John Anderson, off of those homes, to provide recharge to the aquifer. We also have adjacent to that oversized, not the minimum, but oversized wet detention ponds that we've set up to initially provide the volume we need to irrigate all of the lots in the common areas. Eventually, that'll be replaced with reuse from the city once it's available. So other than tell you that I have, I have morals, I have ethics, I'm not going to flood the people next door. Your engineer is not going to let me do it, and the St. Johnsburg Water Management District's not going to let me do it.
Are your ponds going to be sealed?
No, the ponds aren't sealed because you want the water to go into the ground.
I know that. I just want to
Yeah,
make
so
sure
they
you're
won't
not
be
gonna do
sealed,
it.
no, sir.
Okay. You're next.
Mr. Cimento, I've had this question asked a couple of times, and I want to ask you, and maybe even ask the owner, is the land for sale?
No.
Is there any consideration to letting anyone or a group or for it to be a preserve?
The property is not actively for sale, but I'm sure that if someone brought a check for X, that any owner of land would consider it, but it is not actively for sale, no.
Okay. And then is there any road widening planned for that area? Is there any, what's the road improvements plan for that?
I'll defer to Adam, he knows the history of it, but John Anderson had been widened. That was an obligation by the developer at that time, and during the recession, there became, I think, federal funds available to add the shoulder, and that widening of John Anderson has already occurred.
It's 2-lane though, right?
It's 2-lane with widened shoulders, yes, sir.
Okay. And then, I know with the school board, there were some questions brought up there. I mean, schools expand and growth will occur. We've got a great school board that I think they'll be able to make that decision and solve those problems. We're going to grow anyway, so it's going to have to be something they address. Those were really my concerns and questions that I had.
As it relates to schools, Mr. Mullins, the process that is laid out for all developments is before they get final plat approval, they have to resolve by an agreement with the school district. We have been meeting with the school district. We understand their concerns. There are vacancies in adjacent schools. Old Kings Elementary is over capacity. Bunnell has excess capacity, as do other middle schools. So those are all part of the long-term planning that we go through with the school district. And at the end of the day, we have a binding written agreement between the developer of this development and the school district, and all subsequent developers around in any jurisdiction has to have that. So that'll be taken care of. It has to be taken care of.
You want to go in? Sure. Yeah. Well, I wanted to say something too, but if my problem now with this is this, that we're the elected officials here representing all the people. And if you're a developer, you have rights, and you have property rights, and I think you've explained them very well. The problem is, there are going to be people that come and live here. And right now, there's a large group of people who are in the area now who aren't happy about this. And it seems to me that this is going to be here for 50 years. I mean, this development. So it seems to me we have time. Maybe not as much as I thought, because you have that 15-year deal coming along, but that can be extended. So my problem is this, is that I think it's important that the community accepts this at some point, because we want to be all good neighbors and we want to get along. I also feel that developers can probably do a better plan on how to set up this area rather than just do haphazard, everybody buys a lot and builds a house and so on and so forth. But my feeling is it needs a little more time to bring everyone together so that as this development goes forward, that there is some agreement, maybe tough, but some agreement that they understand what's going to happen, and they buy into the process. So that's my concern right now. And I know that's not what we're talking about tonight, but I think it's something that we have to think about as elected officials.
And, you know, I do this all the time. Mr. Belchi has been in our community for many years. He did Palm Coast Plantation, he's done others. That is critical, and it is happening. It is not happening with some of the individuals that are in this room because they're not at the table and they're citizens that go about their lives. But we are actively working with the city of Flagler Beach. We told you before, as part of the agreement of working with Flagler Beach to solve their problem, we voluntarily placed $750,000 additional dollars in the ground to accept their reuse if and when they're able to provide it. In the meantime, we will use those pipes, as he explained, through our excess stormwater capacity that we've provided. So those are examples. We're working with the county. The county in 2005 negotiated with the developer that they would have a fire station down at the south end. We've met with your fire department half a dozen times, and it's part of the condition of this approval. We're fine. We're willing to work with you all to move the fire station closer to the populace at the north end. So there's lots of examples. If you recall back in the day, in '05, there were multiple hearings about these environmentally sensitive lands. The property owner gave 1,000 acres in which is now under preservation for the county to manage, for the people. It preserved all the most sensitive lands. All that's left now is the timberlands that the county did not want. So there is a lot of a lot of back and forth and going on, and this will continue. When we come back with phase 2 in the future, we'll have these same and similar discussions about what is the relationship between the development and the community. So yes, I agree with you.
Mr. Spano, how many total homes do you envision being built? Right now, we're at what, 432?
That's it, sir.
Well, you've got all these areas set aside for future development. How many homes are you going to put in there?
We have a maximum of 432, and we have 300,000 plus square feet of commercial, retail, and multifamily.
Okay, so what's going to go in the plan reserved for future development? What's going to
Golf
go in there?
course amenities. As you recall, part of that in the southern end, there was a marina facility that we would like to develop in the future, in which around it may be shops and townhomes, that type of idea. So we can move those units over there. There's been discussions by Mr. Tanner's contacted me and wants to buy the whole west side. Well, you know, until there's an offer, we want to preserve our rights to be able to place development on the east side if that's necessary. But no matter what happens in the future, Mr. Hanson, we have to come back. I told you, we are more than happy to say on the face of the plat that those areas are reserved for future development consistent with the PUD. That's fine. That's fine. We understand what your concerns are. You know, there was a comment before that says, well, they're going to come back with a 12-story. I mean, it's just legally impossible. You just can't do that. We don't have the right to do that. We don't have the right to do anything that's inconsistent with the existing PUD. That doesn't mean that we're going to come back and talk to the community and say, hey, we want more land. If it will give you more land, you know, you can have 6 more houses. I don't know what the future
Well, your original design had high-rise.
That was the...
I'm just saying.
I understand. That was what happened, and then we abandoned that plan and came back to be consistent with the PUD that is binding on us today.
When do you envision that the golf course will be built?
Mr. Belcher, do you want to talk about that? 3 to 5 years. We need people in the community to play.
How many homes will you have built by then?
We hope to have all of them. I mean, that would be the vision. And a lot of that's just market-driven, demand-driven. But it is a requirement for us to build the golf course. As, you know, I mean, we'll just agree to disagree with Adam, but that's okay.
And then I said I was going to ask you about traffic. I just don't see John Anderson handling the traffic. I just don't see it. I mean, you can tell me that it will, but you're going to add almost 400 homes.
Okay. And I'll have Sands come up here and
you're going to have every one of those people emptying out onto John Anderson Highway, both from the west side and the east side. They're all going to come out John Anderson Highway.
Mr. Hanson, it would be disingenuous to say that there won't be more traffic on that road. Absolutely, unequivocally, there will be more cars. Okay? But that doesn't mean that it doesn't meet the standards. You all, the county, sets the standards on the levels of service on that. You all set the standards on how we have to do a traffic analysis. You all determine if there is a failure, how the developer is going to pay for it. Those rules are not our rules. Those are the rules set forth by the state and by the county, and Sands can get up here and talk to you about that if you want to get into the details. So yes, when we come to the next phase, whether it's the commercial on 100 or whether it's the additional homes on the west side, we'll have to have a supplemental traffic study to update it to comply with the current standards that you would do about.
I understand that, Mike, but that road is only so big, and it's not going to get bigger.
I understand. There's a,
So, I mean, you can do all traffic studies you want. It's going to say, yeah, we're going to add another 400 cars. Same road. Same road.
Hypothetically, we have an individual that said she counted 109 trips over in the PM peak hour. What if I told you that road, that according to your adopted level of service, can handle 400 cars in that same peak hour? I don't know what that answer is. My point is that you all set the standards on how that road will operate. If you only want 100 cars on that road during the peak hour, you have the legislative authority to change that. All we can do as a developer is comply with your rules and the state rules. Yes, there will be more cars on there during the PM peak, but that does not mean that there will be a problem. There will just be more, particularly from people who lived there for 40 years. That started out there that there were only 2 trips in the PM peak. So I hear you. I understand. We go through this every time we do a development. We hear about traffic. I understand. So if you want Sands to come up here and talk about the detail.
I won't believe him.
Okay. Well, you believe your city staff, your county staff.
I believe Adam.
Okay. And Adam has told you that it's consistent. Any more questions for us?
Commissioners, any additional comments from Mr. Chimento before we move on? And I'm going to go back to Mr. Adi. Basically, at this point, Mr. Chimento has 5 minutes left of rebuttal time if he wants to use it. But I think we've gone through all the other phases. So we're back to us. We're back to the basic reason we're here tonight, and that was to vote eventually, vote on the 2 quasi-judicial applications. Now, Adam, we're going to do them one at a time. You said it wouldn't take long to do the other 3210, but I think before we make any decisions on 3209, I'd like to hear just briefly what 3210 adds to what we've already heard, just so before we vote on the other one. But we'll vote on them separately or not vote on them. But does the other board agree with me? I'd just like to, yeah. Is that, we okay with doing that? Okay. Adam, over to you for 3210.
3210 is the platting step, and so that approves.
I guess I have to do the quasi-judicial ask.
Yes, sir.
For each of any communication that would be, Charlie? Charlie. On 3210 quasi-judicial. No. Nothing?
Once again, 50 or more emails.
Yes. Very many emails over the past period, but nothing that would keep me from voting on this issue.
Nothing.
The same disclosure from the prior item.
Right. All right, Adam. Al, is there anything you have to add, as you did last time, on this issue, on 3210?
Just before we begin to start that, during the public comment period, there was some suggestion that we legal had instructed that lay witnesses could not provide competent, substantial evidence, that neighbors could not. And you all received, just to not cast any confusion about what the operating rules were for this hearing, we did credit the ability of neighbors and those that are aware of facts to be able to provide competent, substantial evidence.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. Adam?
Yeah, there's 6 preliminary plats that are part of this, also construction plan approval that will go along with it. There's Phase 1A, 1B, 1C, 2A, 2B, and 2C. The project here, and then this is the cover page from that. And so here's those phases superimposed over the future land use map. I use that blow up from that cover sheet. And so you can see there, Phase 1A, Phase 2A being those that are closest to the intercoastal within that flood hazard area, special flood hazard area. And then 1B, 2B, 1C, 2C, and those then being closer to John Anderson. So all of this initial portion of the development occurring on the east side of John Anderson. That, again, being superimposed here over the PUD zoning map, also from the cover sheet provided by the developer. You can see how those phases lay out there. And then these are the cover sheets from the plats themselves. I included those in there just for reference so we know what we're doing here with this. So as a preliminary plat step, this then allows the developer to start developing. And so that allows us to issue land development permits, for dirt to be turned, for that infrastructure to be installed. It's the first phase then leading to platting. So the next step then after this, once all that infrastructure is in place or it's bonded, developer can move forward with final plats on one or all of those. Developer so far stated their intent to do all of these 6 plats concurrently and have all those come online at the same time. And so we've included the technical review committee comments in there. We do have notes related to the Planning and Development Board's review that had me reporting to the board, staff confirming the timing of fill in the lots, and verbally report the timing to the Board of County Commissioners. So, you know, the fill, as stated by the developer representative, 80% of the lots, somewhere around there, would end up being filled. And so the questions come up at the planning board level also. I think you heard some folks talk about it, tree preservation. Knowing that you have, with this, there's going to be some areas of cut where you have some high mounded areas right now. You know that if you've seen the topography of the east side, you're going to have some other areas where you're kind of balancing. And so what you're doing then, and certainly digging the ponds, you know, you're going to have some areas where you're going to be able to provide some of that fill. Remember the soils map that I showed y'all. So there's some spot there's some good soils, there's some not so good soils. Most of those not so goods are going to be preserved as wetlands. And so those are the areas in between the development areas that are just clearly not suitable for development. But your developer representative at the planning board had said somewhere around 2 to 3 feet of fill would be needed for your average lot, and that 80% of those lots would be filled as part of the subdivision infrastructure. So question we've had before, and always the poster child that we like to talk about, unfortunately, Seaside Landings, is that's a situation where, and our code allows it, that you can have your lots remain in a natural state. The idea there, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, is we're preserving trees. No, what you're doing is you're passing on future fill problems to the lot owner. The lot owner sees that and says, man, I got a great deal in the lot. Congratulations, you now have to add 6 feet of fill to your lot, and you're not preserving any trees. You're gonna have to take everything off because a tree can't survive, an oak cannot survive in a 6-foot deep hole. So that's not what's happening here. They've come back and they've said, look, realistically, we're gonna have 80% roughly of the lots. Tree preservation question that came up, I need to go ahead and answer it. It's in the code, in the PUD. It says basically they're gonna do the same thing our code says, 40% can be preserved. Unlike Seaside Landings, though, there's language in here in the PUD section, if folks had read it, which I included in the packet. 5.6.1, and then it repeated again in the later sections. It talks about 5.6.1.2, 5.6.1.3, 5.6.1.4, where you could move trees if there need to be planted onto common areas. And so you can do that as the developer, and they're allowed to do that. They put that into the development agreement. Again, if the text of the PUD prevails, and I have other sections I could read. I feel like I need to correct the record, but I'm going to avoid it just out of time. This PUD, I'll submit to the record, has a lot of latitude to the developer. If you want me to read those sections in their entirety, because they were not quoted correctly by a lot of people tonight, I really feel like I need to, but I'm going to avoid it because I told you I'd be short with this. But I'm pretty hot because folks from every side have come up and said the wrong thing. And if you ever heard me talk about some of this stuff before, and I'm not trying to get political with it, but it's like the Bible verse. You got to put it in its context. You can't pick and choose, and that's what happened here today by our staff also. And so it's got me a little hot on it. But I'm going to close with this. So we have your options available to you. Approval as submitted, approval subject to conditions, denial tabling. We've recommended among the conditions that we've talked about, resolution of outstanding staff technical comments, acknowledgement through a general note in the final plat, tracts reserved for future development are intended for development which has already been approved but not yet been platted, i.e. reserved future development tracts do not vest additional development rights beyond the golf course dwelling units or commercial square footage as provided in the PUD development agreement. C, no construction to commence prior to issuance of a county land development permit. D, no final plat approval to occur until extension of potable water and sanitary sewers installed and approved by the City of Flagler Beach as a utility provider with a general note added to the final plat that no wells, whether for potable or non-potable purposes, will be permitted. And E, any subdivision improvements not completed by the developer be bonded or other surety provided consistent with the requirements of Land Development Code, not subject to the PUD Development Agreements requirement at section, but subject to the PUD Development Agreements requirement at section 8.1 that all needed infrastructure provided concurrent with each phase.
Mr. Mango, can you make sure to make a copy of that and provide it to the court reporter?
This is on the record. This is in the packet. I'm reading from the staff report on page 304. And I'll be happy to share the link. I can give you this page if you like. So. And again, I'd love to read these other sections because I feel personally that these things have not been covered, but out of brevity, I'm going to.
Well, we may have to.
We may have to, yes, sir.
I'm going to bring it back.
Thank you very much.
Before motions, bring it back to any specific questions among the board. I have one, and that is that in Phase 1A, we've heard a lot of stories about Palm Drive, I think it's Palm Drive, and the flooding situation at that northern end of 1A. I would like something, whenever we approve, to include a comment on that to make sure that there's enough distance there between the current homes on Palm Drive and that they're protected. And we did see some pictures of water. I can't put that together with.
It's already flooding, yeah.
Yeah, so I just, in general, would like something looked at harder at that Phase 1A section as far as flooding goes.
The 50-foot buffer is presently in place, and that was mentioned also.
Water's coming around the other.
And then certainly what's happening, and I'm going to say what wasn't said. Flooding's going to happen. Intercoastal rises up. It's going to rise up into. It's happening now. This isn't developed. You heard it said.
Yep.
People are saying, so is it going to get better? No. If you believe sea level rise, it's not getting better. And so we have it rise. It's going to rise intercoastal. It's going to rise everywhere. And so this isn't going to prevent flooding. This isn't going to prevent next year's Category 3 hurricane from coming in. This isn't going to do that.
It may make it worse.
May make it worse, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. I get it. It's supposed to be doing no harm. And so the idea there is Water Management District, and our review says 24-hour, 25-year attenuation. You had the design engineer come up here and tell you, hey, we did better. We made this thing above the minimum for the stuff that's next to John Anderson. Yeah, that's your minimum requirements, 24-hour, 25-year attenuation.
So any other comments?
Yeah, Adam.
Okay, yes.
Let me ask you, I've got concern with the traffic, but A1A up in the Hammock has a lot of homes. It's a 2-lane road, so it's not uncommon to have a lot of homes around that. The concern I've got is the safety of the road, because I have seen a few accidents on it. So, that's really what I would probably say. I know we've got to defer to a traffic study. I know that up there in the Hammock, they have hundreds and hundreds of homes, probably thousands. So it's not uncommon to be on a 2-lane road. But the safety is what I would probably.
It's pretty bad, and I think y'all probably heard it, and I'm not trying to call out anybody for making a comment, but you have the kind of flashbacks to Rodeo Road that we had 2 weeks ago. You have a commenter that says, man, I hate that. Everybody's flying up and down the road. You had it tonight also, 60, 70, 80 miles per hour. Okay, that kind of doesn't work the same with the idea that we have a lot of traffic. And so that's kind of working counter that argument. And remember what, last week when it was said, it was like, no, sit down, that's, no, stop. And so you have that, and no doubt, 2-lane is not 4. There is the constrained right-of-way. You remember the grant money, $2 million grant money, that FDOT, our money, widened the travel lanes there from what they were, substandard, to 12 feet. We just got that done. We got the
Right.
road
North of
bike lanes
Volusia
that are-
County, the road was improved.
Right.
With-
So it
But
runs
the
all the way-
problem there, I think, is when, because I was just there this morning, is when you get to 100, that intersection there is terrible because, there's a shopping center across the street. Roberts Road's there now, probably wasn't there in 2005, as I remember. So a lot of things.
CBS was not, yes, sir.
CBS wasn't there, so on
Yep.
Benjamin Moore. So there's a lot of change right there at that intersection already. I don't, we can just.
Your
keep talking.
right-of-way is narrow there, so what you're gonna have.
Narrows down.
Biggest consideration that's there, correct on that, is that you are right-of-way constrained. There's only so much land to work within there.
Right.
We can't get more of it.
Gotcha. So I'm back, I'm still with the commissioners. Any additional thoughts? What I have to understand now is, do we need another public comment section eventually for 3210?
If you want, it's up to the board whether you want to take.
Well, but also, Mr. Chimento, we should get a chance. But what I'd like to do now, you did what I asked you to do, which was let us know what was going to be in 3210. So I'd like to go back now to the board on 3209, which was the next item on the agenda, 9B. We've had public comment, we've had rebuttal. The only person with time left is Mr. Chimento. He has 5 minutes. So back to the board for any action on item 9B, application 3209. So basically, I'm basically some kind of motion concerning that item, or none. If it's none, if there's no, if no action is taken, I can't wait all night. If no action is taken, Mr. Adid, is it tabled, or what, or not even that? I just trying to get an idea at this point.
You have to take an action.
Right.
You have to, somebody has to make a motion.
I can't make the motion. So if anybody wants
You
to
can make a motion to table.
Right.
I think all 4 choices are there.
Yep.
You can make a motion to grant as presented with the conditions. You can grant with additional conditions, and you can deny it. If you deny it, you have to have very specific findings. If you grant them, you should have findings. The
Mr. Chairman,
findings would be reflected
I
in
move
the
we table
report.
3209.
I'll second. Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I think that's a reasonable outcome for this evening, given the testimony here and everything that we've heard. I will tell you that I am having a hard time coming to a denial in listening to the testimony to not come to the conclusion that there's not an adverse impact here. But I'll accept the table motion. I'll vote in favor of the table motion, so maybe we can get out on the table what additional items we need to go through with the developer.
All right.
I think where I'm concerned with is just a little bit of the flooding stuff. I'm still kind of would like to get my hands wrapped around that because the last few days have been, it's been unbelievable with all the water. So that's an issue that I think we probably would like to understand because it's going to impact for many years to come. I'm not saying that the development will cause more flooding. It may be able to straighten out a lot of that stuff over there, but I definitely would like to hear a little more about that.
So we have a motion and a second. I have to open it back up for public comment. And this is on item 9B for those paying attention here. It's the application 3209, request for modification of a PUD development plan use and development. So, yes, go
Chairman.
ahead.
I mean, that's in your purview. Table to a time certain, the next meeting. That's fine. We can, but we need direction as to what information you want presented. I mean, we don't need to go through the entire presentation again. I think you're looking for specific information regarding flooding, maybe, specifically flooding, in addition to what your county
Yeah,
engineers.
I've been taking notes, and there was a couple other things. The full shifting of the houses from one side to the other, maybe a little bit more information on that. The whole subject of the utilities and water, how that's going to be worked out with the city. The city has agreed to it.
Yes, sir.
As best, the last thing I saw was the city manager signed a letter about a month ago.
To the utility issue, I don't know that there's anything more that we can add when Commissioner Mealy came up and said that they're providing utilities. If you want something specific as to flow, pressure, a hydraulic head, tap pressure, those types of things, we can get in some engineering. But I don't have anything, there's nothing more for us to provide as far as the utilities.
So we mentioned flooding, and especially in that 1A area for the residents. And then the whole subject of the bridge or tunnel under John Anderson. I'd just like to hear more information about what the possibilities are and when. It's a very tough one. I know for you, you would have brought it out today if you were had made a plan to build a bridge.
Bill, all we can do is rely on the PUD that says may in addition.
I do know that at other developments around here, like Grand Haven where I live and the Hammock, even on the interior main roads, we have tunnels under the roads. In Grand Haven, we do, absolutely. We have 2 of them there to keep the golfers from having to cross the street on the main drag. So I don't think it's an outlandish request. Maybe a little cheaper to build them when they build Grand Haven, but I still think that given the problem with John Anderson, I don't think there's any plan to change John Anderson much now. We've added the lanes for bicycles and that kind of thing. So it's what you see is what you get, because you have that south end problem. There's no place to go at the south end. I mean, there's places to go, but it's not much. So maybe those, if the other commissioners would want.
I would concur. I would definitely want to see commitment to the overpass over John Anderson. I don't know how you tunnel underneath it. I would definitely want to see that. And we're clear on access from both the north and from John Anderson, correct? From State Road 100 and John Anderson?
Yeah, the PUD says
Okay,
State Road 100 and
just
John
want to make sure.
Mm-hmm.
The utility answer was cleared up by Commissioner Mealy for me. So I think, you
I still
clarified
think it's worth-
pretty much everything else, so.
I've got Joe next. Did you already?
No,
talk?
that was, I'm sorry, that's all I had.
Yeah, in a nutshell, Mike, I want to hear a lot about water management. I want to hear about traffic, because that really concerns me. And I want to nail down the reuse water. What's the deal on that? Why can't we just do that? So I understand it's not your problem,
Right.
but I want to nail it down. When are we going to get that?
We will use their reuse water.
But right now, they're not available to give it to you, right?
They don't even have the ability to.
Well, that's what I wanted.
They don't have anything in their plan. It's
Willing to speak
Yeah.
to that. I'd be
As
interested
Ms.
to
Mealy
see
said,
what
they
she
don't
has
even
to
have a
say.
plan
Well,
for
we'll
that.
get some answers from them.
Certainly,
I think.
Well, Commissioner, if I understood it correctly, the developer is actually.
Well, he's putting it in, but
Yeah, they're
no
agreeing
hookup.
to incur
it's
the
there, we're
additional
gonna turn-
expense to lay the piping
Oh,
for the
yeah.
reclaimed water.
Oh,
It's
no,
just not available from the city side.
yeah, that's what I want to nail down, is when is it going to be available
Okay.
from the city? It's not their problem.
Commissioner Mealy could just wanted to say something about
Okay.
that, since her name was mentioned.
Hey, Jane.
As Jane Mealy, I said before, Bobby Ginn was going to put in a reuse plant. Putting in the purple pipes are pretty, but they don't do anything unless you have what to put through them.
Right, or put their own,
City does not have the money to build a reuse plant. I don't even know how much it costs. When Bobby Ginn agreed to it, I think it was $2 million. And that was 10 years ago, or however long ago it was, I lost track. We cannot say that we're going to give the gardens reuse water when we don't have the means. I talked to you before about we're raising our utility rates 10% a year. And that's to maintain what we've gotten and to fix what we've got. It's going to be a long time before we get to build a reuse plant. So maybe there's some give and take that can happen there.
Well, then it brings up the hydrology study. Do we need to do that? Because we were saying that we would replenish the aquifer with this reuse water.
On the golf course.
Yeah.
That might get built.
Right, that hydrology study was done and provided to Tim Telfer. So there's not going to be any adverse effect on any adjacent wells, according to the study, and is accepted by your engineers.
And we're not going to allow any new wells.
Correct.
Correct. All right.
Okay, so I think we've had a chance for public. Are you satisfied with, or did you have anything? You've got more time. You've got-
No. I just, we want to keep this on schedule. If it is your desire to table it, we would like to table it to time certain. And the reason for that is twofold. One, it doesn't require your staff to go out and do all the expensive and timely advertising. It tells all the public that you can be back here 2 Mondays. It'll be agenda and we'll address these issues. And we'll work diligently with your staff and your engineers and your consultants to address those 5 issues.
Okay. Well, I think that we need to hear from the staff a little bit on that if we're going to, Adam people, I guess, would be involved. And Mr. Cameron, did you, what your thoughts on that part?
Well, I'm certainly not adverse to postponing to a time certain. I do question whether 2 weeks would be enough time to catalog your concerns, meet with the developer, and have something that's concise enough that when we present it to you, that it won't be a long, drawn-out affair.
All right.
Mr. Chimeno, how much time do you need? I would be comfortable with the 30 days rather than 2 weeks.
That's fine. I mean, if that's what the board chooses. We just want it
be-
certain,
Yeah.
you know, and come back and allow everybody to listen to those.
What date is that? That's the, yeah, it would be the 5 o'clock meeting, which would probably satisfy people better.
What's the date on?
I'm just looking here for dates.
John, you got to go to
It's
the mic.
Yeah, I think we could allow you to speak under the public comment on this for a couple of minutes, but you need to
That's
use the
fine.
mic when you do it. Yeah. Well, just so you know, the second meeting, I believe, would be on the 19th, is that right?
Of November?
19th of October.
I mean October, I'm sorry.
That's kind of where we're headed, but I would,
Right.
would you want Mr., I would like to let him just at least have a couple minutes then,
Okay.
just to, yep, 3 minutes. Just, I mean, there has to be some coordination once we set up this 30-day.
Thank you,
Love to
Mr.
talk to
Chairman
each other.
and
Okay.
board members today. In addition to the conditions stated, we would like you to consider having a more germane and, I think, informative traffic study. I think everyone understands traffic's a problem, But this first study, I think, was about a mile. It went to where the Polo Club begins, and that's it. That's just the beginning of John Anderson. That's less than half of it. It doesn't take into consideration what's going on Old Kings. It doesn't take what's going on up in the Halifax Plantation, because they're getting ready to move that. Halifax Plantation goes to the beach by way of High Bridge, or John Anderson. They come down both roads. I know people who live there, that's the way they travel. We need a comprehensive traffic study for everyone's benefit that would encompass, I think, somewhere in the neighborhood about a 5 or 6 mile radius. That's not unreasonable. We have 12-story condos by the same developer slated for Colbert Lane. Where are all those folks going? How many of them are coming down John Anderson? I don't know. We don't know. A comprehensive land study, I think, is necessary, and it needs to be by an traffic study, needs to be by an independent expert. And you know, all due respect to the developer's experts, sometimes another expert having an opinion might give us a better opinion. We go to 2 or 3 doctors sometimes before we resolve anything serious, and that's the way it should be. And this is about as serious as doctor stuff. I just have to mention on the bridge, and I know there's some concern about the bridge of the overpass, that when you go on into the same section, that 5.5 section, they talk about the internal circulation services, roadways, drainage, utilities, golf carts, emergency vehicles, member vehicles, and pedestrians, and all on that bridge. So this isn't just an incidental bridge for a golf cart. This is a major roadway. It's the only roadway in or out. But anyway, we'd ask you to have a comprehensive traffic study, and we'd also ask you to please don't set this topic as important as it is to our community and to you, because I know the work you're putting into it. I see it. As important as it is to all of us, would you please set any consideration of the gardens for the evening meeting, so a lot of folks that can't get here when they're working can be here. And COVID has cut down on public participation, I guess you noticed. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we have a motion that may need to be modified.
Yeah, let me modify the motion. I move that we table till,
Oh, wait, we have one?
yep.
We haven't finished the motion yet, actually. But you have time. You have time left.
I'll be quick,
Yep.
if I may. Sans Lassiter, President Lassiter Transportation Group, LTG, we did do a 95-page, very in-depth traffic study. It is very current. It was also done per the River to Sea Transportation Planning Organization's methodology, which has been adopted by Flagler and Volusia County. It is a very in-depth study. We would enjoy the opportunity to discuss the results of that study with your staff. But we have done a very intensive and up-to-date study. It is available. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I modify my motion to table 3209 until time certain, October 19th commission meeting.
We have a second,
Second.
and we still have public comment on this motion. Now, this modified motion, so anybody who comes up, you're speaking to the modified time certain motion.
Rick Belhumor, Flagler Beach. You had your list of things you wanted to address. Don't forget future development. You know, an explanation of what they'll be.
Anyone else on public comment concerning this motion? Remember, we're still on 9B, application 3209.
Thank you, Commissioners, for tabling this matter. And the only thing I want to say is I'd like to see more involvement with the City of Flagler Beach authorities in regard to the retention area that Parker and Menchenberg actually developed 25 or 30 years ago. It may have been very effective at that time. However, it's not that effective now. The berms are basically being breached, and that's why a lot of the runoff water is running onto Palm Drive and potentially affecting individuals' homes. So I think the Flagler Beach is willing to work with them, but part of that is responsibility is Flagler Beach as well as the developer. And I think working together, we may be able to work this out, but I want to make sure that it's addressed. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Maria Dowling, Flagler Beach. I want to focus on one thing, and we're talking about traffic, and we're talking about flooding, and we're not talking about safety of the people who are going to live there. If there's no overpass, there's going to be golf carts, there's going to be people, it's a community, there's going to be people crossing John Anderson Highway. There's going to be children crossing John Anderson Highway. It is not only about the traffic, it is not only about the flooding, it is about human life. You are going to have accidents, and I want you to be clear of what is going to happen if there is no overpass. Thank you.
Thank you. Come ahead.
Yeah, my name is Ricker Alford, and I live on John Anderson Highway. One thing that we might have missed as far as traffic is the possible boat ramp. That would be a tremendous effect on traffic there as well. It sounds like they had that in their plan, to building a park with that. That's all I have to say.
Okay.
Roberta Pauletta, Preserve Flagler Beach.
All right, sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. As a retired teacher, you always want to try and get the last word in sometimes. I asked a question earlier, much earlier, as to whether or not the push to have this development occur under the 2005 PUD was to evade current land use, land code, and future land use management codes, and I don't believe I heard an answer on that. The other comment I'd like to make is, again, on the traffic study. It's sort of like state standardized testing. As a teacher, you have to know your state content level expectations. Those are minimums. And so if the traffic study is by code 2.5 miles in the area of a development, that should be considered a minimum. And I think the commissioners here have raised a valid point, as have other public members, in that there is a lot of development that's going to occur, both with the condos that are going to go in on 100, the South Old Kings development, which we're looking at. I believe Mr. Chimento at his meeting said 2,400 homes apparently are going to be going in there, along with warehouse space. There's no east-west route there. So, in terms of providing emergency services, traffic flow, and so forth, you've got to expand beyond the 2.5 bubble. Otherwise, you're doing yourselves and your constituents a major disservice. And I'm sure Mr. Lassiter, within those confines of the 2.5 mile bubble, did a wonderful job. I'm sure he crossed every T and dotted every I and had it bound and gave it to you as midnight reading material. And it was really good. I really liked the conclusions that they came up with, too. They were very helpful. But I do think that that's a major concern with the traffic, and that we have to look at a larger picture in light of everything that's coming down the road. Thank you.
Thank you.
Barbara Revels, Flagler Beach. Thank you, gentlemen, for your time tonight and your consideration of tabling this to get better answers. One thing that I've heard discussed a couple of different times that has been asked, and the answer doesn't ever come completely clear about maximum density and the density that they're approved, that the developer says they're approved for right now, and that they will attest to. The plat will say that it's this, and it's going to conform. I think there needs to be some language included in the documents that you approved that says the maximum density for the 800-plus acres is 400 and X number of units and the 100,000 square feet of commercial space and multifamily. That needs to be specifically worded, and that's it for the entire 800-plus acres. I think it's very important to call that out. Thank you.
I agree with that.
Paul Harrington, 1769 North Central Avenue, Flagler Beach. We're putting a requirement on the developer to put a golf course in so we can reuse water. But Flagler Beach can't provide the reused water. It sounds like we got the cart in front of the horse, and I'm questioning, how much does it cost to build a golf course? $6 million? $6 million to buy a whole lot of water reuse infrastructure. Pipeline out 100 over to Flagler Beach, down Lambert Avenue, up Roberts Road. A tertiary unit, $2 million, you said, for a tertiary unit? So, you know, maybe we need to get our ducks in a row.
You got to sell the houses too.
Pat Hathaway, John Anderson Highway. Just real quick, just to speak again on the flooding. I know Commissioner Mullins mentioned it, you know, like, it's real. I mean, you see what's going on in the intercoastal now. And these tides are higher. And I just want them, you know, when they do this study in regards and bring information to you guys in regards to flooding, is that it's a different area of Flagler where we are, in that we're kind of at the choke point between the two inlets. And it's a big deal because everyone can agree we're having higher tides, consistently higher tides. That water's got to get out. That water's got to get out the inlets, and it has a hard time, especially when we have these nor'easters, let alone any kind of hurricane event. That water specifically right in this area, along this property, along those homes on the east side, on the ocean side, Flagler Beach. That's why you see the pictures today, there's rivers running down the streets as we speak. So I haven't heard anything or seen anything in regards to that. Now, I've only been living there 6 years, and I can see there's a significant difference between living closer to the inlets, whether you're down at Ponce or if you're up at Matanzas. That water comes in, it gets out. It takes a long time to get out, a long time, much longer, and you got to go through multiple tide cycles. And as I said earlier, we can all agree, these tides seem to get higher. It's just the reality. We're going through some sort of stage, whatever that might be. That's obviously up for debate. But that needs to be taken into consideration. And I know there's mitigation to how they're going to build their properties. But just like Commissioner Hanson said, you're going to build up. Everyone, not just adjacently, is going to be affected. But you're talking about homes all along the east side of Flagler Beach. That water has to go somewhere. And when it backs up in that area, that's 22 miles from the inlet, north and south, that water stays there, and it stays there for a while. And I mean, honestly, if we got hit, if we had a tropical storm coming or even a Category 1 or 2 hurricane coming right now, you are evacuating Flagler County because that water is so high. And that is going to be directly where this property is going to be built on. I mean, directly there. So I just hope that's taken into consideration when they look at the flooding. And because there's no way around it. There's going to be an impact to not just the adjacent properties, but all of the properties in Flagler Beach. And I don't know how you address it, but I'd like to see it. And I hope that's something that's taken into consideration. Thank you.
Jane Gentile, my final words. I know it's very late. If I were up there, I would deny this totally, because we have global warming. It's not a Democratic issue. It's not a Republican issue. If I had my way, I would say we need to deny this for now or table it until a new comprehensive master plan is drawn up, which has scientists who are experts in global warming. Miami-Dade County is already putting moratoriums. So either have a new comprehensive plan now, deny it, table it, have a moratorium. We have global warming, and what I'm hearing is that this is just going to be another disaster, and I did not get my question answered. When was the last land use master plan revisited? I asked that before. I did not get an answer. These people deserve an answer, and if I had my wish, we would have a total moratorium until these issues are solved and global warming was taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Pat Ferrara.
Very short. I understand that you have an interest in the traffic issue. I don't want so much to have that glossed over as much as the flooding, which I think is very important. The school situation is very important. My concern is about internal traffic within the gardens. Right now, we're on phase 1. I would believe that phase 2 will have to have some commercial property developed, which is at the corner of Colbert and 100. I don't know how people from phase 1 are going to get to those commercial establishments unless they go up John Anderson and make a left and go into the commercial area at Colbert. Why don't we address the overpass issue now? Why don't we make them commit to an overpass now rather than have an internal traffic problem later where they've got to put in that overpass? John Anderson is a bottleneck. I understand there's 1,000 houses in the hammock and they're on 2-lane roads. That's hardly, US 1 or A1A is hardly applicable or the same as John Anderson. We have virtually no southern egress from John Anderson and a minimal amount of area where we can get out on 100. So that problem is not going to go away. And the more people we put into that development, and when we allow building on the west side, John Anderson is not going to change. When I originally sat in 2005, I agree with Mrs. Tanner. The overpass was the accepted way. We were going up to over John Anderson, and the exit for this development was going to be a southern extension to Colbert. That's still a perfectly good reason, a perfectly good solution. Do not dump 400 and some houses on this road now, and then when you get into phase 2, another heaven knows how many houses or golf course or whatever you're splitting it out, and then the possibility of additional commercial facility. We have to look at the internal flow within the gardens, and we have to look at the fact that there is no more room on John Anderson. And I'm not taking issue with the traffic person. I'm just saying that come do it again and take into consideration there's already 2 more developments concurrently being developed. The Landings and the Flagler Beach Polo Club. All 3 of those are going to be going in to John Anderson.
Okay, fine, thank you.
Mike Duggins, John Anderson. I urge the commissioners, when you get to this is probably going to be site plan, but it may need to be put in the PUD. The houses that are east of the internal big slough, that's the flood problem for the people that are going to buy in there. When we have these major storms like we had when Flagler Beach flooded bad, we don't know what's coming yet. We may get bad floods in the next month. We don't know. If there's any possibility that you can consider requiring all the houses east of the slough, to be put on either tall stem walls or piling, at least 6 foot, the first finished floor plan to be at least 6 foot above the internal roadway crown. it might, all the people going to be moving down here are probably going to be coming from up north, or the majority of them, and they're not going to have the slightest idea about the flooding problem that they can have. And it's getting worse. I've been here 42 years, and I've seen in the last 20, the water getting worse and worse and worse, especially on the beach. So if you can, I don't know how you're restricted on requiring that, but I know FEMA is starting to require it. The people that got flooded on the Flagler Beach side, they were told you either elevate or you get no more FEMA help. That's it. No insurance, nothing. So everybody that rebuilt over there, they're hung out to dry. They get nothing from FEMA. Thank you.
Okay. Next.
Mark Hughes, Plantation Bay. I kind of have a problem with, and I can ask Adam this, are you taking into account environmental impacts? Are you taking into account climate change, sea level rise? We just keep on granting developers to build wherever they want, where they basically shouldn't be building. And that's my point. So to me, it's madness. I mean, what are we going to end up with 50 years from now, where the sea level's 4 feet higher? We're going to end up like New Orleans. We're going to have walls, we're going to have levees around, and we're just going to have pumps put in to pump out the water. It's madness. I don't know where we're going with this. Thank you.
All right, that's the public comment on the motion that's on the floor. Bring it back to the commission for any additional comments. If not, I'm going to go ahead with the vote. I don't see anybody asking to speak. So the motion on the floor, as modified, includes for item 9B, which is the quasi-judicial application 3209 request for modification of a PUD site development plan and the PUD Plan Unit Committee District for the Hammock Beach River Club located at State Road 100 East. With that, I'll ask for the yeas. All those in favor of tabling the motion and setting up a specific date of October 19th for the next answering the questions that were raised. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Passes unanimously. We now go on to item 9C, which is a we can't do 9, we couldn't approve 9C without just having tabled.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we table application 3210 to a time certain of October 19th.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for the same decision as the previous motion to table and with a time certain of October 19th for further discussion for the application 3210. With that, I'll open that up to public comment on that item. It's essentially, you can't do this unless you do the other one. So if you want to make a public comment, go ahead. But if not, I'm going to bring it back to the board for vote. Mr. Tanner? Go.
It's applicable to both, and Commissioner Mullins asked the question if the property was for sale, and I think Mr. Schmento also answered part of that in his comments that he and I have been talking. We are doing our best to try to reach an agreement to get public purchase of at least some of this land, and we're looking for a willing seller letter. It doesn't mean they're going to sell, it just means they're willing to consider. And this once was all purchased by the St. Johns River Water Management District in 1998. It became part of the Greenway theoretically, and before St. John's could finish one last survey, Bobby Ginn submarined them like he didn't have enough land to develop, and he bought out from underneath the St. John's Water Management District, who was ready to purchase it for the people. He bought it and, of course, did what he's done. So we are going to try to get this purchased, and yes, we'll be working with the developer. Thank you.
Go ahead.
30 seconds.
Yeah.
I want you to go back and listen to what was just said by Mr. Tanner. This is the danger of having half-truths. The truth of the matter is the county had an option to purchase it, and they elected not to purchase it from Shira and Dimitri. So when you and you swoop in and you steal it from the community, it's just fallacy, okay? But it goes to the point of making sure that when people come up here and you listen to them, that there are facts and not opinion and not a hybrid of both. It's very dangerous. What was just said is the farthest thing from the truth, okay? Thank you.
James Fisk again. I just want to thank each and every one of you for taking our comments and the facts that have been brought out into consideration and tabling this. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. I see no one else rise. So at this point, I'm going to bring it back to the board. And this is the item 9C, which is kind of goes along with the previous motion. Motion's on the floor to table item 9C, application 3210, request for approval of a preliminary plat and Plan Unit Development District 335 lots in 6 phases in the Hammock River Club located south of State Road 100 and east and west of John Anderson Highway. So, and with the modification, well, not the modification this time, this motion includes October 19th is the next time that we'll be discussing it. So with that, I'll ask for the yeas on that motion. Aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you all for being here. We're going to go on now to additional reports and comments. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I want to point out it's now at past the 11 o'clock hour, and under the rules adopted by the board, the rule says that we will not have a meeting go past 11, and they will adjourn and continue it to another time. Now, that is always subject to the board's discretion. You can choose to continue to move forward, or you can follow the adjournment rule. I just wanted to bring it to your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Hadid, for that. I know that at least one of the members, one of our members must, for other reasons, leave at this point. And I would ask approval, even if we go on, that Mr. Erickson can depart now.
He can always do that.
Okay. So, all right. It just, it is getting late, and so on and so forth. So, with that, I'm willing to go along with that rule. I think there's time. We have time in this world to do things. I know there's some other items that people may want to do, but I think given the hour and the general rule, we can do them at another time. But I would say I would like a motion to adjourn at this point. No. Okay. Well. Okay, we don't have a motion to adjourn yet. Mr. Hanson would like to make a comment.
Mr. Chairman, this commission relies on its ability to discuss issues without fear of retribution and harassment. Therefore, I move that this commission censor Mr. Mullins for his inappropriate and unprofessional actions at our last commission meeting. He willfully disregarded instructions from the chair. He left his position and menacingly approached his fellow commissioners and used threatening and abusive stance and verbiage. His actions were not only uncalled for, they have left an indelible stain on the fabric of Flagler County government. I ask for a second.
Second. We have a motion and a second concerning censure. Since a specific commissioner's name was mentioned in it, I would like all the commissioners to say something, but I would ask Mr. Mullins if he wanted to say something now. I know I have something to say also. I'll do that with time.
No, I would. I actually would. I sent out an apology, and I sent it Friday. And I was very specific, and I'll read it again. I said, I first and foremost want to sincerely apologize about my actions in a very intense situation. As I said during the meeting, I am truly sorry for inappropriate remarks and actions. It was a very intense situation that we all would like to have avoided. I take this position seriously, and I feel strongly that I want to represent the people, as I'm sure everyone on this board does. While we are made up of many personalities in the county and commission and have many different styles and views, I realize we have to work together as one. I by no means want our great accomplishments we have all been able to achieve as a team the last 2 years to be overshadowed by personal issues. We all know a house divided cannot stand, and I truly regret my actions in heightening the tension subsequent to the unfortunate event that occurred at the last meeting. I am committed to a positive path forward, and I want to say one thing, one person can sincerely apologize, but it takes two to have peace. As far as I'm concerned, this is over and are ready to move forward. I want to focus on the policy, not personality differences, and move this county forward.
Mr. Erickson, I wanted to give you a chance to speak.
I need a few more minutes here.
What?
I said I'm just having some.
Oh, I'll come back. Mr. O'Brien?
Yeah, there's a few things I want to say since you brought it up. You know, Mr. Mullins, your behavior at our last meeting was embarrassing and hurtful. You've admitted to that. There's no excuses. You did it, and you should own up to it, and it sounds like you have. And that ended up having our meeting being tainted and undermined. And I told you that day, face to face, you know, how I felt about it. We serve on a collegial, or we're supposed to serve on a collegial board of equals. And this is not a vessel for national politics. It's supposed to be results-oriented, close to the people, local government. And we actually do things that impact people's lives locally. And we represent everyone. There's a time for expressing our national political preferences, but when we don't temper that in our local government work, it detracts from our results. This nonsense and lack of leadership results in a huge distraction and a waste of time for everybody. A waste of time for the citizens that have to write us and tell us about this nonsense and give us their opinions. They should be able to be focusing on other things that are more important than this. It's also a distraction for staff, and it also detracts from the good things that we've done in this county. And you know, a Google record is permanent, and so it doesn't help us in our reputation with our state partners, our legislatures, and you know, I can't help but wonder if maybe they won't pick up the phone so fast because they don't want to deal with a dysfunctional local government, a local county. And it's a shame that happens. If we keep going down this path and continue to act and behave like this, like petulant children in public, again, maybe we won't get some of the funding and the grants so fast, and people might not be apt to deal with us. I also wonder if it's also harder for us to get good qualified people. Oh, excuse me. I thought about, you know, who runs in this county for local office. And we have in this community, as in many communities in Florida, lots and lots of good, qualified, serious people. But not a lot of people want to run for public office because they don't want to be involved in this nonsense. You know, and that's a problem. I also thought a little bit about Scripture, and there's the story from the Gospel according to John about the prostitute that the Pharisees brought before Jesus, and you know, back then the custom was to stone the prostitute, and as Jesus said, and we all know the end of that story, he who is without sin, go ahead and cast the first stone, and we know how that turned out. And with respect to that, you know, Commissioner Hanson, it's not an excuse for Commissioner Mullins' behavior, But I feel at times you're a constant agitator, constantly poking with sometimes with negative and biting personal comments. I felt it. You know, we're all human, and over time, it has a cumulative effect. And it doesn't do anybody any good to deal in ridiculous rumors and innuendo. I think you should think about some of the sources that you have. Again, we serve on a collegial board of equals. This isn't a Navy ship where you run roughshod over 18-year-old pimpled little sailors. Okay, we're equals here, and we don't just snap to attention and do whatever we're told. And I've witnessed this on a lot of occasions, in maybe how we behave publicly sometimes, and how we negotiate with other elected officials. That's not how it works. Rank doesn't mean anything on this board. It's about respect, open debate, and consensus building, and we should all be respectful. And two last things I want to leave with. One, the definition of decorum is behavior in keeping with good taste and propriety, and making sure that there's suitability to the requirements of a person, the rank, or an occasion. I think we're all adults and we should start acting like that. That's all I have to say, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Erickson, are you ready to speak?
If I can, I'm going through some emotional situations here. I've been the brunt end of some bad language. I know I'm the oldest person on this thing, but hell, when somebody starts calling me old lazy guy, that hurts. We had a situation a couple months ago where I thought we were almost going to go to punches, but I didn't. I complained to the sheriff about being threatened, et cetera. I think things have gotten better in our communications, and I guess I'd like to see it continue to improve. But we've got to do something that guarantees that we act like adults, and just do better representation of each other as we go about our daily duties here on this commission. Thank you.
Right, so I just had a couple of thoughts. These are more just straightforward. I was away for 3 days. It was nice to be away, but I thought about this a little bit. Censure is a pretty significant action to take. We have never done a censure, as far as we can do by research, in this county, on this Board of County Commissioners. We came into existence in 1917. It has never happened. I'm not sure it's going to do the county or the board or anyone a lot of good to do this at this point. When you look at the definitions, there are lots of definitions of censure, so I kind of concentrated on the ones concerning government. It expressed severe disapproval, especially in a formal statement that's supposed to be written, not just a single word. You're supposed to kind of explain what you're talking about. Another definition of censure does not remove a member from their office so they retain their title, stature, and power to vote. Censure is a formal and public group condemnation of an individual, often a group member, whose actions run counter to the group's acceptable standards for individual behavior, such as a reprimand. We have the word censure. I've tried to take a little bit different tact here with some words. And my question at this point is, should the action be a motion or a consensus among commissioners, for instance, as a way of avoiding what I think would be a mistake to have, for the first time since 1917, have an actual motion and vote censure. But I do want to say this. It is true that the actions and words used by Commissioner Mullins on September 9th, I want to be specific, this is concerning his actions on September 9th, were unacceptable, especially since they were directed specifically at Commissioners Hansen and Erickson. This is a difficult time for us to get through this, but I agree with just about everything that Commissioner O'Brien said. I agree with what Mr. Erickson said, and I agree it was a severe thing that happened on September 9th, and it was unpleasant for all of us. There has been an apology made, and so I would, at this point, rather do something along the lines of a consensus that we all agree that it was a bad action at that point in time. But I personally, as chairman, don't want to be the chairman, was the chairman when we voted to censure someone. I know that's difficult, but, and I would rather have some kind of a, more like a consensus along the lines of what I just said. So that's kind of where I stand. We do have a motion on the floor. And I'm going to close comment at this point because the motion concerns a specific action among commissioners. And there are lots of other things out there that have been in the public view, but I'm specifically talking about actions that were taken on September 9th, and that's kind of where I come down. So we do have a motion. We do have a motion and a second on the floor. I'm not going to have community outreach on this one because we're talking about a specific action taken by commissioners here, and it's, and I'm not going to open it up further. I'm going to close comment at this point. So, if somebody wants to call the motion, we'll go forward with a vote. So, at this point, all those in favor of the motion to censure Commissioner Mullins signify by saying aye. I'm going to do it each one individually because Commissioner Erickson?
Aye.
Mr. Hanson? Aye. Commissioner O'Brien?
No.
Commissioner Mullins?
No.
And I'm going to vote no for the reasons I gave.
Mr. Chairman, move we adjourn.
Mr.
Chairman.
Yes, go ahead. Do you want to go through your report then?
I don't need to go through the whole report, but I got two items that I'd like to get direction on. Number one is the city of Bunnell has asked that we give a resolution supporting the Commerce Connector between 100 and US 1. I think that that's something that y'all would probably want to do, but since it creates a resolution, I would like direction from the board. Put it on the next agenda.
Put it on the next agenda.
Yes.
We can do it now.
We all agree to that. Well, if you trust the attorney and myself to create the resolution, then you could do it now.
You know, because we approved the Northeast Florida in the meeting tonight, in the consent agenda. So I think we could just make a motion to add it to that motion, add it to that consent agenda item, which was, is anybody looking at it? It's item, oh, we didn't. 7I, Flagler County 2021 Northeast Florida Regional Council Legislative Priorities. We can make a motion.
I think they want something separate for that,
Oh.
that they're going to use in their own way. I don't think it's time critical. They didn't indicate that. I can put it on consent agenda for the next meeting.
Okay, is there agreement that we do that?
Sure.
Okay, we'll do it.
And secondly, I'm sure you are aware that there is a new Chamber of Commerce underway. It is considerably different than the old Chamber of Commerce, which sort of functioned on ribbon cuttings and networking. The Palm Coast Regional Chamber of Commerce is created to heavily support existing businesses, particularly during this time of COVID, to try and help them to survive. They're going to create a business advocacy at the local, regional, state, and federal levels, focus on job growth and medium wage growth, disaster preparedness and response for businesses, education and workforce development, health and wellness, establishing a countywide vision for the future of Flagler County, And the mission statement is the Palm Coast Regional Chamber of Commerce is a catalyst to help members grow, improve, and protect their businesses. It is dedicated to building the best environment for businesses in Flagler County and committed to improving economic vitality of the region by educating and advocating for solutions to members' business needs. And they have invited us as a county to become charter members. Charter membership is $5,000 a year, and the commitment is 1 year at the time. I can just await the commission's pleasure on that.
I'd like to make a comment on it, Jerry. I was disappointed in that announcement. It was testosterone heavy. There wasn't one woman named to that particular board. Now, I don't know whether that's the way it's been, but God, we've got some bright women walking the streets here. We've got plenty of businesses out there, but for a business person right now to come up with a $5,000 fee to join the chamber, I just find that way out of whack. Those are my observation of that.
Mr. Chairman,
Chamber?
I want to say something.
Go ahead.
what is your recommendation?
Yeah.
Well, I certainly think that it behooves a community to be able to support a Chamber of Commerce. It's an organization that, if it's done right, assumes a lot of the responsibilities that would automatically fall on us in the absence of a chamber, as it already is. Whether or not this is the vehicle is a public policy decision for this board, and I defer to the pleasure of the board.
I want to, I served on the state chamber in Georgia, and 5,000 is nothing for a chamber membership. And I've done business in a lot of communities. We've got shopping centers and apartment complexes and just all kind of businesses all through the Southeast. And I've never been in an area without a chamber. It sends a real negative message, and I think we send enough negativity out that we're not business friendly, that we need to send something. We need to have a welcoming committee, and a serious one, not just one running around cutting ribbons and redoing ribbons and but one that's politically tied and a political activist chamber.
My only comment would be that I think that who would be the staff person who would be the point of contact on this with the chamber? Would it be our tourism office or?
Probably Amy Lukasik.
And I think we need a chamber in Flagler County, and if this is, we've had in the past times when we put more money into the chamber than this is. I think if the new chamber is being formed, I think we should be part of it. I can't see us being left out at this point. So I would agree that it makes sense to do it at this point.
Yeah, I would agree it makes sense to do it, but for the first year, because I think they're going to have some trouble, because that is a lot of money for a small business to. I was assured that it's a 1 year commitment at a time. Yeah, let's see if they can get this thing going, and let's help them the first year and see what goes. Okay, if that's the guidance that I have, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I think that's the guidance.
One last thing is, the sheriff brought to our attention that there was a partial contiguous to the Justice Lane Training Center property on the market for, it's 1/3 of an acre for $6,900. Tim Telfer was able to negotiate with the owner of that property, and they've agreed, because it's to the county purposes, that they would take $3,000 for it. It would be a valuable augmentation to the property that we already have.
Do you know where it is as you drive in off the 11, I guess?
I have not seen the property. I asked Tim to look into
It's okay, I mean, if it's right adjacent, I mean, it's $3,000, I mean, yeah, sure, I think that's probably a good deal. I was just interested where it was, that's all.
I'm good.
It's, Jared has, it's on the
Right-hand
curve.
side, before you get to the new,
It's on the curve, second property up. It does not have access, and we would probably, under current law, have to grant some sort of access easement to it if somebody else bought it.
sounds okay to me. What does the rest of the
It's
board?
it's well
I'm
within my
okay with that.
authority to do.
It's already done, it's done, so you're just letting us know, okay.
Okay. That takes care of it, except for the good news items, if y'all want those. Well, one of them's not so good news. We have a video up right now on the damage done to our beaches. And one of those shows a breach coming up right there.
Right here?
And that's just north of Washington Oaks.
Same
That
place.
is, I am informed, one of the 11 parcels that refused to grant an easement for us to do beach fortification in the past. So that's an example in just a nor'easter that one of those places that didn't get fortified was breached. In a hurricane, that would be a serious situation. Just
Okay.
wanted to show you that. Faith says the damage is considerable up and down the beach and heavier in some areas. She is in the process with her crew in getting a more comprehensive damage assessment.
Well,
You know, we
those
said,
were-
we said when that guy didn't sign, you could see that would breach. It would go in there and then it would go south. It was just gonna go in there and go south. And it was gonna, it was gonna wreck Marineland Acres again.
Yes, once it gets behind there,
Once it gets
does
behind
a
there,
lot
it's
of
gonna go
damage.
south.
I have just two good news things, and they're quick. Number one, Mr. Chairman, you signed the papers for the transfer of the Sears property, which means that we've gone a long way towards settling that litigation that we have, and that brings to close another issue that has been plaguing us for a while. So that's great news, and I'm sure Mr. Hadid will be able to carry forth and pursue the additional funds that we need to be made whole, and that's really good news for us. And last, Flagler County was recognized by the U.S. Census Bureau, and it says in their report on the news that North Florida, the little county that can and does. Flagler County may not be the biggest county in Florida in terms of size, 60th out of 67 counties, or population, 35th out of 67, but its response rates to the 2020 census have kept it consistently inside the top 10. The county has been relentless in its outreach efforts, with the county's Complete Count Committee, CCC, leading the way. The CCC has posted weekly census video reminders on its local social media channels. Social service groups have placed the 2020 census reminder stickers on every Meals on Wheels food box, and the Flagler Beach Sheriff's Office has been donating space for the 2020 census Respond Now events. And of course, one of our commissioners is heading up the CCC effort and has apparently done a very good job. And
Go
that would
Don.
conclude my report.
Good job, Donnie.
All right. Al, did you have something?
I'll run through mine real fast. Okay, probably the most important issue is the dunes. You saw the video, the importance of avoiding the breach points. We are still working cooperatively with our partners. We have paperwork issues to resolve. One of the things that we'll be bringing forward at the next meeting will be a resolution which embodies all of the assurances that we've been making to owners. You know, various owners had questions and issues. For instance, the kind of plants that wouldn't be planted, the maintaining the open views, a number of issues such as that. So it'll be an embodiment of all of those assurances so that they can be seen to apply uniformly to everybody, because, you know, some asked and some did not. And the roll-up of these assurances in the resolution is important to the individuals that are represented by Mr. LaRue. That's the eminent domain attorney. So we're going to be doing that and continuing to make progress there. Also, we are moving forward, as you know, on the eminent domain. So we're continuing to work that to get it in front of the court. There was a question during public comments, which I can answer now, and I'll make sure to circle up with the gentleman. And that is, okay, what happens if it's not a federally, it's damage not due to a federally declared event? Who pays for that repair? Well, we are in the, not Flagler County, but the city of Flagler Beach is in the process of obtaining an annual appropriation or annual grant, I guess, from DOT to do the maintenance of the beach, to do those kinds of repairs. And then, independent of a federal declaration, every 10 or 11 years, we'll do a renourishment, which is in partnership with the Corps, so as to bring all of that up to a consistent level. That cycle is based on the cycle of erosion, you know, that has been occurring. So that is an engineered point at which renourishment is appropriate. So I think that's it. Unless you have any questions.
No, just quickly, I was at that conference last week.
Oh,
and
yes.
You think you'd never get to the 50 years. There's a beach in Florida that did the Army contract. It just lapsed last year, 50 years later. And what do you do at the end of, we're at that point. Just kind of, I thought was kind of interesting. Okay, I have nothing else. Anything else do we want to go over right now? Everybody's tired enough? All right, motion to adjourn. So we're adjourned.
Thank you very much, Commissioners.